Copyright. I'll get copyright strike if you start singing now.
We appreciate you waiting. You have another 5 minutes in the queue.
Wait, we're waiting that long?
I don't know.
I guess maybe we can.
Supervisor.
I mean, realistically, we could, I guess. We can just hold as long as we can, but like...
Your call is very important to us.
Your call may be monitored for interruptions.
You are maybe monitored for chat GPT purposes.
We appreciate you waiting. You are currently 69th in the queue.
Nice.
You are currently 71st in the queue.
Honestly, you should just give up because you are now way back in the queue.
Honestly, hang up and try again. Or press 1 for more options.
On you in 30 minutes.
This stream will self-destruct in 5 minutes if you're holding it.
That's so. I've been on calls for like 3 hours and they just hang up on me. So
that's actually really sad. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait.
Stop. No, they've done it to me. I've had so many fights with these companies.
I'm looking at the chat. They could hear us.
Yeah, of course they could.
I bet they can. Yeah.
Wait, you thought I needed? Wait, do you think I needed you? Wait, do you think I needed you guys? No, you were gone the whole time. What are you talking about? I didn't mute any of you guys.
And
oh my god, I'm muting myself. How do I do that again?
You have to self-destruct the computer. You have to go to Task Finder and delete.
I hate you so much.
I thought you were aware that I hadn't muted any of you guys. This is funny, actually.
No,
I haven't been on one of these things in a while, Ant.
I knew I was. That's why I was just doing the thing.
Extremely transphobic.
Actually,
your calls are very important to us. All right, well, let's move away from the facade of us not being there.
I hate everything. I'm sorry.
It's all good. I just muted the music, so now they can hear you more clearly. Welcome everyone to another exciting episode of our stream. We are here joined by a few other people who you might have been hearing. They were interrupting the calming music that I was playing, the copyright-free, royalty-free music.
Okay.
Do you mind introducing yourselves?
Hi, I'm Jazzy Oliver. I'm a voice actress, and occasional maker of videos. You've probably seen me on a few of these streams and even on a few of Ant's videos. I am in web animations, indie games, and most recently anime, so...
You have made your debut in animation. Oh, anime, I should say. You've been in animation for a while now.
I was gonna say, I've been in animation for a while, Ant. It's just English dubbing that's now a new thing to me, so...
Valid. All right, who's next? Who wants to go next?
I can go next. Hi, y'all. It's Kyla T. I do video essays. I actually have one out right now examining Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl performance that he did in February. And I actually have something else planned for that this week. But also want to give a shout out because I was reading the comments, Gabe, the GM. I'm so glad you liked that AI video. Apparently it helped with the essay they had to write last year. So I'm glad that something I did was able to help you all out. That's all I ask, is that you get something from what I put out there.
That's honestly really cool. I love when that happens, when something you produce helps someone else make something else. It's incredible. I love that. Mm-hmm. Oh, and someone else too is on in stream too. Isn't that right?
Hi, I'm Madeline May, she, her. I make video essays. I'm also a writer, musician, and just general fan of Doug Walker's.
You couldn't even say it with a straight. You couldn't even say it with a straight face.
I find him a very interesting figure, so I'm excited to be on this.
Indeed.
It seems I'm always here for one of two topics, Lily Orchard and Doug Walker. I'm concerned that you haven't brought me for anything much else outside that Zack Snyder video. So.
Well, you were my Kingdom Hearts stream, so there is that.
True. I was around for Kingdom Hearts, so...
That is true. I mean, listen. The invitation is always open for you to show up, but for whatever reason, you were busy the day I was streaming the autism pie chart thing, so you're coming on Doug Walker Day.
Oh my god.
Yeah, why couldn't you be on the autism chart, Jazzy?
Madeline was at the autism chart.
Yeah, I was autistic. Why didn't you be autistic?
I am autistic, Madeline.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was autistic
Oh,
for that
And
moment.
you're not on the autism.
Oh, and Jazzy, you were there. You were there that the stream Lady Emily was on.
Oh yeah.
That
Oh
was fun.
god. Oh, that was Jello Apocalypse.
Yeah.
So it's either Lily Orchard, Doug Walker, or Jello
Oh, I'm
Apocalypse.
jealous. I want to talk to Lady
Bingo.
Emily. She's so nice.
You know what the scariest thing is about Jello Apocalypse? I've just found out. So, do you know Yandere Dev? You know he did.
This is interesting.
He did an
That's
April
the
Fool.
Yandere, the simulator game,
Yeah,
right?
Yandere Simulator. Yeah. So he did an April Fool's Day joke once, where he switched all like the love interests into like all the the characters gender bent basically. So turned all the ladies into men. Jello Apocalypse voiced one of the men in the Yandere Dev April Fool's Day video.
The sad thing is, I know
That's
plenty
good for
of.
him.
I know plenty of people who, until certain things came out, did voice in Yandere Simulator. I'm actually I'm actually acquainted with Michaela Laws, who voiced the title character for a time.
Well, that's the thing too. Like it was
Okay,
just a
what
gig
year
for a
was
while.
it?
This was a couple years ago, right? Like about 5, 6, 7 years ago.
Yeah, just
Oh, okay.
yeah, like there was a time where this game was like considered a credible gig to do, but then stuff.
Yeah. Then Yandere Dev kept talking.
Yeah.
I know where it is.
Was Jello Apocalypse the one who did the so this is Tumblr, so this is
That's the one. Yeah.
okay. Yeah,
Uh,
never got super into those videos.
You maybe dodged the bullet there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I mean, they were popular. I watched a few of them and thought, I get it.
I remember.
I don't need to see any more of these. I think I get it.
So I remember
Honestly-
I first. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just thinking to myself because back when you guys were talking about the One Piece one, I was
Oh,
thinking
yeah.
about back to that web comic one, which is so ironic now, considering like all the stuff he said, and then he started his own web comic, never finished it. And like that's the main ending toward that video. And like I was reading the comments recently, and they were like, "Hey man, I watched this when I was younger, and it kind of messed me up. I didn't do my comic, I didn't draw for a minute because I thought I was a failure, and I was like, oof."
Aw.
Like
One thing that really
I
upset
know.
me was one time, like, I was seeing some comment section about, like, Tumblr, and like, people were, like, getting, like, all, like, offended about Tumblr. And the one, this is Tumblr thing, a lot of people got really offended by that and, like, left the site just because they didn't want to be associated with Jello Apocalypse's comments on it. So it's like, he really pissed off. It really made a lot of people feel insecure in themselves, which really sucks. Like, it was all good fun until, like, he made fun of the thing you liked, but I don't know. I hated his Ghibli video.
By the way, before we get to Doug Walker, I also want to mention as kind of a follow-up to that Jello Apocalypse one, he apparently responded to criticisms of the One Piece video, Ant.
Oh, God, he
Oh,
responded to my
Lord.
video?
And not your video specifically, just videos in general.
Mhm.
And the thing is, he pulled a lovely trick when it comes to responding to criticisms of your YouTube video that I have kind of taken to kindly call Schrodinger's donkey.
Go on.
Where if you don't like the criticism, don't worry, it was just a joke. You took it too seriously, dummy.
Now, is that before or
At least-
after his
at least-
comments on
and at
Discord
least-
leaked?
At least Donkey produced a pretty good video game. For
Right.
his credit.
Man, that sucks.
Right, I'm just saying that's all you have to do if you make a comedy focused review of something and people don't like it. You go, no, see, I was doing it for funnies. You were stupid for taking it seriously, you dummy.
Comedy's hard.
Someone should sell it to I Love Kim Possible a lot. I'm sorry. That's terrible. I'm
Comedy's
sorry.
super hard.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. It was bad. Let's read a few super
I
chats.
just-
Oh, sorry. What was that? Sorry.
Oh, nothing. I just nothing. Go ahead.
Let's read a few super chats real quick. Nick Wolf, thank you for the super chat. Do the wall, you cowards. That's the
No.
one we are not doing because everyone's done it. We're just doing the
I
same
have
thing
nothing
everyone
to
else.
say. Watch Dan Olson's video.
There's
It's just-
nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing we could say that Dan Olson hasn't already said. Like we're trying to go for
other brilliant people that have also talked about the wall.
Yeah.
exactly. Gabe the GM, thank you for super chat. Hi Jazzy, hope you're well. Sorry you had to postpone your Spyro 2 stream, but to be honest, I'm happy you did because I turned 25 on Saturday, so I wouldn't have made it. Well, first off, congratulations for turning 25 this Saturday. It's really incredible.
Yeah, rent a car.
Happy Borf.
Yeah.
Indeed. Now, there's one thing I do want to shout out to. I was asked to mention a GoFundMe that's in the link below. It looks like. Oh, so donate now. It's a Miles L here. It's a it is a he has lost his home and he was looking for some donations. This link is in the description. He asked for me to shout that out during the video. And there you go. If you want to donate, there is a good cause to put some money into. Okay, so here's how this is gonna work. Here's how this is gonna work. I'm gonna take this shirt off because it's really hot in here. Nick Wolf, thank you for super chat. Doug Walker is a guy who would call the Robot 1-2 bit in the Superman 2025 trailer bad because robots not having emotions, except they do, isn't logical. I can see that. I'm sure he has a lot of comments on Superman in general, which may come into play with our discussion. Now, here's how we're going to do this. You're the one who is going to choose what we experience during this stream. And we're going to do this based on process of the Republic of our discussion. Each of us have come up with one video, and you're going to vote on it. We're going to nominate one of 4 videos from Doug Walker. And, so let's discuss our nominations and why we want to do them. Starting with Kyla, what video from Doug Walker's are you nominating?
Nominating a review he did of The Mummy, which I did not know exists until today.
Oh my goodness.
And I have very strong feelings about The Mummy. Back on the hell site that is Twitter, I'm not calling it that other name. Like a whole watch of Brendan Fraser movies after like live tweeting The Mummy. Like it's such a pivotal movie for me. And brother, like I gotta hear what this man gotta say, cause
valid. And just to confirm, that's the 1999 version of The Mummy, not the 1931 or 32 or 2016 versions, right?
Oh no, because especially if it was the Tom Cruise one, we might actually end up agreeing more than disagreeing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no.
Yes.
The best version of The Mummy. That is an objective opinion right there. Okay, so Madeline, which one are you nominating?
Which one? Wait, which one was I? Who was the one you told me to
nominate? Jurassic World, I think.
Jurassic World.
Okay, hold on. I need to clarify something here. My experience with Mr. Doug Walker is I remember that. See, my poison of choice when it comes to like old internet things to watch. I was a big fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged growing up.
Heck yeah.
And I remember seeing on Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, he did this promotion where he said he was moving his content to this website called thatguywiththeglasses.com.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd never heard of the website. I never heard anything. I see this other guy is there. I'm a little confused why it's called That Guy with the Glasses, because that would assume that I should know who the person is with the glasses when I did not. I was already very confused by the website. I'm like, I don't know who this person is. But I'm like, well, if my favorite show, Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge, is on it, this must be good. So I tried watching a couple of Nostalgia Critic videos, and my immediate reaction was like, who the fuck is this guy? And what I mean by that is that, like, I get that his persona is that he's supposed to be an asshole, that he's supposed to be a jerk, and all these things, but at least in the videos that I watched, it seemed like his comedy was based on the assumption that I already knew who he was and really, really liked him. So he would make all these very pompous remarks, and I'm like, who are you? Like, I don't know. Like, what the fuck is your Like, I don't know who you are. Yet you're acting like I should know who you are. And then I didn't. I tried watching a couple of the other ones that were on the other creators, and just realized, oh, they're just like diet versions of Nostalgia Critic, and I already hated Nostalgia Critic, and that was it. And it wasn't until years later that I found out this was an important person.
At least Cinemassacre didn't make it so self-important.
Oh wait, Chloe, you're on here. Let's add you on here.
I've
One
been
second.
here like the entire time, and you haven't noticed it.
No, I haven't looked out. I
did. You just were muted, so I didn't know if I was supposed to acknowledge you or not.
Chloe,
I was gonna say.
Wait, that's
you
not the
weren't
right
up.
one.
You weren't up for co-hosting this stream, so I wasn't sure if I was supposed to.
See, that's the thing. That's the thing. I didn't realize what time to start at, and I don't start work for 2 more hours. So
Glorious,
join
in.
You know
Join
what?
in the
You know what?
chaos.
Fuck it. Let's do it. And I was just like, I'm just gonna wait for someone to acknowledge me, and then none of y'all were realizing it, so I'm just like, you know what? I'm just gonna say hi and just see if it's all right.
It's absolutely all right. You are always welcome here, Chloe.
But Chloe, you can only join if you have a movie to nominate.
Yeah, nominate one as well.
Yeah,
Well, I
just
want to hear
asking
everyone
if we
else's
do it.
opinions first. I want to hear everyone else's opinions first.
Valid. So,
What did I pick again? I
Jurassic
picked
World.
Jurassic. I also the one I remember, one of the videos I watched was like Doug Walker got like The Room video taken down, and he made like this video imitating Tommy Wiseau.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
It was
freaking
like
video.
embarrassing. I was like, wow, what?
Oh,
Like, what is this guy on that he thinks he's like this cool and this important? And I'm like, get me out of here. I don't
love
like
it.
this.
I love it.
It
That's
was
great.
so weird. Maybe because I didn't watch it from the beginning. I wasn't a fan.
Mm.
But yeah, was not into it.
Sounds good to me. All right, Jazzy,
Very
go for it.
strange to me.
Okay, so the review I'm going to nominate is going to be interesting. So I knew I wanted to. So we already tackled Sailor Moon once upon a time.
Mhm.
We already discussed all the problems with that review, and I was cursed
You
with
did
having
Sailor
to
Moon. Oh,
watch.
I would kill him. I would kill him for that.
It's
yeah.
bad.
I
It's
w-
really bad.
Let's just say I was cursed to watch a sketch where Doug Walker's penis talks to him.
Oh, I was there with you.
That
I
video
was
is
seared
currently
in my
currently
head.
demonetized because of the penis
Yeah.
gag.
That's a
Damn.
porno too. Has something.
But
like-
anyway,
yeah.
But anyway, I wanted to choose a clipless review. Initially, I wanted to choose Phantom of the Opera because it's kind of, in my opinion, that one's just as bad, if not worse, than The Wall, in my opinion. It has the exact same problems, but to me on a worse scale because I'm a huge Phantom fan.
Mm.
But I want to save that one for now. I'm saving that for a later date.
Sounds good.
The clipless review I want to nominate is Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, and here is why. There's 2 main reasons. One, Angry Joe's in it, and I also can't fucking stand Angry Joe, so two annoying shits for the price of one.
Valid.
Yeah, he took a turn too. Yeah, Angry
yeah.
Joe. He's
Yeah, and 2, I want to see, out of curiosity, if the points being made, because I have watched Batman v Superman more times than someone who dislikes this movie logically should.
Yeah, I'm a little
my
concerned with how many
God.
times you've seen Batman v Superman, actually.
I
I'm not gonna
could
lie.
not. I
It's a
could not.
concerning
No.
amount of times.
Now,
Hey, she
now,
went to the Kendrick
Once was
school.
enough.
Hey,
Now, the reason why I want to watch that review is I want to see if the review and the points being made are so bad, it forces me to do the unthinkable and defend Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice.
Oh my God.
That would be impressive if it happens. That'd be stunning if it occurred.
Yes.
I'm gonna get a migraine by the end of this stream. I can already tell. I'm excited.
Oh God. Okay.
All right. Ant, what's yours? What's your nomination?
My nomination is going to be Freddy versus Jason. Because, okay, listen,
shit.
hear me out. I love Freddy Krueger. Love Nightmare on Elm Street. I love Friday the 13th. Love Jason. Even though I talk a lot about comics right now and anime, horror is still one of the core cornerstones of this channel. And anytime to discuss horror, I am down for. Plus, as many people might know, the stream was not originally going to be a Doug Walker stream. There was another stream idea I had. But when I realized everyone who I collaborate with was like, no, let's go after Doug Walker, I'm like, okay, I'll put that aside for next week. That's going to be a horror stream this week. It'll be a horror stream next week, most likely. So we got that going for us. So yeah. And Chloe, have you thought of a film you want to nominate?
Oh, y'all are gonna hate me for this one.
Go for it.
What are you nominating?
Just gonna rip the band-aid off. Dragon Ball Evolution.
The one with the, okay, that one might be
Yeah, I'll tell you.
tolerable,
I'll tell
just-
you. I will tell you. I'll tell you the reason why. Because not only did he have to, not only does he like make some really shitty takes in that, but not only does he have to bring up Dragon Ball Evolution again when we've all forgotten about that, but he has to bring in Massacre X and fucking Little Karibo and bring them down with him.
Valid.
Yeah, I
Valid.
don't-
Look at the
need
like.
that
Look at the
in my
thumbnail for
life.
that video. Look at the thumbnail for that video alone. And when you bring up the thumbnail for that video,
This is gonna hurt me
look
so
at that
much.
immediately,
dear.
and that is just like when I first saw that, I'm just gonna be like, "Oh, this is some bullshit."
Oh,
Oh
Yeah.
no!
You know what?
Yeah.
It
And
does
it's got
hurt.
your boy in it.
It's got. Oh no! It's so
Got
bad.
your boy.
Yeah, it's bad. It's.
Mm.
I gotta
bad
say, shout out
part of
to
my
Little
opinion.
Karibo for sustaining, not getting canceled. Actually, nice guy.
Yeah, Lil Creed's really
Yeah.
awesome.
Legit.
I
dude.
met him. I met him in real life many years ago, like during like the height of his show.
I actually
He's
love
very
that.
nice.
I've-
Yeah.
I've
Yep.
talked to him over Blue Sky plenty of times. He's a nice dude. So
Yeah,
I
I've talked
met
to him like
him
once or
before
twice
he
too.
started the Naruto abridged, like many years ago. It was very nice. Yeah.
All right,
that's
so
ancient. Yeah.
I'm going to read a few super chats real fast, and then we're going to do this tournament style because YouTube only allows 4 options per poll. So we're going to do 3 and 2,
Way to
and then the
fuck it
winner
up,
faces
Chloe.
off in a poll.
Jesus Christ.
So let's read a few super chats real
Sorry,
quick.
not sorry, bitch.
I can't blame you for that, honestly.
Okay, gloves off. I'm taking the earrings off.
Ghostman GM says the Dougler. That's
The
terrifying. I may
No.
use that during the stream. That's actually horrifying.
Bugler.
The Dougler. Then we got here because I'm bored, in which we say, honestly, I think his worst video is top 10 poorly aged Bill Cosby commercials because it's just the same
The what?
obvious and a bit tasteless joke over and over again.
Yeah, I ain't
I did
touched
watch
that
that one. That one is very funny because they're all just like, "Oh, Bill Cosby's a child molester." I'm like, "No, he was a regular molester of adult. He was an adult
Yeah.
molester."
Yeah,
Y'all don't see it, but my mouth is like hanging open. He did what?
yeah, let me
The
let me get that one up.
who? Oh,
Let's do
no.
the thumbnail for that one.
No, we don't have to do that. We don't have
I
to.
need to know
Oh.
when I need to
Oh,
know
it's
when
worse
he
than you
did
think.
it because if
Oh
if
my
he
God.
put this up in February, I'm calling Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton because
let's see
I'm
when. Let's see
No,
when.
no,
This
no.
was. I want to see what date it was. That's all. I'm not gonna play it. April.
April.
There's April.
Very
Oh,
good.
He skirted because I'm like you.
But this
Like,
is like
what
the worst
February,
thumbnail
yeah.
you could use for this topic. Like it's just like,
Oh.
isn't it funny how Bill Cosby was a terrible human being?
It's
So-
really funny because,
funny.
like, yeah, if you watch it, all the jokes, like, "Oh, look at him around kids." I'm like, I don't. He
wasn't
was
known
the
for
other
that.
kind of.
It was adults.
He was the other kind of sexual abuser. He wasn't the pedophile. It's very strange argument. Strange
I
video.
hate that. But I thank you for telling us about this horrible chapter in Doug history. Adrian Parchman, thank you for super chat. Wow, nice harem you. Sorry. Wow, nice harem you got there, Aunt. JK. Okay, fair enough. I have a lot of friends.
Not that I care or anything about like that about you, Aunt Ubaka.
I was gonna say I'm getting very Sundara vibes from that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Right,
you,
yeah.
I
Listen,
mean,
all I'm
I mean,
saying
Jazzy,
is
you,
that
oh,
if
sorry.
I'm not your favorite aunt, I'm cutting everyone in this goddamn chat.
You are all my favorites.
I don't
Okay,
give a
next-
damn.
next
A
super chat.
likely story.
next super chat. Truth, hope, love. Actually, you know what's my favorite? My wife. That's my favorite. In
My
fairness.
wife.
Good answer.
There we go. That's a safe answer. I mean, that's the correct answer. I'm kidding. Truth, hope, and love. Thank you for super chat. There was something about the kryptonite spear, and that their criticism doesn't make sense when you think about it. Oh God! So if we choose Batman v Superman, we actually have to defend Zack Snyder. That would make the second
Yay.
time this week I've defended Zack Snyder. But the first time you won't see till Friday.
Oh boy.
And by me, I mean my guest on Friday, who is none of these guests.
Oh
I'll
boy.
talk about that later. Robotnik Holmes, thank you for super chat. He has a sharp memory, allowing him to remember all the details for you, sparing you the burden of having to remember them all yourself. His ability to recall things is truly impressive and convenient. You could also say he remembers it so you don't have to, one might say.
Boo.
He is just like the old ones, except much less interesting. It's like if Cthulhu was like there, but everyone just kind of walked away.
And despite that, he
It's
had
like,
exactly. Exactly.
He's like, oh, that's interesting. Nah, it's actually not. Bye.
Happy shut the F up. Thank you for Super Chat. I remember being confused and horrified when Doug made sexual comments about the outfits of the Sailor Scouts and remembered saying to you, thank God he didn't Chibiusa in that outfit. Imagine him making those jokes. Oh God, thank God he never got past episode 10. Thank God. Sydney Speaks, thank you, Super Chat. Doug is a 40-year-old man-child who's mentally stuck in the 90s and the 2000s at the same time. Yeah, that's accurate. Gavin Carrot, thank you for Super Chat. If y'all manage to get through these videos quick enough, I recommend watching one of their top 11 videos, maybe the best or worst sequels. We have a lot to get through, and we're basically going until we can no longer take any more Doug Walker tonight.
For as long as I'm here, however, I'm holding them all at gunpoint to stay on topic.
There we go. Good call. We need that. Gabe the GM,
My
Super Chat.
payout is at 7-ish, so I'm here till then, at minimum. So.
Sounds good. Gabe the GM, thank you for Super Chat. Hate current Nostalgia Critic, but I treat classics like junk food. That's fair enough. And some kid named Charlie, Doug's Side of the Moon. Okay, let's get to the poll. Yep.
Let's vote.
Let's vote. First,
if I may,
Go
just
for it.
something real quick, because that one comment about the junk food treating classics, I think other people do that because I'm based in Chicago, and every year I go to C2E2, which is the Chicago Comics and Entertainment Expo. He's there every year. There is a line every year to see Doug, like
Doug
literal
Walker's the first
line.
Pope of Chicago. They don't tell you about that, and yeah.
Oh, God. He is the embodiment of Chicago, apparently. It's kind of wild, though. Has that much of a popularity draw, like even after all this time. It's crazy.
Yeah,
He still has
wild.
1 million plus subscribers on his channel. Like,
Yeah, I mean, Lady Emily made a video recently where she was commenting how Doug Walker is very much a fraction of his former self in terms of popularity, and that's true. That's very true. But like, I think people forget there's also the meme of Doug Walker. Like beyond what his content is, there's the meme of him existing, which is kind of.
I mean, also a fraction of something big is still pretty big. You know, yeah.
Can I deliver what may be a spicy take to some?
Go for it.
I think holding up Doug Walker as a meme is even in an ironic sense, is giving him a platform that he should not be having, considering what we know for a fact he's done.
Yep.
Like, I love Smiling Friends, but I absolutely refuse to watch the episode he's in. As soon as I heard he was in it, I was like, well, I'm never watching that episode because I don't care if they only like him ironically. Giving him a platform like this is a shitty thing to do.
Agreed. No, fully agree. All right. Let's start with the first poll. So first poll, I'm putting Freddy vs. Jason and Batman v Superman in the same round. We're gonna hold this open for a few seconds. Vote quickly, or miss your chance. It looks like Batman v Superman is winning. As is going, Truth, Hope, and Love had a comment about Lady Emily and Chugga Conroy. I'm not going to answer that question because that is not my story to tell. So we're not doing
that. And also, on that topic, not even fucking relevant, to be honest. Why are you even using a super chat for that?
Yeah, we're not going to... that's one thing I'm not going to talk about. It's not my business, and it's
old news as well. It was like well over a year and a half ago.
And both parties seem to have beat one move past it, so I'm not going to...
Yeah, I was going to say, the only people who are trying to milk this for any form of drama are uninvolved people who want YouTube money, so...
Yeah, in terms of like accounts, not the... And the thing is, they also make people who are like on the sidelines interested in that discussion when it really... To gain money off of it, to gain cash. It's not
Instead, give your money to me. I'll take your money.
Me?
And me.
All right,
you get too much money already, Jazzy. Let's some of us have some of that money.
Ending the first round, Batman v Superman crushes Freddy vs. Jason. So, Jazzy, you beat me. You win, Jazzy.
Wow. I'm gonna clip that out of
second,
context.
Second round, I'm gonna include the next three. The Mummy.
I was gonna say, Madeline, excuse me. I was already almost canceled for stupid II drama. Don't bring me back into another cancellation.
I'm gonna get
You've
canceled
been
next
almost
week, so
canceled,
you're all
like,
coming
so
down
many
with
things.
me.
Okay. I almost typed Dragon Ball correctly, but then I realized Dragon Ball Evolution spells Dragon Ball wrong by making it one word. Which is not how it is in the original manga, but I digress.
I feel like I must point out, amongst all of what happened, somebody made the comment, Doug is the fursona of Chicago. And
No.
Wait, who said that?
who is this? I can't pronounce that.
Doug is the persona of the suburbs of Chicago. That's
yeah,
not even
yeah.
That's
Chicago.
more accurate. Candyman is the... I'm kidding. It's not...
Candyman is the fursona.
Okay,
He's the
True
persona.
Perf,
That's okay. That's what
True
he is,
Perf
basically.
Love, I'm sorry,
He's
but
friends
I'm
with the
putting you in
beast.
timeout for
Pro,
like 30 minutes.
global helping.
What's up?
True Perf Love is still trying to bring up the Lady Emily stuff in super chats. I'm just putting them in timeout for like 30 minutes because of that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'd say put
Thank
them in
you.
timeout for the whole day. Like,
No,
if
a
you're
half
going
hour
to-
is good. I don't think we should ban anyone, but I think we should discourage it because it's not a discussion I want to have at all.
That's
Yeah,
$5
for real.
to be like, please tell me all of your drama.
Also-
Yeah, Wave Runner in comments is even pointing out too. Chugga Conroy directly said he didn't want anything to talk about it either. So if your point is to
Right,
start
yeah.
calling out for his sake, he doesn't want to talk about it either. So like, no one wants to talk
And,
about
like-
this topic.
And like everyone's moved on. Stop trying to fucking bring it up, Christ.
But
Yeah.
Ant, did you hear about what Twitter tried canceling me for recently?
I am scared to ask, but I want to know.
So folks on Twitter tried canceling me because they think I have a crazy amount of control over the writing of Inanimate Insanity and think I'm trying to push a ship. Like,
Are they saying they're trying to push the gay agenda in?
I guess so, because I guess
I love it.
they were saying something along the lines of, "Oh, Jazzy is forcing the writers to take attention off of these two characters talking so that she can push the ships she likes." And it's like, what do you think I do on this series? I scream into a mic and help them find other people to scream into mics.
All right, so it looks like Dragon Ball Evolution won, so Chloe, you got your way. But we now have the final confrontation. Dragon Ball Evolution or Batman v Superman.
Of course it would come down to me versus Jazzy.
Of course, that's how it always is. It's how it started.
Always Goku versus Superman in all of these fucking chats, I swear to God.
All right, let me read a few super chats while we're waiting for the poll to get started. Because I'm bored, he stabbed himself repeatedly while driving. You gotta admit that's gold, though. Okay, fair enough. Millennium Storyteller. I used to watch Nostalgia Critic until his Lost World Jurassic Park review, and he completely missed the mark and point. I'm not even a Lost World Jurassic Park fan. Sorry, it took me a second for that one. And I agree with you on that one. And Jordan, hello everyone. Hi, Jazzy.
Hi, Han.
Hi, Jody.
All right. So I'm seeing a few comments here. We did not miss anything too much. We just deciding what to put on. It's a close poll. Decide now for the first video we watch. It's either Batman v Superman or Dragon Ball Evolution, which is a terrifying prospect. And we'll probably do Dragon Ball Evolution next if we can continue to endure the horrors that is Doug Walker for that long. We will decide.
I really want to see the Batman v Superman because of Jazzy's like Kendrick level study hate of it to the like.
It's also
I
Why
can-
do you say that, Kyla?
Yeah.
Can I do some promo real quick for us both, Ant?
Go for it.
Oh yes.
Yes. Myself and Kyla are actually going to be doing a stream on Kyla's channel. I believe it's Thursday
Tomorrow.
this week.
Tomorrow. Nice.
No. I thought we said like Thursday US.
Oh yeah, that's it. Sorry,
It's all
What
good.
is time?
my bad.
All right.
I forgot. You're right. Thursday. My bad.
I will be sure
I
to
forgot
promote
what
it.
today was.
Remind me when it happens. I'll promote it on the channel so you can draw when people.
Yeah,
over.
but we're doing a stream on the Kendrick and Drake beef like a year later, and it's gonna be interesting because I'm a white girl talking about it, so it's gonna be a time.
Oh my god, I love it. Okay,
Please
so
represent us well.
I will try my best. I will try my best.
Okay, so it looks like Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice is the winner. Before we get started, I am gonna say let's look at some super chats real quick.
I am so sorry, everyone.
Don't be
quick
sorry. You
question.
asked for this. Oh, Firmez, not to defend Dragon Ball Evolution, but his review is shit. With all the things to mock, he stops at 2. It's not like the manga. Even his first viewing was a better review. Yeah, I agree. His review, it's terrible. Well, the thing is, he doesn't know Dragon Ball. Like anything anime related, Doug Walker struggles with. He's terrible when talking about anime. In any metric.
Yeah.
Even his Avatar reviews aren't that good. I said it. I said it.
Yeah, and you should say it again.
His Avatar reviews aren't that good. Anyway,
Good.
few super chats right here. Venom Wi-Fi. Which media critic is worse, Doug or CD Cal? Lily Orchard is worse. Like there's no comparison.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Lily Orchard's
he's
just
trying
worse.
to
It's
be
not
like a
even a
real
competition.
critic. I mean, Doug Walker is a joke. It's just a very strange joke, and that's why we're kind of fascinated by him.
Yeah, Lily Orchard's just actually like a toxic human being. Okay, he's also a toxic human being. Lily Orchard's
gonna
actually
say-
reprehensible. There's no, there's just no comparison. It's like saying what's worse. I can't even think of a good comparison. There's not much of a divide that much in the same field anyway. Anyway, because I'm bored, Batfleck is the worst live action Batman IMO. Do you guys agree with that?
I disagree. I disagree.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
agree with
gonna
that.
I'm gonna say I find Clooney far worse. So
Yeah, Clooney. You know
Oh,
what about
yeah.
Clooney that sucks is that he could have been really good if he was given a better script. Like, there's a lot of
right.
potential for Clooney, but like he's not not there.
Like
I mean,
okay.
at the same time, like, I mean, I love Val Kilmer, but I also remember nothing about his performance
Okay.
as Batman.
That's
So if
fair
we're
too.
judging if we're judging these Batman portrayals in terms of how they're written, I will agree Batfleck is work. But if we're judging based on performance, there are Batman actors I think gave worse performances than him. So
Honestly, if we're talking like as Batman and not as Bruce Wayne, I think Christian Bale is a pretty weak Batman. As Batman,
yeah, same.
like specifically.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Great
Hot
Bruce
take
Wayne,
here,
terrible
hot
Batman.
take.
Oh yeah.
Hot take here. I don't care for Adam West as Batman.
Get out.
You're right. There's a hot take. That is a hot take. All right.
You're allowed to be wrong.
I'm gonna read the rest of the super chats real quick, then we're gonna get started. Adrian Parchman, money for the gay agenda. I'm trying not to watch the whole stream instead of watching Food Network, Chopped and Cutthroat Kitchen. Chopped is pretty good actually. I might do I am gonna do a Kitchen Nightmares video at some point, though it's not the food channel. Because I have to fulfill the Kingdom Hearts stream quota of a cooking video at some point, so that's how I'm gonna do
yeah.
it. And Gabe the GM, thank you for super chat. Last super chat. Happy this one won because I love tearing BVS to shreds. Genuinely my least favorite superhero movie ever. Yes, it's worse than Suicide Squad 2016, but is it worse than Fan 4 Stick?
I was gonna say I don't like Batman v Superman at all,
But is it as bad as Fan 4 Stick?
but I can think of superhero. Yeah, I was gonna say I can think of superhero movies that are far worse. I'd watch it over Fan 4 Stick any day of the week.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, everyone, place your bets on if I'm going to end up having to defend Batman v Superman at any point in this video. Because, like I said, I have watched this movie more times than anyone who dislikes it logically should. So,
All right, sounds good.
Can I ask a question?
Sure,
What
then we'll get
what does a clipless review mean? Because you keep stating.
Oh,
Yeah.
so let me explain this one to
So-
you, Madeline, because you're gonna like this. You know, traditional
Okay.
movie reviews they on YouTube they have like clips they show of the movie they're reviewing.
Yeah.
This doesn't. So, what Doug Walker did because he was afraid of getting copyright struck. This was like during the height of the copyright striking of reviews and stuff like that. He would film himself and his friends and his coworkers, I should say, reenacting the movie in cheap Halloween costumes.
I'm actually really excited now for this.
Oh, you should be, or horrified. There's no middle ground.
Wow, perfect. Okay.
This is like,
Let's-
you ever see the movie Be Kind, Rewind?
Yeah, no, I was thinking this sounds very Swedish. Sweet or sweeted, whatever they say.
This is basically Be Kind, Rewind, but like
awful.
bad.
That may be a future video. I have some problem. I do not like that movie, but
Anyway,
interesting concept.
there we go.
All
Anyway,
right,
let's get
shall we?
started. Let's do it. Let's rip the Band-Aid off.
Ow.
Oh god, the green screen.
Oh
Fucking
yeah.
minute
Doug
one.
Walker
Oh, yeah.
has never. Okay, I want you keeping track how many times
What
Doug
is
Walker's
that?
camera goes out of focus, and how everything has a weird yellow greenish tint to it.
Does the Angry Joe logo being out of focus count?
Yes, it does.
Because I
think
know
so.
Joe got a like, yeah.
The Angry Joe logo?
Yeah.
But you can't tell.
Oh yeah, because you can't just have one annoying prick reviewing this movie. You need two.
Yeah, seriously. Also, this is the height of whatever they could get in like. I mean, I'm not good with green screening either, but like, the light is
9 years ago? That's fine. Look, it's YouTube. Who
9 years. Oh my god.
Yeah, 9 years ago,
9 years.
almost the 10th anniversary.
Someone is saying that we're quiet compared to the video. That
Oh,
the
let me
video's
adjust
too
the
loud.
volume then. 1 second.
Okay.
Try this now. It good?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I'm not watching the video.
Let me.
Well, not watching the stream. I'm watching the video on Discord, but not watching the streams. I don't know how we are in comparison.
You know, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna adjust the whole volume for chat a little bit. Where is? Oh, I almost deleted. Delete channel where you're streaming from. Okay, good. That's what.
Yeah, just
it's what we
delete the whole
want.
thing,
It's all
just
fun.
delete
That
it
would-
all.
that would be
lose
pretty
my
funny.
channel.
Yeah, right. Why is the general volume? This is annoying. Options. Oh, here you go. User volume. I'm just gonna raise everyone's volume up a little bit. Chloe, talk a
Okay.
second.
Hi.
You sound louder. Good. Excellent. It worked.
Hello.
Good. Kyla, you're next. Oh, Kyla, you're at max
Hello.
already. Good.
Oh, my bad.
Oh yeah, you're good. No, you're fine. Probably. You're probably the only one that was fine the whole time. I'm gonna raise you up a little bit. Okay, cool. That works. Excellent. So this should be good. Cool. Excellent. Let's give it a shot.
You ready? Yeah. Let's do this.
I don't remember this scene from the movie.
It's not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I know you want to have a Zack Snyder XP, but could you have bothered to do anything to make him look like Zack Snyder?
Yeah, right. Or find someone
Like-
who's a little
like-
more Zack Snydery.
Is that what
Like-
is that what they're trying to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, like this random dude is apparently supposed to be playing Zack Snyder, even though he looks
you
nothing
not-
like him.
So, what do
We
you-
have the internet, and you can look
I guess
up
he's
what
got
the
the
man
hair,
looks like.
maybe.
Yeah.
I don't
Did you
know.
not see the professional nameplate on the desk?
Very
With the
professional.
strap
Oh,
tape
I'm
around it?
sorry. I'm sorry. I missed the nameplate. Now I believe he's Zack Snyder.
There we
Okay,
go.
there
I
you
want you
go.
all to. I want everyone at home to look at these two expressions right now. This is just like the only expression that these fuckers know how to do for showing like anger, and they
They're
look
acting.
so fucking constipated the entire time.
Like these are two guys waiting for the men's room to open up.
Honestly, I had an expression at work today.
No,
when someone was in the bathroom
Those
twice.
two look like people in the
Scrunchy,
stall
yeah,
that
just
are in
scrunch
there
up your
for.
face.
Those two look like people who have been in the stall for hours and just want the pain to end.
Oh God. We're getting rated right now. Welcome.
Oh,
I think from Malcolm.
what a
stream, I
time
think.
to come.
Yeah, I think goddamn
Oh,
it, Malcolm
shit.
sent his
yeah.
crew over here. Yep, there we go. So, hello. You're just in time to watch two grown men struggle to pass a kidney stone while talking to not Zack Snyder.
Yeah,
Here we
indeed.
go.
Think of
All
our
right.
prequel to DC's Avengers Part 1. We
Oh, is
accomplished
he
what
supposed to be
Marvel
Zack
did
Yeah,
Snyder?
you didn't even know,
Yes.
did you?
Oh, I thought Angry Joe was supposed to be Zack Snyder.
No.
Fucking hell.
Like this guy looks nothing like.
Oh, that's even worse. Oh
He
my
doesn't
god.
have the same hairstyle.
I was like, okay, well, Angry Joe kind of gives me a vibe, but what? No, what? Okay, that's
Like-
actually very funny. He
Oh
even-
no! Wait, no! They put on the patented Zack Snyder scarf that he's always so well known for wearing.
That's all I
Did
know
they
Zack
Sharpie
Snyder
a
from his
mustache on
scarf.
him?
What?
Did they Sharpie a mustache on him?
No, I think it's
No,
his
I
actual
think
facial hair.
I think. Oh,
he
geez.
could. I feel like he
Oh,
could have
damn.
been a little professional and shaved that.
I mean, listen. If Cesar Romero did not have to shave his mustache for the Joker, then he does
Dave
not have to
Romero
shave
at
his
least put
mustache for
makeup
Zack
on
Snyder.
his mustache.
Yeah, he
That's
painted
not even
over
happening
it.
there.
Made it worse.
Yes.
Like, Yeah, no, it's just, it's so funny because I remember Doug Walker did this a lot where he wants to have the filmmaker inserted as a character, but then he doesn't bother to get the actors to look anything like the guy. Like,
Oh,
It's just like generic director that you'd find on like a stock photo. He's got the scarf and
Oh,
all
yeah.
the
like I
it's
remember in his Pearl Harbor review, he had Michael Bay as a character, and it was just Doug in a shitty wig that looked nothing like Michael Bay. Like,
That just
Yep.
seems really embarrassing. All right, a couple super chats real quick. Millennium Storyteller, hot take. I actually really like BVS. Lol. That is a hot take.
Cool.
You're right, but that's fine if you like it. You like it. That's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's wrong with something wrong with Batman v Superman, but not wrong with your opinion.
Yeah.
WC Wit, thank you for super chat. There's some bizarre homophobic jokes thrown Zack Snyder's way in this one, just very out of nowhere.
I do see like the 300 like image on there, on the
Is that supposed
300 ass
Oh
image.
yeah, it is 300. I thought I
Oh,
wasn't sure if that was
oh.
300 or like Wonder Woman. I wasn't sure. Oh,
I
yeah.
was gonna
he
say-
likes guys. Okay.
Oh yeah, because 300 is homoerotic. No one's made that
I-
joke ever.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
Men aren't wearing a lot of clothing. In that.
Jordan says the nameplate looks just like a tile from Scrabble. It probably is.
It really does.
Mystic Blue. Oh, how fun! Jazzy's face. And Meownion says, "Why is Justin Long rocking a mustache and playing Zack Snyder in a Nostalgia Critic
Again,
video?"
Justin Long too.
he does look like Justin Long.
He does. Oh my god, I love it.
Damn.
I love it. However, he's not a walrus in this, therefore it's not really Justin Long.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, we have one from Ash.
Oh, hello, Ash. How's it going? Hello, Jazzy. Hello, Ant. Hello, Madeline. Hello, Kyla. I see you are shitting on this BVS review.
Hi.
I am down with that. There we go. Exactly.
We also
yeah.
have Chloe
Ash.
here.
Oh, Ash, you mentioned everyone else but me.
Chloe's here too.
Yeah. No, that's
Yeah.
on purpose. Don't worry about it.
Anyway, shall we continue?
Oh, I see. I'm just chopped liver, I guess.
Sounds good
Shall-
to me.
Shall we continue hearing from Zack Snyder and his magnificent scarf?
Yes, more Zack Snyder's good.
With the exact same results?
I'd rather we saw a good Batman Superman movie.
What? I thought you liked it.
No!
Kinda.
Well, that you did like it?
No. Kinda!
Well, then what's the problem?
People have been waiting years to see this team up.
Yeah, and the choices you made were just so
DC!
This is arguably the most anticipated comic book movie of all time, in that people have been
Debatable.
waiting to see it even
Eh.
before
Yeah.
it was announced.
Yeah,
There
I was
have
gonna
been
say it
I
was
would
at
say
a
like,
time.
if you saw Man of Steel,
Yeah.
I don't think this is your most anticipated.
I was gonna
Man of Steel
say
definitely deflated my interest in a Batman v Superman movie. I'm not gonna
a
lie.
Batman versus Superman movie was a hyped up idea for a while, but I think around this time people just stopped caring. So
Yeah, this is one where I'm
think
like at a
if
certain
Zack Snyder,
point.
I think if Zack Snyder went from 300 to Batman versus Superman, maybe I'd be a little more excited as a child and high schooler. But that's about it.
I think if this came out even after Batman and Robin, there'd be more enthusiasm for
Right.
this movie, which is kind of wild if you think about it. Anyway,
No, I will say, if it went from the Dawn of the Dead remake to Batman versus Superman, I would think of that as an inspired choice.
Valid,
But I
valid.
would not be. Yeah, that's what I would say.
back to this.
comics where Batman and Superman are together, as well as cartoons. But despite there being tons of Batman and Superman movies, there had never been one with them together. However, with the Marvel crossovers proving to be exceptionally successful, DC felt it was time to throw their hat into the ring and use this as a means to start their own DC cinematic universe. Despite a very strong opening, its box office dropped a shocking 68% the
That's
following
nothing
weekend.
anymore.
How bad is
Can I
that?
ask a
Right.
question? Can I
And
ask,
Robin's
because you all are comic book fans,
Mhm.
were the Batman versus Superman issues that good?
Well, here's the thing:
It
they really
depends.
weren't many. There were a few. The big one
Okay.
was The Dark Knight Returns, which was the big Batman v Superman. fight
Right,
they were
right,
in this.
okay.
And that
Because
comic
usually,
is
like,
good.
crossovers aren't, like, that exciting, right? Or they're kind of more
they-
for, like...
there was a
depends.
time. There was a time where crossovers in any media was pretty exciting, but now since they're
Okay.
everywhere, they're not really that exciting anymore.
I guess
not
that's
special
fair.
anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Plus
so,
with
but
Batman-
there were, like, comic issues where, like, Batman was fighting Superman. It was, like, an interesting story.
Yeah, but
Right.
usually it was
All that,
part of
okay.
another story. Like the big ones that people talked about at this point were The Dark Knight Returns and Hush, and neither of them are about Batman fighting Superman. There's just a point where Batman and Superman fight. In one case,
Right.
Poison
Okay.
Ivy mind
That makes
controls
sense.
Batman, mind controls Superman, and Batman has to snap Superman out of mind control. And the fight isn't really to win; it's just to survive.
Oh,
long
is
enough
that
to
the one
snap
where
back.
he's mind controlled into believing that he's still on Krypton?
No, that's
a different one.
for the man who has for the
okay,
that's an Alan Moore comic, and they don't really fight in that. But no, and in Batman Return, Batman the Dark Knight Returns, the Dark Knight fights Superman because Superman's a pawn of Ronald Reagan, who is still president decades after the 80s somehow, and it's a whole thing.
It was a weird
That's like,
comic.
Watchmen had Nixon. I was going to say.
Watches
Anyway.
Nixon, yeah, same idea, same time period. Anyway, back to this.
Weekend had a 63% drop. Wow. That means more people went back to see that film rather than Batman.
Not
versus
really,
Superman.
because less people saw Batman and Robin opening weekend, but that's
That's a whole.
Like-
It's very relative.
let's not
Yeah.
let's not acknowledge that this man does not understand math. But anyway,
Yeah, Batman v
Yeah,
Superman
and
still made
also
a
just
profit.
yeah,
and also just basic numbers in general, because
Right,
probably
like-
a lot more people actually went to go see Batman v Superman over Batman and Robin overall. But
Yeah.
hey,
Right.
why
Well, the
bother about the
internet-
facts and numbers in the matter when you can just do it to make a gotcha?
Well, plus
But
Batman
the
v
internet
Superman-
exists. Like,
Oh, yeah.
the reviews were dropping the minute people got out the theater, and of course, people are going to look it up to see, how is this? And if they hear it sucks, they're going to be like, well, shoot.
Well,
Like,
that's
let me
also
Tickets
what.
are
let me
like
give you a few
30
numbers.
bucks now.
Let me give you
Well,
a few numbers real fast. So, Batman and Robin grossed worldwide $238 million. Now, keep in mind, that does not account for inflation. However, Batman v Superman grossed... Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice grossed $874 million. Almost $1 billion. Now, the fact it didn't break $1 billion is a lot, but $874 billion is still a lot more than $200 million. Like,
that's
a big
nothing to
difference.
scoff at. Yeah,
No,
that's
really
still
isn't.
impressive.
I
Like
guess
it,
you have to
it-
compare the budgets at that point of each of the
Right.
movies.
Mhm.
right. I think at that point they'd be about the same. I imagine maybe Batman v Superman had a bit more money put into it since it was a big event film. But yeah, either way, the point is Doug's math isn't adding up here.
Yeah,
so.
no, it's just not quite right. Anyway, back to the movie.
What the hell have you done, Zach?
All right, well,
It
why
was a
don't you just start
combination
from
of Zach and
beginning
the
of
studio,
film?
but
Yeah,
All right.
a big combination there.
Wait, you're just playing a few minutes from Batman Begins.
Exactly! After showing a flashback we've seen done so much, I'm surprised there's not action figures of it. We cut to yet another flashback of Bruce driving through Metropolis when it was being destroyed by zombies.
I don't think there's any guns that Bruce uses during the Metropolis rescue scene. I don't think.
Also, look. I get it that the Batman origin story is overplayed. We know it, but this is a new Batman, so might as well just establish it in the first few minutes. That's one credit. Oh God, we're already at this point. I'm going to give some credit to Batman v Superman that just condensing
Didn't
the
take
origin
long,
story.
guys.
But
Didn't take
there's-
long.
That there was nothing wrong with just showing the origin story in the first 2 minutes. It's the first 2 minutes of a movie. It's mostly just there to establish Batman and also foreshadow the big Martha scene, which is stupid on its own, I understand, but the point is there was a purpose in having this scene there, so God
Yeah.
damn it.
Funny enough,
Yeah.
about 3 minutes and 10 seconds in, Jazzy broke. So if that was your time that you bet, congratulations, get your money.
There we
God
go.
damn it. God damn it. I was
This is,
expecting...
Basically. No, well, the thing also is with all of this is that, think about it, what is he actually talking about with the movies so far? He's making fun of the idea that the origin's overplayed, and a weird commentary that has nothing really to do with the opening scene of Batman v Superman with the Metropolis attack, which I think is one of the better scenes in the movie, honestly.
It is.
It's one of the only scenes where you feel actual tension of something happening. You actually, it does communicate a lot of ideas. The movie fails to follow through with those ideas, but it does establish some really cool ideas. Anyway,
Right.
I mean,
the point is-
I feel like the 9/11 imagery is just hammered on a little much. For me, it's kind of one of those things where it's like it's obvious, where this is going to go and what's going to happen. And like you said, the fact they don't do really anything interesting with this, they're just like, Batman's gonna hate Superman because of this moment, and it's like, all right, cool. Like,
yeah, it's very trite, but like at least they're doing something a little interesting with it.
My point isn't necessarily the quality of these scenes. The point I'm making is that there was purpose in the movie to having 2 fucking minutes of your time, calm down, dedicated to retelling the Batman origin.
It's also It's also important for the later. It's a callback for the later scene that we all love of Martha, later Martha.
Right.
Scene.
Oh yeah, everyone's favorite scene, the Martha scene.
Again, quality is debatable. Absolutely. I'm just saying as far as the movie goes, there was a purpose to it. So
you gotta meet Martha to miss Martha. You know.
Oh God. Plus, I do like. Okay, anyway, back to this nonsense.
I love this. I kind of love these clips. It's very jib jab.
Right.
Oh wow! Good thing you called me. I never would have looked out the window to notice that.
I will avenge you, man, the audience barely knows. As well as all the lives we're only now acknowledging might be Superman's fault!
Well, actually, you can pause here. I have something to say. I think what's interesting...
What the hell?
Oh,
what
God!
a screen to pause on!
Beautiful.
No.
That is a perfect one to stop on because that is fucked beyond belief.
Oh, God. And this was... Okay, this was 9 years ago, right? When were the BLM?
This was nearly around. This was 2016.
Protests going
on. It would have to exist. You wouldn't say this unless BLM already happened.
No, but
like,
how soon after it started did this joke happen? Like,
also this say like the same year.
Oh,
it's close
because
it would have been like 2016.
Also,
this
image
came out
is so
in 2016.
This image is so badly made and the writing so poorly done on the sign that if this came out in the last couple of years, I'd assume this was an AI-generated image.
But wait a second, it looks like
I'm calling Jesse Jackson.
No, that's fake. That Metropolis
it looks very
fake.
much. No. It looks as though he just put white out over it and he just scribbled it in MS Paint.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah,
no, that's what he did.
That is in poor taste.
I want to go back to the scene where he's like, "Oh, my entire motivation is motivated by this man I barely know." No, it's motivated by the fact.
Yeah,
the whole point is that the events of Man of Steel led to a bunch of people dying, and
well, that's what I wanted to talk about because the initial the big criticism of Man of Steel at the time, at least from fans, was that Superman was doing this fight that was just killing millions of people, thousands of people.
Millions. It's a city.
Killing millions of people in Metropolis, and just nobody seemed to care. And even me, being a young person at the time, who didn't have a ton of awareness when it comes to film and stuff, was like, a lot of people are dying. And yeah, I know that happens in a lot of blockbuster movies, especially fight scenes, that just kind of happens, but it just felt really obvious.
Well,
and on the nose with Man of Steel in a way that it didn't in other action movies.
Well, okay, here's the thing too. People forget this about Man of Steel. Superman didn't kill the people in Metropolis. That was Zod and the Kryptonian ship. That was causing the whole terraforming beam that caused the whole city to be leveled. So Superman's not accountable for any of those deaths.
In the scene where they're fighting in the city and they're knocking each other on buildings and stuff, that's killing people.
That's where you.
That's what I was talking about.
That's fair, but they don't show any all the buildings that they get smashed into are empty. To Zack Snyder's credit, he does avoid that. The problem is he doesn't.
No, that's not properly. Well, I think that's what this Batman. This Batman vs. Superman intro is a commentary on the fight itself, I think, not the plan that Zod had. It's literally saying, look at how these two titans are fighting, and everyone's just kind of dying.
But not really, because all the damage being done to the buildings is by the Kryptonian ship. That's very explicitly
No,
shown.
it's not, because they're knocking into each other in the big fight. That's the whole point.
No, the fight only starts at the end of this scene.
No, yeah. So here's the point I'm trying to make about this, is that Doug is suggesting that the focus should be on the character we barely know, when not even the movie was doing that. The point was that
exactly.
The employee was more was mainly there to show that Bruce knows people in Metropolis. Bruce knew victims of this entire attack, and that theoretically, it doesn't really work in the movie, but theoretically, on paper, adds a personal stake to it. It adds a personal element. It adds a reason. It adds more. There's more. It adds.
Yeah, it puts a face. It puts a face to the destruction.
It's supposed to be 9/11. Like that's
right.
It's not subtle. Like
right.
that is what this is supposed to be.
Thank you, Uncle Iroll, for the 5 memberships. By the way, sorry, I just want to read a few super chats real quick.
Right. It's more just giving Bruce like a connection to Metropolis that shows why he's here and thus sees all this destruction, thus giving him a reason to hate Superman. It's a basic domino effect, essentially. So.
Yeah, because like, why would some dude from Gotham care about Metropolis and what goes on over there? Is essentially the connecting through line.
Right.
It's like, why does California care about New York? 9/11.
Right.
For everyone.
Like it's just a scene there to help move things along. Sometimes movies have scenes that are just there for that, and that's fine.
It's plot
and I do think it is also a little bit of a commentary on the fan backlash, saying that Superman killed a lot of people.
Definitely.
Like, well, we know. Look how mad Bruce is. We know we did that on purpose.
All right,
there's gonna have to be that gal real quick, but Cox gun, get back on point.
Right, I'm gonna read a few super chats real fast and we'll get started with this. Cardian Blue, BVS is oddly enough one of Doug's better clipless reviews, but it's still pretty rough to watch in hindsight. Unfortunately, you may be correct on that one, because The Wall is counted in that list of clipless reviews.
Yeah.
Because I'm bored, I do remember the hype behind Batman and Superman fighting this movie and people wanting to see who won. That's also true. Adrian Parchman, what up, Batman Superman World's Finest? Great comic. I hate to admit it, but I actually really like Man of Steel, though it's for similar reasons I don't like Batman v Superman very much. That's fair. W.C. Witt, Mark Waid has been writing for a very fun Batman Superman World's Finest team-up comic for a while. That's also very true. Venom Wi-Fi, your thoughts on YouTube channel CinemaSins? Terrible. Because I'm bored, why'd you say that name? We'll get to that. And Uncle Iroll, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. If you want to join our Discord afterwards, you can follow the link in the post after the video below. Let's get started. Oh, and Sai, Hocus Pocus Worst Clipless Review. The Wall may beat you there.
It's
up there,
Hocus Pocus is up there.
It is up there, though. We debated doing that one, too. Anyway, back to this.
Barely knows. As well as all the lives we're only now acknowledging might be Superman's fault!
Flash forward a year later as, thank God, Lois figures out Clark Kent is Superman, and they discuss their future together.
She figured it out in the She figured it out in the last movie.
Yeah, and after 5 minutes after meeting him, like she just used her intelligence. It was a. Also, why is she naked?
It wasn't 5. I think it was towards the ending of Man of Steel, wasn't it?
No, it was in the first half. Yeah, it was like in the second act, I think.
It wasn't the first half hour.
Okay. I haven't seen Man of Steel in a long time.
Yeah,
right. So
okay.
Yeah.
That entire film.
Anyway, people were shot to death in the desert.
Anyway, you're one like predominantly female cast member who makes her first appearance in this review, and she's naked. Okay.
Yeah, first shot that she's in. It's
okay.
Stay classy.
She's a kid.
Confusing this is too, because the clips are supposed to be the show or the movie, and they're also the parody skits of the movie at the same time. We've entered a rabbit hole of beautiful avant-garde that's fascinating to me.
Okay, if you say so.
Well,
I just did.
Superman shooting people to death.
Yeah, who do they think he is, Batman?
I don't think I should have to explain the obvious. Besides, this leads to a very deep conversation.
I just don't know if the world is ready to accept you, or if what you're doing
What's
is right.
What's that voice the Snyder actor's doing?
I guess he's trying to do a Zack Snyder impersonation because he has like a.
Zack Snyder just sounds like a guy.
He sounds like a guy.
I was gonna say he sounds less. It sounds less like a decent Zack Snyder impression and more of a halfway there Donald Trump impression.
Oh God, you're right.
And do you remember a while back where I mentioned that Just a Robot's voice sounded like a Temu version of Oni Plays Linkara impression?
Yes, I do recall you saying that.
This feels like an impression from Temu of someone trying to do a Zack Snyder impression.
That's valid. I can hear that.
I mean, the problem is Zack Snyder's like the most just like generic guy of all time. Like he's just a guy. That's why it's hard.
Like this actor probably could have done his normal voice and it would have been fine. Like
yeah, agreed. Anyway, back to this.
To make things worse. You're standing in the bathtub.
I'm standing in the bathtub.
I feel like we were discussing some very important issues here.
But I'm standing in the bathtub.
Good point.
But it looks like one of the people intimidated by Soups is Lex Luthor, played
I'll give
remarkably
him that.
without
That
an
was
apology
the
by
awkward
Jesse
moment.
Eisenberg.
That was very
Hey,
uncomfortable.
Mr. Standard Man, look what I got. A shiny green rock that can weaken Kryptonians. I'll let you have it if you give me access to Zod's ship.
You seem completely unbalanced. Why would I give you access to any of that?
Because I've got Jolly Ranchers.
Sold.
Okay, the actor playing Lex is having the time of his life, and I kind of adore
Oh,
him.
he's having
Okay.
fun, and I love
Okay,
it.
he's having a good
Yeah.
time. Okay, I'll give him that. That's okay. He's doing all right.
Like,
Although
so far,
this,
so far, he's my favorite part.
Yeah,
although
bizarrely,
it's giving
right?
more, it's giving more Jim Carrey as the Riddler in Batman Forever than it is Lex in Batman v Superman.
Chloe, I want you to take that thought, put a pin in it for right now. Hold on to that because
that's
you're
exciting.
going to come back to it later. If there's
And
one,
are you aware that foreshadowing is a narrative device?
foreshadowing is a narrative device, especially in in highlight streams, reaction streams.
Why do you think I bring it up?
Oh God, you've become self-aware. You've seen to the
Yes.
future. Okay, let's hold
Yes.
that thought. Chat, hold that thought as well. It'll come back, trust me. Okay, how is Lex Luthor though the best part of this review so far? But the worst part of the actual movie?
Because this actor is a blessing on our entire lives.
I agree.
You know, I
he's
didn't
saving
hate
us.
Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. I
Wait,
think
what?
he just
I'm sorry,
I
what?
think he was just given a terrible script. Like
sorry,
the
I'm sorry,
whole
I
movie
agree.
I'm
sucks.
sorry, what?
I mean, Jesse Eisenberg's a good actor. I think he was just given a shitty role, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, he's a good actor, but like it's the writing, the direction, the entire creative decision with the character. I don't know. I still think that Bryan Cranston would have been a decent Lex Luthor in this movie, but I'm not, that ship has already
he's
sailed.
way. I mean, that's the real problem. Like Jesse Eisenberg just feels way too young to play. So it's definitely a miscast in that sense. But like, yeah, should have been Bryan Cranston. Should have been somebody a little bit more seasoned. And
Also,
tough looking.
This is also something minor, but like the background is so sharp and he's so out of focus that it really throws me off.
That's how you hide the mistakes.
By
the
making
green
the
screen.
foreground out of focus.
Oh yeah.
Fair enough.
Anyway, shall we?
By the way, Wonder Woman's in this movie.
Hello.
Okay, it's kind of fun.
Okay, so what's the problem? Come on.
First, Jesse Eisenberg. Second, if Superman took down military satellites trying to track him, why the hell didn't he take Zod's ship, a weapon from Krypton, away from them?
Third, Jesse Eisenberg. Fourth, there's no reason for Luthor to hate Superman here. In the comics and movies, Superman foils his evil plans constantly, so it makes sense to try to kill him. But in this movie, if anything, Lex Luthor benefits from Superman as he said he has contracts to rebuild everything that was destroyed. His motivations are completely backward.
Okay, no.
That
No.
feels like a
Hang
thing.
on. I gotta cook with this one. No, he's wrong. So wrong.
He is wrong.
So wrong. Lex Luthor's motivation post-crisis and in this movie is the same. Lex Luthor sees himself as basically God's gift to man. He has to be important. And Superman makes him feel unimportant. He has a big inferiority complex. And
Right.
Lex Luthor sees Superman as a threat to his power. It's not that Superman tries to foils his plans. It's that Luthor sees the existence of Superman itself as a threat to his position of power. If he is, it's that simple.
Right. He's not fueled by logic. Yeah, he's fueled by envy.
Well, it's the
Like
idea
you
that
said.
an incredibly smart man is so emotionally driven. That's the element of his character.
Yeah.
Also, the way Angry Joe was like, oh, he hates him because he follows his evil plans, had the energy of a fucking toddler. Like, Jesus
Seriously.
Christ.
Also, let's be perfectly frank. His pre-crisis motivation is even goofier. It's because Superman one time blew off Lex Luthor's hair by sneezing on it, and that's why he hates Superman.
I would too, to
Because
be
he made him
fair.
bald.
In fairness, I
relate
get it.
to that, yeah.
I get it.
Ugh.
Anyway, shall we?
Is he a fucking anime character?
Yes. Yes, that's his motivation. And also, like, there's also the whole element of Lex Luthor's father as well, which is the whole thing too, the abuse element of it. But still. And Angry Joe's supposed to be a big Superman fan, so it's kind of stunning that that's like. Well, but then again, he didn't write the script. Doug
I was
Walker
gonna
did.
say if
Yeah.
Lindsay Ellis is to be believed, the co-reviewers on like Nostalgia Critic on crossovers with Nostalgia Critic rarely, if ever, got their words out. I was talking more the delivery on Joe's line.
Yeah, no, this is definitely Doug Walker's understanding of Lex Luthor.
Then again, I think in terms of review writing, they're both just as bad as each other, so it honestly fits Angry Joe.
Valid. Anyway,
shall we?
Well, like everyone else, he's afraid of Superman's massive power and ability to destroy.
Why is he's like doing a Tarantino impression?
It's you know what it is? It sounds like that, well, actually, if you don't understand.
No, God, you know what? I just figured it out. I know what he's imitating.
Who?
It's Ed Wood. It's Johnny Depp's Ed Wood performance.
That's why it's some mustache stuff. That makes sense.
Oh, God damn it.
Right?
That makes sense.
Now you hear it, right? I just realized that. He's doing
Johnny Depp's Ed Wood, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh my God. Just continue. I the less time I need to hear from this.
Yeah.
I don't like this performance at all.
It's really bad. Go back to Lex Luthor. I never thought I'd say that for a Batman v Superman.
Yeah, go back to Lex. That guy's having fun.
Who's that other thing?
Oh, yeah. Jesse Eisenberg!
Yeah, I thought he was
Whether you
okay.
want to call him Lex
I didn't
Luthor's
hate
Jr. or
Eisenberg.
whatever, this is a beyond awkward performance.
Even at his corniest, Lex is a powerful, charming, diabolical mastermind. He always had a cool attitude, a business-type mindset, and a suave, calculating demeanor.
This guy is more like Roger Rabbit if he was a supervillain.
But at least he introduces Clark Kent to Bruce Wayne. That'll really get them hating each other.
Yeah, but
also, I want to make a comment about the suave thing about like all of his performances. Tell that to the Smallville Lex.
Yeah, who was one of the best iterations of Lex Luthor on live action.
And he was an emotional mess, and he was so great. He was not as suave as any other Lex, but he was so good.
That was a really good Lex.
Yeah.
Also,
I feel like it's just the tone, like the tone that whatever they told Jesse Eisenberg and how to deliver his stuff.
Look,
it was like maybe a dude came from a different movie set and told him to do that. Like, oh, are you sure that Zach wants that? Oh yeah, he wants that. It's fine. And everybody else is just playing his super
that's the actual
straight.
problem. It doesn't matter what Lex Luthor is supposed to be. The problem with the performance is that it's like you said, it's a bad performance. It doesn't make any sense for the movie, but its quality isn't based around like what other Lex Luthors have done. The real problem with it is that the movie sucks and it's not doing anything with this character. It's making the character bad.
Exactly. The problem is the movie sucks. You know, that's what comes down to.
It really is. It's not like, oh, he's supposed to be tough. Like, no, like Lex Luthor can be whatever the movie or the media wants Lex Luthor to be. This is just a bad performance in a bad movie.
Also,
Pluto
don't forget,
Dragon
Lex
makes a
Luthor
really
did
good
one time
comment.
steal 40 cakes. That's 4 tens. And that's bad.
Yeah,
Pluto Dragon in the comments,
Lex
I want
Luthor
to make
can have
mention
fun.
of your
He can
comment.
steal cakes.
Oh, wait, say Chloe, yeah?
I want to make mention of Pluto Dragon's comment. He acts like a cool, calm, clever businessman, but is an unhinged feral loser. Yes, that is Lex to me.
And there are scenes in Batman v Superman where it feels like they're kind of touching on that kind of thing, but then they lose it completely.
I think the Harley Quinn depiction of Lex Luthor is perfect, especially in the last season just came out. Yeah, that's how I meant.
Yeah, and of course we can't not mention the best Lex Luthor, which is Clancy Brown.
Yeah,
undeniable. I think that so far it's the best one. Anyway, back to this.
We have a vague understanding of why Batman hates Superman, but there's really no reason Superman should hate Batman.
So nice to meet you, Bruce Wayne. The pleasure's all mine, Clark Kent. I hear Batman is trampling on civil liberties, making people live in fear, thinking he's above the law.
Okay, so
wait.
Let's read that real quick. Superman stats: trampled on civil liberties, 29,385. People living in fear of him, 3.5 billion. Times working with the law, 0.
That's actually that's cool. That's a point for Superman.
Times working with the law, 0. Based Superman, A cap.
Also, is it weird to me that Doug just said we have no reason why Superman hates Batman, and then you had Angry Joe as Superman list why he hates Batman?
Well, the thing is, and I'll give them this. All of the motivation that Clark has against Batman, it's shown in the extended cut. Like all the scenes that lay the groundwork, it's in the extended cut.
Yes,
all
that
got
is.
cut.
I hate
That is
that so
true.
much.
Yeah.
That I hate Snyder Cut shit so much. But anyway,
Yeah.
You
no,
should have
but
included it. You made a bad movie. You should have fixed that.
Yeah,
and it would have been interesting.
Should have been shorter, honestly.
And here's the thing. It would have been interesting for them to include that in this review, but oh wait, you did this while it was still in theaters because you wanted to chase a trend. Oopsie.
And as a result, they missed the chance to actually establish the full. Because if you're watching a Zack Snyder film, you know there's going to be director's cut. He can't help himself.
There always is.
He can't help himself.
At this point, I will say that was just kind of now it's assumed that there's going to be a Snyder cut. It wasn't as much when
fair.
Batman vs Superman came out. But again, the problem is if this is needed information, then you should have put it in the original cut. You screwed that up.
Totally.
You edited that incorrectly.
Oh, well, they kept in Wonder Woman all the Justice League teasing, but they didn't include the major motivation of the characters.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
a
they
massive
included
editing
That's
problem.
bad. Don't do that.
Yeah,
yeah, they included all the 3-minute the 3-minute scene of a bunch of teasers for other movies with one of the said teasers not even forming into a full movie with Cyborg. So
Exactly.
Never watch. I gotta say, I tried to watch, or I watched my roommates try to watch the Snyder cut of Rebel Moon. Unwatchable.
Wait,
unwatchable.
No. Why would you do that to yourself?
Do that.
I left after 30 minutes. I can't. I
Rebel
can't
Moon
do
was painful. I watched both of them.
So
I
bad.
didn't bother.
Bless you. I sure didn't.
My spouse and
the
I
point-
had a very fun time making fun of it, but then afterwards we're like, this is painful. This was agony.
boring.
But yeah, the point I'm trying to make with this though is that okay, so yes, it is true that in the theatrical version, which was the only version you could watch with this, because again, they did this while it was still in theaters because Doug likes chasing trends. But anyway, yes, it is true in the theatrical cut that they did not really do a good job at establishing what Superman's deal with Batman is. But it's weird that they have that complaint while simultaneously having a clip of their Superman guy saying his motivation. So
I think maybe he's trying to say that it's a forced forced conflict versus the natural conflict between them.
Which is a genuine complaint one can have with the movie, but
right.
Agreed.
It just doesn't come across here. It comes across as Doug saying one thing, and then your shitty green screen footage that you're using to replace actual movie footage saying another thing. So
all of which
I
is
think
out
this
of
is
focus.
also a problem with genre and franchise filming in general. Is that you can a lot of people kind of skip the emotional basis for something because they assume that we, the audience, already know what the conflicts are for the characters. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't think they should do this in superhero movies, but people are like, oh, Batman versus Superman. I assume they hate each other. It's the title of the movie. I don't need a lot to show that.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Unfortunate, but I don't like that, but that's probably what's happening here.
I don't know if I agree with that because one of the big compliments of Civil War, which came out the same year, was that they established, even within the context of the film, why Cap and Iron Man would fight. So that.
Well, that was also. That was done much better. That was a much better central conflict.
Substantially better.
Well, that was also the central conflict of Civil War was the Iron Man, Superman, Iron Man, Superman, Iron Man, Captain America fight. Batman versus Superman does not know what kind of movie it is. That's the biggest problem. It's three movies in one.
There's no genre.
Again, when I am talking about what the issue is with the review, I'm not talking necessarily in relation to what the movie actually does. I'm talking as a review. So what I'm saying is, you're saying that the movie does not establish that Superman has a motivation to fight Batman, but then in your shitty ass green screen footage, you have him say his motivation to fight Batman. That's a problem. I'm not saying that Batman v Superman did not have a problem with establishing Superman's motivation. It 100% did, especially in the theatrical cut. I'm saying that Doug is using this footage as a replacement for the movie footage doesn't work when it's contradicting everything he's saying.
It's a Doug tactic. He's already decided what he's going to say and what he thinks about the movie. So he's just putting in things to lead into that direction. All of this stuff was done before even thinking about it. That's why one of the stats is times working with the law. That's a stupid thing to write. It makes no sense. But when you are struggling to think of a third reason why your bad analysis works, you have to put in something like that. It's very typical. Well, we've already filmed this, so I got to put in something here.
Agreed.
Also, Doug Blue Lives Matter is very funny. I was gonna say that for the rest of my life.
Yeah, this is like the second time he's kind of made a joke about like that topic in 2016. That's
He's so bad. He doesn't even work with the police. It's so terrible.
I mean, okay, anyway,
like,
back to this.
because as we know, superheroes are well known for working with cops. Anyway, let's continue.
I was about to say, I'm about to pull out the gun on y'all again.
I hear Superman is powerfully dangerous, putting tons of people in harm's way, and there's even a 1% chance that he's unstable. He must be destroyed.
Okay. People harmed by him. God no. Okay. You know what?
I'll give him that.
I'll give him that.
That's,
that's funny.
My biggest issue with this movie is that Batman's a fucking psychotic who kills indiscriminately, so I'm not going to argue with any of this.
Yeah.
These are very correct. I think the stats are supposed to be funny, but they also seem to serve the purpose of stats on screen means a point is being made. And it's kind of doing both at the same time. It's doing stats on screen as a point to be made, and also these are funny joke stats. At the same time, it's a very strange have your cake and eat it too.
Also, people in the chat are pointing out a mistake I made. Yes, I'll admit, Batman does work with cops typically. He does work with cops. Thank you for.
I'm asking chat a question
That's why
too
Superman's
about this
better.
So, chat, what do you guys think? The survey says, yeah, this looks like they're about to kiss.
Give us Yowie. Give us the Trinity Yowie, goddammit.
All right, let's.
All right,
I'll say Doug Walker is not in my top 10 Bruce Waynes.
No,
not top 10.
By the way,
60 people said yes, so.
Right?
Oh, there you go.
Howdy, boys.
Oh, my favorite.
People together. This reminds me of the time that I ended up.
Who's a pipsqueak?
That's Lex Luthor.
No.
Afraid so.
Does he ever shut up?
I don't know. Let's ask him.
Huh.
Don't hurt my
Well, I
boy
guess
like
I had
that.
that coming. See you later, boys.
Smokin'!
They're already turning him into Jim Carrey.
Well, I hate everything about this.
Yeah, this is terrible, right?
Never mind.
A question: would you
Never
rather
mind,
watch
they
this
ruined
review?
him.
Now here's a question: would you
They
rather
ruined him.
watch this review or Batman v Superman?
This review is only 25 minutes.
That's true.
I was gonna say, Batman v Superman is 3
Yeah.
hours.
I want
That's
most people
true.
to look at me and say he was such a good Batman, he could do most of it in his sleep. So I do most of it in my sleep. In fact, this is a dream sequence right now.
No kidding. Yeah.
Future characters, things you don't understand yet, so it must
Oh,
be
he's making fun of the nightmare sequence.
Yeah,
but like
I
that's
will
not
say that is
psychedelic.
random as hell.
It is random.
That is a very goofy.
That was random as hell in the movie. I'm like, what in the like? I honestly believe like he just had like he storyboarded out this scene, and they were like, this doesn't fit anywhere. He's like, no, I can make this work. I can make this work. Like, and then he couldn't make it work.
No.
Like, he was just like, yeah, but he
And
just got to see.
And it culminated in the worst Batman Joker sequence in the Snyder cut of Justice League. Like just that.
Yeah.
It's such an uncomfortable, bizarre. Also, why Jared Leto might be worse at Joker than Lex Luthor.
Okay, we're getting way off. We're getting way off.
Really sidetracked.
I want to.
I can go off on that.
Yeah, I feel like Zack Snyder goes to a movie like with like 5 scripts or 5 movies.
Yeah.
That he wants to make, and they're like, "You can't make 5 movies. We asked you to make 1 movie," and he's like, "Oh, I'll fix it."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Anywho.
All right, back to this.
Hello.
Master Wayne, what is it?
I just don't know, Commissioner
The joke
Alfred.
is they're gay.
I just feel like the motivations of the next film are being figured out before the motivations of this film.
Well, that's still not going to get me grandchildren anytime soon.
Not this again.
Yes, this again.
They're gay and
It's
getting
even
inbred.
weirder when Batman is chasing down some guys
weird,
who
Joe,
have
you're right.
kryptonite, and Superman stops him right in his tracks for pretty much no reason.
Well, by only weakness
No, there's a
that
reason.
can kill you.
I hate.
But yeah, it's like, I mean, it's just he tells you why. He says, hey,
it's just a dumb reason. I assume. I haven't seen the movie before.
It is a dumb reason, but there is a reason. He's telling Batman to stop. Like,
you know what though,
to
Jazzy
stop
though, I
doing
will
his
say
thing.
this: that reason's more clear in the director's cut.
It is
In the theatrical, it's very
again.
unclear.
Again, maybe if you waited for the film to release on home media and you had footage to work with, you could watch back the footage and make sure everything you're saying matches up with the movie you're reviewing.
We wouldn't do that anyway at this time because he's afraid of
That's crazy.
copyright.
All right, let me read a few
Right,
super
and-
chats real quick while we have this pause, just because they've been piling up.
Right, I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick while
Go
you
for
do
it.
that.
Go for it. All right, we got a bunch of
Go get
super.
Phil.
Oh, we got a bunch of super chats actually. Well, let me go back a little bit. Oh, wow, we got a lot of them. Okay, so size was Hocus Pocus, the last one we did. I'm a brawler. Thank you for super chat. For me, the Pixels clip list was the tipping point. Yeah, the worst clip list, the first clip list that maybe they told me they were bad was the Jurassic World one. That was the first one I saw of them, I think. Crimson Vision.
I forgot Pixels exist.
Pixels was a weird one. That's one I'm kind of bizarrely curious to revisit because it feels like a fever dream to me. Crimson Vision. Could you maybe review his Megan? Could you maybe his Megan review? Maybe. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'm a little scared to see what he says about Megan. True Hope Love. He sounds like a combination of Buscemi and SpongeBob. Yeah, that's true. I can see that. Millennium Storyteller. The point of the first few minutes is to establish the theme and Batman's character arc. Remember his narration. Batman has fallen and his arc is to rise. That is the last Batman movie that happened. I don't know if he rises so much in this one. But that's a fair point though. I will say that. Oh no, he does say that. That's right. Yeah, I guess it's the theme, but it's very obviously done, I feel like.
He's already risen, but
Yeah.
it's like he's rising more, I guess.
Yeah, true. Truth, Hope, Love. Doug seems to care more about jokes than plot. Yeah, that's true. He does.
Wow, damn. Yeah, no, that is exactly what Nostalgia Critic. It's all these channels are. They care more about punchlines than what they're actually saying, which
I would disagree with you in that one.
It's
I think
okay to prioritize
shit on
humor,
it.
but if the humor doesn't make any sense and it's not funny,
I would disagree.
like,
I would disagree with
that's
that.
the problem.
I will say this: Linkara, for any faults he may have, was most interested in continuity. He was very, very interested in continuity, and consistency.
Yep.
Yeah. So Linkara already gets a point above Doug Walker by default.
He was one of the other ones that I watched when I was zooming through that guy with the glasses the first time, and
you gotta
you
gotta get a good
Linkara
sense
seems
of.
like a nice guy. I don't want to say anything about his media that I didn't like.
You gotta get a better sense of Doug
yeah.
history to get a sense of what the other reviewers and channel
Yeah.
also were like. So many of them were
Right,
very nice
absolutely.
people. I've talked to them a few times.
Mhm.
Neon, thank you for super chat. Didn't Eisenberg base his Lex on Mark Zuckerberg? Yeah, he
Yes,
also
he
based
did.
most of his career on Mark Zuckerberg after being in the social network.
That's true.
For Omega, thank you for super chat. The clipless reviews were what made me drop Nostalgia Critic at the time. I actually didn't mind the skits in his reviews, but reenacting the movies just made it hard to follow the videos. Agreed. Because because Doug Walker can't tell a story.
It is kind of the perfect medium though for Doug Walker because like in Dan Olson's review of The Wall, like Doug Walker kind of just creates his own narratives for the movies he's reviewing. So having full control of the clips and everything being said is kind of exactly what he wants to do because he just wants to pretend that his belief and what he thinks happened just happened. And what better way to do that than just to remake the movie?
Also, his green screen, his camera is so out of focus. Great bar, thank you for super chat. Also, don't forget that Lex Luthor is being messed with as he has been controlled by Steppenwolf in the film. But also, if he destroyed the city, Lex would be a little concerned by him. Steppenwolf
Just
does
a
have
little
some
bit.
influence later on. That is true. That's a fair point.
Like I forgot about Steppenwolf.
I forgot about I try to forget about Steppenwolf whenever possible.
Everyone forgets
Me
about Steppenwolf.
too.
Seriously. Sam Harden, rewatching these Nostalgia Critic sketches feels like watching bad porn parodies. Yeah, that's accurate.
I mean, you're not wrong, but
They
also
do.
at the
No,
same
no, no,
time,
that's
at least porn
inaccurate.
has like an entertainment value to it.
That's also inaccurate because very famously when the CW Wonder Woman show was being pilot filmed, they filmed a pilot for it with Pedro Pascal in it, oddly enough. The costume in that show was criticized because the porn parody of Wonder Woman had a better costume than the show. In terms of
Don't knock
better
porn.
material,
Don't knock
better
porn. They know
way
what
on
they're
camera.
doing.
Yeah, like it looked better on camera, and the materials of a higher quality, and it didn't look fake in the lighting because they knew how to light up. Anyway, that's a whole discussion there. Adrian Parchman, by the by, Nostalgia Critic has 1 million, while Saber Spark has 2 million. Yeah, that's true. And I have worked, and my guest on Friday has more than that.
We're gonna fix that number.
Oh yeah, right. Yogg-Sothoth, thank you for coming down from Deep Relay with Cthulhu Sleeps. What's wrong with Jesse Eisenberg? A Real Pain was great. Oh, okay. I'm a little biased here because I'm Polish, and that movie was filmed in Poland, but still great. No, Jesse Eisenberg could be a great actor when he needs to be. I just think he was playing the same character a lot. Joe Gira.
I mean, I don't think there was anything he could have done with this role.
No,
I mean,
nothing. You can't do
I don't think it would be
Also,
better if
Cranston-
Bryan Cranston was saying these cringe lines. Like, it would
Yeah, I
still
was gonna
suck. It would
say-
just be a different kind of thing.
bad, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say most of the problems with Luther come down to writing and direction. Like I don't really fault Eisenberg for the performance. It's just it's what he was. There was a clear direction for the character. It was a bad one, but he followed it perfectly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Joe
Also,
Gira. Sorry. I'm just going to get through some
I was
checks
also
real
going to
quick.
say, the super chats keep on dropping, so unless you want to be stuck on this for a while, you may want to speed run these.
Yeah, agreed. Joe Gira, thank you for Super Chat. I've heard that Snyder's direction for Eisenberg's Luther was act like Max Landis. Don't know if that's true, but it makes so much sense. That is actually terrible. It makes a lot of sense.
Parts of the chat.
Yeah. Sai, thank you for Super Chat. I appreciate the 40 Cakes meme. Agreed. Crispy Draws. Remember when Lex gave himself space cancer and blamed Superman? Yes, I do, unfortunately.
Yes.
By Chiappiodera, Lex was also made a POC before it was cool, and that was the best Lex Luthor. And I will die on this hill. With me, Sororitas Army. Oh yeah, I agree with you there. Okay, where we go right here. Cardin Joker. Oh, by the way, I want to compliment Doug Walker on his diverse casting for Superman in this parody sketch, but I digress. Quick sudden thought, give Doug's love of bad sketches. It's very amazing that he had enough restraint to not do any of the potential other Justice League members do their own skits in the review. That's fair. That's a fair point. Crispy Draws. That reminds me, does anyone else remember when Jeremy of CinemaSins thought BVS would outperform Civil War? Yes, I do remember. It's one of the many reasons why I don't take Jeremy seriously anymore.
Also, the things he says.
That's also true. Some kid named Charlie, Channel Awesome Meowie, this video apparently. Gavin Carruth, Superman 2025 looks weird. I disagree. Eric M. Weingart, make more sense than the Snyder Cut entire movie. Yeah, it's true. Angels Art and Gaming, Pixels mention. It's one of those movies that I remember liking, but I don't remember anything about it. I do remember that Kubert and a guy having kids. Yeah, that was weird. That was a weird movie. Rachel Bernadowitz, say what you will about Gal Gadot, but the Wonder Woman theme still goes hard, and it's the best part of the movie. Agreed. Arthur Clybourne writes, if Linkara has nothing else going for him, he'll always have his glorious takedown of Holy Terror. Agreed. That's a great review. Yep. Happy, shut the F up. I would like to see Harley Quinn team up with the Amazon Quartet. Image that crazy shit there from Sailor Moon. That would be amazing. Not gonna lie. Yeah. By Chiappiodera, Ant, your guest on Friday is an ace god of lore. That is also very true. We'll get to my guest on Friday towards the end of the review. And Truth, Hope, Love. Doesn't Saberspark like Nostalgia Critic? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you what Saberspark likes.
All right.
Back to the video.
All right, let's get going.
Why?
Because you're a vigilante.
You're a vigilante. I hate you because you're responsible for a ton of deaths.
You're responsible for a ton of death.
That's ridiculous. I value human life much more than you ever will.
Okay, it's kind of
Just stop hypocriting where I'm hypocriting. Go back to Gotham. It's literally across the street.
Doug, straighten out your cowl.
Seriously.
Do you bleed? Whoa. We're cool.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Listen, detective, if I'm so bloodthirsty as you say I am, why haven't I killed you already?
Because I intimidate you? Boo. You never answered me. Do you bleed?
Wow, the cowl's coming off of his shoulders.
You will.
It's actually really embarrassing. Actually.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Doug can't dress himself. Oh no.
He didn't want to get that Michael.
Yeah, right.
He didn't want to get that Michael Keaton. Got to move the whole upper body.
Yeah, it's with his neck. That's a fair
We
point.
got to the credit scene. We got to the opening title of the review.
Oh, this is the halfway point.
No, it's an intertitle. It's for
it's an ad.
commercial
Okay.
break.
Yeah.
Black screen now. There we go.
Now returning to Nostalgia Critic, already in pocket. Okay, so you guys don't think Batman and Superman have enough reasons to hate each other. But hey, you gotta give me credit. Lex Luthor, his plan's pretty amazing.
How?
By inviting Superman to the Capitol building and then blowing it up, causing people to hate him more.
But even in the movie, they know he didn't do it.
And why would Superman use a bomb?
He doesn't need one.
But it's
That's not what happens, though.
Not the point.
That's not the point. It's to make him feel guilty. No one blames.
No. Here's the thing. No one in the movie actually knows Lex is behind all of this until near the end. Now, yes, is it dumb that they don't know this? Absolutely. But the point is they establish that they don't know he's the one setting the bomb to blame Superman.
He doesn't even blame. They don't even really blame Superman. He kind of feels guilty for not being able to stop it. Like he doesn't see the bomb pits lined with lead around the in the wheelchair.
Right, I think that's the conflict, right? That like he should be able to stop those things, but he doesn't.
Right. So like the reason why they're mad at Superman is that he wasn't able to save them. Like they find out pretty quickly that the bomb. Well, at first they blame the guy in the wheelchair because the bomb was in his wheelchair, but then it's slowly discovered that Lex was the one who put it in and armed it and everything. So the point is, nowhere during the movie does anyone think Superman's responsible for the Capitol bombing. So
yeah, and even in the extended cut, they show Superman trying to actually save people from the wreckage, and it's the idea that everyone's kind of uncomfortable around him that makes him feel uncomfortable. Like it's weird, but like at no point is Superman held accountable for the bomb by anyone's standards. It's more like he has all this power and he can't do something. It's meant to wound his pride more than anything else.
I gotta say, the shot of him like just standing there after the bomb explodes is very funny to me.
It is.
It's so bad.
The movie is told terribly.
Another day at work, I guess.
I think BVS is that a lot of his ideas on paper are really clever. The problem is how they're executed.
I don't know about that.
Well, I think there's ideas that make a lot of sense, but the problem is they're executed in the stupidest way possible.
His ideas, he's just deciding, let me take a cool thing and put it in a film. Yeah, that's a good idea, but he just doesn't do it very well.
It's horrible. The movie's terrible.
It's not a smart idea. It's just...
No, but it's like conceptually, it's an interesting concept. It's told the worst possible way. Like every decision.
Well, I mean, Zack Snyder's a conceptualist. Visually, he can be very good. He's just really, really bad at like tone and structure and pacing and all those things. But he can make a good painting. Absolutely.
Exactly.
Anywho,
It's okay because he scares Superman into exile.
What was that Lex's plan?
I don't know. I mean, yes, that's exactly what he wanted.
Why does he make another Kryptonian then? He tricks the incredibly advanced Kryptonian technology using fake.
I don't like the movie, and I know this. He makes another Kryptonian in case the plan goes awry, which it does.
Yeah, and again, it's also an element of arrogance too, where it's like I've made it from my own blood. It's basically me, and I can control it essentially. When really he has no idea what the fuck he's doing.
Again, the movie's not even good, and I'm finding problems with the critique.
Yeah, like this isn't.
I really hate this. Yeah, I really hate this style of. Yeah, I hate this reviewing style where it's like, oh, I wouldn't have done that. Like, no shit.
Yeah,
also, Sherlock, like we're not in a movie. Like, what do you fucking want from?
Yeah.
Also, Superman going into self-exile was not an aspect to Luthor's plan, which is why Luthor had his men kidnap Lois and push her off a building so that he could get Superman there, because what better way to get Superman to know your location than by pushing Lois Lane off a building?
They literally do it in Harley Quinn as a joke, which is very funny.
And he controls he controls he has Martha imprisoned too.
Yeah,
which is a major plot point.
So no, there was never the self-exile thing. It's a pointless scene in the movie that I wasn't really big on. But it was never, the point is, it was never part of Lex's plan. Like, that wasn't the thing he wanted to happen. In fact, if Superman stayed in exile and never came back, that would have been a detriment to his plan. So
exactly.
But anyway, let's keep going.
And also, one of the side thing that Doug's completely cut out of this. There's people that were investigating Lex Luthor that he just kills in that scene. So he gets rid of a lot of personal enemies too, outside of the Batman.
Because he has my favorite bizarre scene of like the peach piss tea, which is
a real
so
power
weird.
Move there.
So funny. It's so goofy and
so
funny.
Bizarre. I love it, but I also am like, why Why did you think of this idea, Zach?
What is happening?
Anyway, shall we?
Yeah.
Genetically combine his DNA with that of Zod.
You know, genetic mutation
I hate
is
this so
forbidden
much.
by
Yeah, it's so bad.
Kryptonians.
But they're all dead, so it really doesn't matter.
Even though your fingerprints convince me otherwise, I'll roll with it.
Boy, don't you
So
wish this is how all
off.
advanced
Who cares?
technology
So
worked?
terrible.
This phone is password protected.
Yeah, but the guy who owned it died.
Oh, okay. Here's all his info.
Well, oh my god.
Oh,
Who
hey, whose
cares?
phone is that?
So
Ah,
stupid.
it's
Who
yours.
cares?
What? Hey, give me that.
Ooh, look at all the Spartan porn.
I don't need this. I'm friends with
Get
Christopher
it?
Nolan.
You thought 300 was
So while Exile comes
homoerotic.
So
across as
gay.
He
good possibility-
masturbated while making
This
300.
is either because A, he's a ghost, B, Clark's hallucinating, C, more inconsistent Kryptonian technology, or D, if this is really your biggest question through all of this, you're on Quaaludes. Not up.
Yeah, why are you even fucking
Meanwhile,
bringing
Luther's
this
men
up
sneak
then?
up-
Like, who cares?
It's such a
It's
weird
just
little
Such
scene.
a strange problem with the move. Like, who cares?
It's just to make a silly. Oh, if you were questioning the stuff, you must be on drugs.
It's fucking cinema sins shit. I hate this style of talking about movies. Like,
so
it's
annoying.
not.
It's
You're
so
not
annoying.
smart for
Word.
noticing that a movie is not real. Like, I'm so happy for you.
Mm-hmm. Also,
The
like,
vision.
I'm still hung up on the whole like the whole thing with Zack Snyder and the Spartans. It's like, okay, I guess the joke there is to make them sound like demasculated. I guess I don't know.
Because if you're gay, you're not a man.
There we go. Exactly.
Yeah, trying to emasculate
Oh,
him
jeez.
more.
Yeah. Anyway, back. Yeah. Anyway, more tasteless
From
jokes.
Lois and Kidnapper.
Oh, don't worry. This happens all the time.
Oh, yeah,
I
it's
got my
kinda
own
funny.
cooler form.
No, it's not.
That's kind of funny. Kind of funny.
And she wakes up on top of Lex's
Really is.
building.
It's really stupid.
It is.
Stupid.
I knew it! Through my journalistic skills, I figured out it was you, thus completing my incredibly essential role to this film.
Oh, you figured out that Lex Luthor was the bad guy, huh? Real brain scratcher there. Nobody else would have figured that one out. You really solidified yourself as a necessity there. You know what I was doing while you were figuring out that incredible info? I figured out who Superman was, figured out who Batman was, and I planned 2 kidnappings to take place on the night that he was planning to finish him off. See, there you go. And you know what the best part is? I did all of that off screen, so even I don't know how I did all this impossible shit. Phew, is it chilly up here? Or is that just the cold uselessness of your character?
Hey! I'm really important!
Oh yeah, sure. Let's get to the one thing that we know you're good at.
You can pause here for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, here's what's really interesting is that is like a real point. Like basically all Zack Snyder films, women have nothing to do and have no agency.
Yeah.
This is just a very strange way of bringing up that point. Much like all Doug Walker arguments, this is probably the worst way to show what I think you're trying to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah.
also, like, ignoring how the movie utilizes Lois for a second, like, I'm talking mainly in the context of the review. The point you're trying to make is that Lois's only contribution is finding out Lex Luthor is the bad guy. But in the context of a film where people don't know Lex Luthor is the bad guy, isn't that still an important role, technically?
Yeah.
Because
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Like, he's gonna be the one to like blow the whistle to everybody else. Like, he's actually the one responsible for this. Like, that was
Right.
like to the general public.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
I don't understand what the movie's about anymore after this part of the review. I'm just kind of confused.
Well, there is no
Like,
plot.
I
There's
thought-
just fight scenes
But
after
also-
this.
But also, it's kind of rich to accuse a movie of not having your predominantly female lead, like your one predominant, your one female lead, like not doing anything when really all you've had Tamara do in this fucking review is be naked in a tub and then not exist for the entire thing.
Wow,
until-
you know, I agree.
It's very
He's been
bizarre.
walking back behind certain scenes as Wonder Woman going, "Sup."
Yeah, like basically she's
That's-
invisible or being yelled at or being naked.
Well, it's akin to the kind of criticism of saying, oh, you know, I hate Skylar White and fucking Breaking Bad because she does blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, the reason these characters are bad is because they're sexist stereotypes. You're just like, I hate Lois Lane because she doesn't do anything. It's like, yeah, the reason she doesn't do anything is because Zack Snyder misogynist and doesn't give a shit about women in his movies.
I feel like
the criticisms or it's the actual writing itself, it all comes down to one thing: misogyny, baby.
That's right.
The other problem too is that you can address that in the review very intelligently. A lot of people have. The problem is to do it, they employ the same techniques that they're criticizing Snyder for doing. You know,
Well,
they
and
basically
here's
talk
what's-
down to a
yeah.
woman the whole time. That's the whole.
Here's what's really insidious about what you just said,
Mm-hmm.
Ant, because this whole time they've been talking about how Lex Luthor is the worst character in the film, but in this scene they're like, oh, you know who's even worse than Lex Luthor? Who our Lex Luthor is gonna give a fucking, like, B rating to? Lois Lane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so even within, like, the logic of what's happening here, it's like, you thought this character was bad, here's a woman who does nothing. That's even worse than
And-
what we already thought of the worst character in the movie.
And don't forget the most important thing. All of Lois Lane's plot was cut from the theatrical version and in the director's cut. So they're making fun of a version of the film that cut all of her scenes, and you see the full extent of what they filmed and wrote originally in the director's cut. Is it dumb there? Yes. But, like, at least it's a complete arc. Here it's like
I
a
feel like
truncated
directors. I feel like directors' cuts, at least as Zack Snyder's director's cuts, kind of exist to like own people who haven't seen them.
Yeah, basically.
Specifically, like I feel like they only exist. Oh well, did you know that in the director's cut it's like I don't fucking care what the director's cut says. Like it sucks in this movie.
Exactly.
Like I said, the problem is the problem isn't necessarily that, like, with the review at this point, is that it's essentially saying, oh, Lois's character was worthless because she figured out who was doing the bad thing, and she's worthless because we the audience already know because it's Lex Luthor, not acknowledging the fact that the characters don't know. Like,
exactly, that's
like,
the problem.
It's so weird.
How dare the characters not be us in the audience watching the movie?
And they spent an uncomfortably long time berating, like, the female lead of this movie, who's essentially the female lead of this movie. So
with mention the worst character to them. To them, that is the worst character in the movie.
That was deeply, like, weird, right? Okay, so I'm
It
not
was
the one who
very
thinks
strange.
that. It was very strange how long that went on without without her making a single joke back. Like all the back and forth, they have the characters talk back to each other. This is like lecturing her about how useless she is, and it's like, okay, that's weird.
Jesus Christ, let's continue.
Yeah.
I really am important!
Fuck off.
It's over, Luthor. Your mama says blah. Says blah? No, but she will when I slit her throat. Now go kill Batman because I think it'd be cool. Okay.
This is it. We barely have a reason to hate each other except we hate the fact that the other one kills. I'll kill you for that.
Speedline.
No,
pretty high drama.
There's one thing that I find
Or
very
is it-
interesting that they don't bring up, which was a big criticism from other reviews I heard, was that Batman tries to psych himself that he doesn't kill in the movie when he obviously does. That was one big criticism of people going like, you're saying that Batman kept saying like, oh, well, I don't kill. But it's like, no, brother, you kill. Like, you broke that man's back when you threw him out the window, and you're branding people so they know to get him in jail. Like, you're killing people.
Yeah, they didn't mention this thing about the brands in this whole review, did they? That's a big deal.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that is a genuine point that has been made in other legit reviews from people about how, they're trying to show like Batman cares about life and how Superman took all these lives and stuff. But here you are doing that same thing, but they have incorporated it into the review as if it's a nothing. And I'm like, but that's like the biggest thing people had a problem with. Like,
right, because it's not just Batman doesn't just kill people in this movie. He outright tortures like a few of them.
Right.
Yeah, he marks them for death, essentially. He plays and the thing I find really disturbing is the review is focused entirely on what the characters sometimes do in the function of the narrative. They do this, they do that, but they don't care about motivation. They don't care about the elements of what they do. They don't care about the arcs they go under. It's just like, oh, character A performs B function. Character C performs D function. And it's like, the functions of the characters in terms of the very it doesn't really focus on the specifics, doesn't focus on the arcs they go under, the problems with the characters, how they represent the characters from the comics, except for Lex Luthor, and they screw up how Lex Luthor is in the comics and his motivation from the comics.
Yeah, this is internet review 101. Like, I feel like so many internet reviews are just this. They're looking at, hey, look at this plot thing and that plot thing. Isn't that weird? It's like no one else talks about movies like this. It's really just these internet guys, you and your friends having a beer, maybe joking about something, but like no one else like does this when talking about a movie. Like, this is insane to me.
And if you compare this to Linkara's reviews, again, I'm going to compliment Linkara again because he's a better reviewer at superhero media. Like, he actually cares about the characters. He cares about how the characters act and behave. If a character acts in a way that's out of character, he goes on a tangent about how that character's out of character. It's very ridiculous how...
Well...
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Oh, sorry. Just you mentioned it because I just looked down and saw like a comment, and that fits perfectly with Linkara. Like Eric M. Weingart said that this Batman is just one kidnapped Dick Grayson, age 12, away from Asbar.
Yeah,
like
he is.
Yeah.
That would have been
All-Star Batman.
like,
terrible.
like that's it.
But yeah, like I said, the point is, the biggest problem with these clip list reviews is that you can't go back to watch the movie to kind of see what the deal is, and you kind of just, if you haven't seen the movie and are watching this, you kind of got to take their word for it that this is how it goes, I guess. Like,
right, but also what they're saying makes like no sense. And it's also just like not very interesting. Like, for me, it doesn't matter how many plot holes you point out. Not that plot holes aren't important.
Yeah.
But what's interesting to me would be like, what do all of these choices mean? Like, as bad as this film is, like, we all know it's bad. Like, you don't have to prove to us, Nostalgia Critic, that this is not a good movie. I believe you. It's just more like, well, then what's like the point? Like, what are you trying to say beyond that? Which is, none of these reviews or the Nostalgia Critic, the people after him are interested in that. They're just like, oh, I've discovered a bad movie is bad. I'm like, wow, here's a medal, bro. I don't know. You fucking like, it's just not that interesting.
There's a reason this screamy, angry reviewer character type has kind of gone out of style in the last few years in favor of more
yelling.
In favor of like quirky, positive personalities, like, say, just off the top of my head, Scott the Wazir Like,
yeah, seriously.
Which I guess would be like the modern equivalent of like a Nostalgia Critic. Again, like, I was more into the video essays, when those started to come out around the same time, because I felt like they were actually trying to say something interesting with this content. But like, what Nostalgia Critic is doing and why he was so popular was that he's just buttering up the egos of the people watching his videos. It's like, you are so great and cool for having a very baseline opinion about something, and you should be celebrated. It's white male mediocrity made manifest.
Well, it's more frustrating is that this became the default arguments against everything whenever you talk about the movies. People still cite the Bat credit card scene from Batman and Robin as a core criticism of the film. Like,
I think that's what's even the most insidious, is that this is not just a joke show. It's not just a joke video, which is what a lot of people would argue. Oh, they're just being funny, they're just being whatever. It's actually influencing how people view art, and that's so crazy to me. That's so insane, and we have to stop that. Back credit card is good. You know what? I'm pro back credit card. I'll get a back credit card.
Linkara had a good defense of it. Linkara had a very good defense of it in one of the Doug Walker reviews, actually. Anyway, back to this nonsense before we get too sidetracked. Because I'm with Chloe in this one. We gotta snap ourselves into shape here. We gotta focus on.
I was gonna say we're at nearly 2 hours at this point.
Seriously, it's only 12 minutes.
Like, isn't this it?
And like,
isn't this what you always wanted to see?
Yeah, it's what we've always wanted to see,
but not why we wanted to see it.
We want to see Batman and Superman fight because they have different ideologies that we enjoy. One is dark and aggressive, the other is kind and hopeful. Seeing 2 points of view that are different but we identify with go head and head is deep and conflicting drama.
But Superman is fighting to save his mom, and Batman is fighting because he pretty much does what he does. It's not an epic fight if the motivations are weak. It is the literal definition of forced.
Yeah, but
I
isn't
have
it
a
so
comment
cool the way
to
Batman
make on this.
Yeah, I
the
do
hell
too.
of a
I
time
do too.
to
Same.
lock
I've seen
in because me too.
Okay. You know what? You know what?
So-
Let's do it organized. Everyone, say your thoughts on this, and then we'll go one by one.
Oh my god. I'll just say. So the reason, again, I can't believe you're having me defend this fucking movie, but
You get it, Jazz. This is your favorite piece of media of all time.
Yeah, you've watched it so many
Jazzy,
times.
Bring it down to like
we
one.
know
bring
you
it down
love
to like
this
one
movie.
sentence.
Yeah.
So-
Boil it down quick.
okay. Superman tries to stop the fight early on. He tries to prevent the fight. He wants to save his moms, and he tries to get Bruce to be quiet and stop fighting. But Bruce is not having it because he thinks Superman is evil. That's why a fight is happening. One tries to stop it, others like, fuck that. So there you go.
All right. Chloe?
Oh, I guess I'll.
Kyla. Sorry, Kyla, you go next. Sorry. Kyla, you go next, and Chloe.
This has to do with the character of Batman and Superman. It's not that Batman is more nihilistic. It's just he's more practical in his views of people and how the system and crime and everything like that works. And Superman has a bit more faith in the milk of human kindness. But that does not mean that Batman is just the shun of, humanity and everything else. Like that ain't it, brother.
Doug has completely misunderstood the entire points and the conflict between Batman and Superman, and it is so wrong that it is making me cringe.
All right. Madeline?
Batman and Superman punching each other is the least interesting thing you could possibly do. What is actually interesting is the reasons why they are punching each other. A very short scene needs to be a climax or a beginning of a much more interesting argument, and I'll very quickly end with this. A friend of mine once said the best Superman stories are not about Superman beating up powerful people, it's about Superman having the power to save the world but can't, for some reason. The conflict of him being able to do what he can do to save, but is unable to because of the conflict of what's happening. And I think that is what makes these stories interesting, not them punching each other. I don't give a shit about them punching each other.
Okay, here's my big criticism. The best fights with Batman and Superman in the comics have even less going for them. You look at The Dark Knight Returns. The reason they're fighting is not because of Batman or Superman, because of the fascist systems of power versus Batman's ideologies of resisting those systems. Superman is a pawn of those systems, not the executor of it. In Hush, Superman's under mind control by Poison Ivy. He has no motivation for fighting. It's just Batman trying to save Superman from control. The ideologies aren't really that important with the individual characters. It's more the forces around them that drive them to fight, because they're friends. At the core of every Batman and Superman story, it's their friendship, despite their differences, that makes it compelling. Making them just enemies is boring, because they're not just simple ideological differences. They're people who are conflicted and different who still come together for common causes, because at the core of their characters, they're more alike than they are different.
So this goes back to a problem I keep noticing with this review in particular, actually. I just realized. They keep saying the biggest thing they keep repeating as criticism for this movie is Batman and Superman have no reason to fight each other. But there are times in this review where their shitty footage has Batman and Superman. And keep in mind, I'm ignoring the movie because you're not using movie footage, so I'm judging what you're saying based on how you're presenting it. There are times in this review where they have the characters say what their motivations are for fighting each other.
Exactly.
It's like, oh, they have no reason to fight. You just had them say their reasons to fight. What are you doing?
The problem is that the problem is that Doug Walker confuses weak reasons to fight for no reasons to fight. Like, yeah, the reasons aren't good, but they're still reasons.
Which in itself would be an interesting conversation about, like, the weak reasoning. But that's not as exciting to say as a definitive statement, like, there's no reason to fight, which is all that all these internet reviews are based on. They're based on extreme, definite binary statements.
Exactly. And all the good reasoning why they fight was in the director's cut, which he never saw. That's what's so frustrating about Batman v Superman. All the details you criticize, it's in the version they cut out of the movie. Like, They cut it out.
We all
so.
get it. You saw the best movie ever, Ants. We're jealous.
No,
that
it's
you
still
did.
bad. It's still a terrible movie. It's still garbage, but like it's better than this version. Anyway, back to this.
And swings him around like a yo-yo.
Yeah.
And isn't it cool the way Superman punches him across the building?
Yeah.
And wasn't it cool when Batman sprayed him with kryptonite gas, or just minutes later he could stab him with a kryptonite spear?
Wait a minute. Why didn't he just stab him with the spear first?
Huh?
Yeah, if this is a battle of brains as well as brawn, why didn't Batman just stab him as his first move?
Because he needed to weaken him.
Yeah, because he'd be slowed down. That's why.
Like,
it's
Yeah, I don't
obvious.
think you give your best weapon first, right? That seems kind of weird.
Well, not just that, but like he wouldn't be able to hit him because he's fast.
He's fast.
He
He's
can react.
Superman, yeah.
Like that's why. It's not even a complicated answer, Doug. Come on.
Like it's
Batman
not that-
versus Sonic next.
Yeah, Batman versus
Also-
Sonic. Yeah, no
also,
kryptonite weakness.
look. Even if you're, why didn't he open? Why didn't the fight end short? Gee, wouldn't it be lame if the thing the movie was named after lasted a minute? Like
The thing you want to happen, what if it didn't happen? We would like it more, I guess. It's very...
like,
You know,
like,
there's one
I don't
movie,
even-
There's one movie where a character gets speared really fast by an attack, and then the rest of it's just torture for that one character after being speared by a long lance. There's a movie that does that. It's called End of Evangelion. Okay, I'm gonna stop right there. I'm so sorry.
I thought you were going to say the story of Jesus Christ. But you
No,
should've said
that's
that.
the end of the crucifixion.
That's
not
the end
start
of
it.
that's the end of the story.
The movie.
Yeah.
Hello.
Answer the question.
Okay, we did it so people could see more of them fighting. I'm cool.
And there's your problem. They see them fighting, but they don't.
it's weird that they're trying to
experience them
portray
fighting.
Zack Snyder as an egotistical asshole who wants people to think he's cool. When literally, say what you will about the man's films, every interview I've seen with him, he seems kind of chill. So
every single
Yeah, he seems like an
actor
accidental fascist to me. Like he doesn't realize he's making fascist propaganda. It just kind of happens, which is very funny to me.
I don't think he understands the ideas of works like that. I think he's more interested in how on the personal journey of the characters. He's just not good at telling that personal journey.
I just love he just keeps creating libertarian nonsense over and over again. I just think that's very cute. It's very cute of him.
They asked him about like the Fountainhead at one point because he really wanted to do a Fountainhead movie, and like
oh god,
everything he said, it's like every single answer he gave, it seemed like he didn't really understand like why people didn't like Fountainhead and Ayn Rand, but just thought it was a cool story about building a building and like just kind of doing what you want despite adversity. Like he has a very specific view of seeing things, which I can respect, but like he's just drawn to
kind of why. This is kind of why I like Snyder's dumber, simpler movies. When he's not trying to overcomplicate shit, he kind of makes fun stuff. So
yeah, I mean, Snyder's not bad. I just think he's bad at making movies. But he seems like a really good guy.
Fair. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird that you're trying to portray him as this asshole in this review, and honestly, every interview I've ever seen with him, he seems like a chill dude, and I don't really have many issues with him. And he seems.
I feel like his Batman versus Superman conflict. I feel like Zack Snyder's just like, why don't they kill people? Killing people is cool. They should kill people because that's rad. You know, I feel like that's his whole reason.
Actually, he's kind of said that in interviews about the movie.
Exactly.
But yeah. The point is, it's weird that you want to okay, if you want to portray dumb fictional characters in a movie in your weird, twisted way, fine, whatever. They're not real. But you're portraying an actual dude, Doug. Like, chill
out. He's a real
person.
person. Like, and I think sympathy for Snyder has changed a lot over time because people are more sympathetic towards Snyder, especially now, given all the adversity he faced in the last few years. So, anyway, onto this again. Let's finish this one up.
Anyone can just watch two people fight. Hell, you can just take two strangers, put them in Batman and Superman costumes, and have them do cool stuff.
But if you're constantly questioning why throughout the whole thing, you're not experiencing it. You're constantly being distracted by elements that don't add up.
But perhaps you didn't hear me. Aquaman's in the movie!
Hello.
Cyborg?
They should have had the girl play Aquaman too in those scenes. That would have actually been very funny.
Seriously.
Yeah. Man has the upper hand until an amazing discovery is made.
Martha! What? What'd you say? I need to save Martha! Oh my God. My mother's still alive.
No, you idiot! Your mothers have the same same name.
This instantly erases all hatred.
From now on, you
That's
and
actually
I
funny.
will be
I
best
like
friends.
that.
Okay, that's kind of funny, actually. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do like the Martha still alive. That's kind of funny.
Yeah. Okay. That's cute. I'll accept that one. That's fine.
A broken clock and all that.
That is also the easiest joke to make about the movie, though.
I know. Yeah.
It is the easiest thing to make fun of.
The one joke you got right is the one thing that is so easy to make fun of. Let's continue.
Yeah. Anyway.
I've created the ultimate Kryptonian devil!
I'll just go and grab that then.
Yay. Oh, woman useless.
Like the
Haha.
fourth time?
Wow,
I'll
that's a
save
common
you,
joke.
Lois, and I'll grab the spear, which is the only thing that weakens me.
I'm important.
Yeah, you used to be.
Haha, I've done it! I've created the ultimate Kryptonian devil! Candy? Oh! Oh, my face! Why'd you smear it all over my face?
What's going on here, Lex? I thought you hated Kryptonians. Now you've made another one. Your plan makes no sense.
Great line
Get
read
it.
there,
My
Joe.
plan is chaos. God versus God. Anarchy.
Oh,
the
it's
balance
funny.
Get the joke
He's
now?
becoming-
Get the
Let's
joke?
put a
Oh.
Damn, what a payoff to
being
this,
a narrative
Lex
device.
this sort of Damocles that we've had.
Yep. You
What
see
the
why I told you to
fuck?
put a pin in that idea with the Riddler? Well,
Yep.
there we
He's the
go.
Joker.
Joker.
Yep.
I'm
He's just
done.
being the Joker again.
He's
I'm
the
done.
It would
goddamn
actually have
Joker.
been funnier if he was the Riddler in this
Would've been
review.
funnier.
It would have been funnier.
Yeah, I agree.
And more clever too than having.
Because
you
he
know-
was speaking in riddles through that whole damn movie. It it should have made him the Riddler.
It would have been a little. And also, but then again, turning him into the Nolan Joker is bland. Like that's like not even a funny version of that joke. The Riddler would have been funnier. That was like the common gag.
I mean, also, if they're trying to say like a bad villain, then why are they choosing like this one that they would admit they really, really like?
Yeah.
You know, like these are the same people that would say Dark Knight's the best movie ever made. Yet they're
Yeah.
trying to. It's very strange.
It makes no sense. Like the more you break
Yeah.
it down, the dumber the joke is. Actually, despite it being
All right.
another
I think
easy
these
setup.
people live in their. I think these people live in their own realities. Honestly, that
Yeah. I
is
just
so
wanna-
different
to
from
that
ours.
effect.
Seriously.
Yeah,
Guys,
and I
I'm
think
gonna
that's
be-
why these reviews are why they are, because these people just have a different way of looking at the world that is nonsensical
It's
to
ridiculous.
anyone else.
No, agreed.
Yeah.
And more of this nonsense. We can finish this up.
You're
I'm-
portraying
Yeah, I'm done. Let's just get
Yeah,
through this.
we're
I'm
breaking
done.
Jazzy.
Lex Luthor.
I give
right
up.
now.
Yeah.
That's nothing. Wait till you see how well we understand Doomsday.
Doomsday?
Yes, we wrote him so he's a combo of Lex and Zod's DNA, creating...
Roar, roar. I am your doomsday. Roar. I will find him.
But that's not what Doomsday looks like.
Rob doesn't
What
even
did you
look like
expect?
Zod.
No, he
A
doesn't.
monster evolved from cloning thousands of alien babies dying and being reborn until it created the ultimate killing machine? Like in the comic?
Yeah.
Well, why would that look anything like Zod and Luthor's goddamn DNA? A combination of Zod and Luthor should look
This looks like
exactly
a
like
orc
that. Zod
from
and Luthor.
Lord of the Rings.
Where did
Yeah,
this
I remember
double
correctly. Really, he
size,
looks like a
double
troll.
muscle
Oh,
brain
yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he's
There you go.
yeah, he's
He
a-
looks
Missing
like
creature
no.
come from?
He looks
In fact,
like
wait a minute.
he looks like
Lex
that
Luthor
one.
combining his DNA with Kryptonian DNA.
He looks
to
like that
create
one
an
vampire from
uncontrollable
Breaking
monster?
Dawn Part 2.
Oh God, he does. You're right.
He looks like Killer Croc from the Arkham Asylum games.
Really.
Kind
Oh
of.
yeah. I will say that. Bring back Nuclear Man.
Seriously,
God damn it.
that was a good freaking concept. Just not done
Right.
well.
Yeah, bring back Nuclear Man and his press-on Lee nails.
Oh yeah,
You
the power
hear
of
me?
scratch people with his
I
big
love.
long nails.
I don't know
Yeah,
who this guy
James
is, but I love
Bond.
him.
This is super.
James
Superman.
Bond, you
I gotta
better-
drop out. I gotta drop out now, but I'm still going to be in the chat cocking the gun at y'all every so often.
Good call, Chloe.
I'll
Good
try-
luck.
Thank
Take
you for
care.
your
Talk
diligence.
away, Chloe.
You're saved.
I'll try.
Salvation
I'll
is
try to-
yours.
I'm going to be the one. No, Chloe, give me the gun. We are getting through this now.
Okay, let's
It's
finish
fine.
it.
We will do.
I'm
We'll
done.
Jazzy.
Let's do it.
I'm done.
Dude, this isn't a contest
I will
for how
say I
much
am
shit
impressed
you can jam in
that
this movie.
they
We
finished
loved these
the movie
characters
kind
because they
of a little
were
bit,
designed to
and they
develop.
managed to drag out this section on Doomsday.
Seriously, like the movie's already over. How is there's this much review
What
left?
if we had the Flash?
Shut the hell.
Okay.
amazing acting, Joe.
Really great.
10 out of 10.
Joins the team.
You are so good.
Seriously.
Oh, I can stay this time? Awesome.
Batman has a great idea.
We need to lure him into the city towards the kryptonite where all the innocent people are.
Wouldn't it be easier to bring the easily
Okay, I'm
transportable
gonna-
kryptonite here?
They bring him to the island where they had the fight, where specifically civilians are nowhere near. But
Yeah, that sounds
yeah,
about
that's a
right.
major plot.
Yeah,
They
But
did
that
it-
was. They make sure you hear that 5 times
Yeah, they
because they
repeat it
say
so
you're
many
not gonna
times.
do us again. Yeah.
like Batman if there's a problem with this bit, it's that Batman, they over-explain the fact. They make perfectly clear that they're going to a place where there's no civilians because they really want you to know that they heard the criticism of Man of Steel.
Exactly.
And even with that, Doug somehow missed it.
Oh my god.
It is genuinely
there's
funny
no-
how this movie like changes between like what it considers like, you know, like, oh, we don't want to hurt civilians, and then it just kind of forgets that in the next scene. It kind of picks.
I mean, there's no
It's
civilians though. They move it to an island where it's like a part of the city where it's been completely abandoned. They deliberately say that multiple times.
They say so many times, it's like, we're going to lure Doomsday somewhere where there isn't civilians so we can go take care of him without casualties. They say it so many times in the movie, and Doug still missed it.
That sounds about
Because
right.
he already wrote the scene and filmed all of these parts. He can't go back and rewatch it. He'd have to buy another movie ticket.
But like even then, but then wait for the movie to come out on DVD. You know,
you
wait for it.
Let's hit play because I think Jazzy's gonna have an aneurysm.
Yeah, agreed. I may have one too.
These movies, we don't save people from destruction, we bring it to them.
Then Superman has a great idea. I'm gonna sacrifice myself to save us all.
Are you sure?
Yes, even though there's probably 1,000 other ways we can be doing this right now, but no, I'm gonna sacrifice myself.
No, I meant, are you sure you're gonna kill him? Because wasn't killing Zod a big deal in the first one?
Yeah, but I got over it.
We seem to do that a lot.
I will fight him!
Yeah, this was a criticism I had when I first saw the movie. Like, why didn't Wonder Woman use the spear?
Yeah.
Superman dies in the second movie.
Well, don't forget, there's even more than that. We use even more Jesus symbolism. Don't worry, we'll get through all the Stations of the Cross. Luthor is sent to jail.
See? I have a bald head now. I'm totally Lex Luthor. Why so serious?
And just when you think he's really
Okay, I don't
gone
like
for
this
good.
actor anymore.
Yeah, he's annoying.
You don't have to-
Like all
the
Doug
charm
Walker
is
things, it
gone.
wears the joke out really fast.
The charm is gone.
Charm is dead.
Yeah, just keep playing. We can talk over.
Agreed. Let me just load the volume. You can just talk over it now. It's almost muted at this point.
Yeah.
There's also a lack of distinction between stuff that was Snyder's fault and stuff that was the studio's, because it's kind of a combination of both.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, that's why it's not interesting to point blame. It's interesting to look at the art as it is and what it means for all of those bad things to happen. Like,
I do wonder who decided to mesh all of those stories. That's what I want to know.
Probably WB.
Snyder. I think Snyder to an extent.
and the producers. I mean, it's why Spider-Man 3 turned out how it did. They like to just kind of cram everything they can.
Also, oh my god, Green Screen Joe from the Fires of Hell.
Seriously.
Oh no.
I want to see
Oh,
the
no.
Justice League at his funeral, but now I can't.
Okay, this is actually a fair
The
rant.
hero slowly stripped of his life in the ultimate battle instead of just being stabbed in one swoop. But now I can't. I want to build a connection with this Superman the same way
I
he
want
built
to
a
see the
connection
moment
with
that
me
reminds
in
me of the
hundreds
comic
stories.
books, but I
now
can't.
I can't.
Oh no.
I want to fear that this might be the time that Superman doesn't make it back. But now I can't.
How many comics were there before Superman died?
See, I get this part.
Yeah, I get this.
Because
This is
it's
fair.
the emotional connection, which is why I was wondering, like, who decided to combine all those stories? Because that was my main issue with the DCEU, was that they were moving so damn fast. I don't know this man enough to care about him fighting and sacrificing himself.
Look, here's the thing. Yes, killing Superman in his second movie was a terrible idea. I don't necessarily disagree with the criticism,
But the way they have Joe fucking whining like a baby about it, about how, oh no, now my favorite comic books can't be movies now. Oh no.
Yeah, it's really weird.
It's less genuine critique and more a baby sad that things aren't like his cartoon. Oh no.
Well, it's using the wrong evidence to get to a correct quote unquote answer.
I don't know
because
about that.
by the way he's using the reasoning, would he have liked this movie more if Superman died early in comics? Like if the history was
not what he's
different?
saying. That's not what he's
I
saying,
know,
no.
but I know that's not what he's saying, but I'm just giving like the way this argument's being presented, it's very comic lore focused, which makes me think, is the problem the comic lore, is the problem the actual intent and what the film itself is trying to do?
I think it's more about how the character connects to the greater DC world and how he exists as this sort of centerpiece of value to DC. You know, keep in mind, Superman is the linchpin of the whole DC universe.
And again, I don't disagree with the criticism
Agreed,
here.
yeah.
But
It's
the
just
way,
poorly done.
Yeah,
but the way
it's poorly
Joe's
written, how you doing it?
But the way Joe's whining about it makes me just say, you know what? Just to spite you specifically, Joe, I'm glad they killed Superman in the second movie.
Oh, hot takes, Jazzy, today. Hot takes. No, I mean, I agree. It's done in a very whiny way, but I agree with the core criticism. I think it's a good criticism. I think the problem is who wrote the criticism. It's Doug Walker. Like, this is a Doug Walker line. Like, he's doing it through Joe, but it's Doug Walker wrote the language. And, like, it's very clearly done in a poorly kind of immature sounding way. But I also think that it's one of those don't shoot the messenger things, because it is a big flaw that they killed Superman off so early, and they can't build this greater sense of resonance about his death. It feels so shallow because they can't show all these great characters who've gotten to know Superman so well. Those who mourn him were just fighting him like a few hours before, not people who have fought along. Again, it's like if an Iron Man, if he died in Iron Man 2 as opposed to at Avengers Endgame, like that, and at death, they show all of the Avengers lining up to mourn him. Like, that element is very resonant and powerful, but no one really cares about Superman's death because there is not that shared history.
Again,
And that's
like
the
I said,
fault
go ahead.
I say that's a fault of the Zack Snyder movies, because we've just had very uninteresting Superman do uninteresting things and then die very early on, while again, like, it's set up much better in the MCU. Like, I think my I don't disagree with what Joe is saying here. I do think it's at least important to point out that, like, the work he's showing is bad. Like, I think that is kind of, I don't know, to me, maybe it's just me, I feel like that stuff's kind of relevant.
I agree.
It can be. Again, it's just the presentation. When it's if it's someone pointing this out and kind of walking me through why this is a bad thing and why it's kind of does the comics a disservice, fine. I'll find that point interesting. Maybe even agree with it. But the fact that it's just this grown man whining makes me like, I don't give a shit what you want. Like,
yeah, no, it's frustrating. It's very frustrating.
And I know it's Doug's words, but as I've said many times, I have issues with Joe, both as a reviewer and as a person, based on everything I heard. And before people say, oh, come on, he can't be that bad, it's like he got lawyers to threaten a woman who accused him of sexual harassment to be silent. So, you know, totally not guilty there.
Yeah.
Fuck this
He also
guy.
has some less than PC opinions on things. Let's just say that.
I will give Joe this, though. He did defend Anita Sarkeesian during Gamergate.
Okay, he did one good thing.
He did one thing.
He did a real heel turn in the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's the thing.
From what I remember.
Real heel turn.
Yeah, like it's wild. Like over the last.
It's kind of
few
startling,
years,
like how quickly he did that heel turn, like with the grifting thing. I mean, he's gone back and forth. I think he's like one of those guys who's like non-committal to the bit, but like even still, it's like
look. He's still kind of a shit. Like, okay, he defended Anita Sarkeesian. Cool. This guy killed a bunch of people, but he feeds his puppy.
If he got 10% shit or 90% shit, doesn't matter. He still got shit.
Well, here's the
Still
question.
on your side.
Here's the question. If I served you waffles that had 50% shit in them, or I said, oh no, it's only 10%
I'm done with
shit.
this. I'm done. I'm done with this conversation.
Let's keep moving on. Let's move on.
I gave you a single piece of candy flavored shit.
Two!
You put
put it in a
two
bottom
movies, and you barely even focused on him. You know what I want to see? I want to see you earn Superman's death. This isn't fucking Jimmy Olsen. This is goddamn Superman. He
should earn
deserves
Jimmy Olsen's
your
death.
He kills Jimmy
time
Olsen,
and
too.
respect.
He
Oh, yeah.
Murked him in 5 seconds after his introduction.
Oh yeah, that was really funny.
It's like you didn't know his name Jimmy Olsen until the director's
This
cut.
movie is trying to be Marvel, The
That's
Dark
right.
Knight, Wonder Woman,
Right?
Yeah,
Justice
it was
League,
just
The
like,
Death
oh
of
damn,
Superman,
some dude
and
died, and
Batman
then it was
versus
like,
oh,
wait,
it's Jimmy
that's
Olsen.
Jimmy.
Oh, that's great.
Batman versus Superman would have
Fantastic.
been more than enough. The reason we love so many of the stories that you were trying to fit into this is because each one was its own individual story. The death of Superman wasn't also a prequel to Suicide Squad or the retelling of Dark Knight Returns. It focused on one story and allowed us to get invested. Sure, you have to compromise a story when it comes to making a movie, but
Also, hot take: Death of Superman's a bad story. Yeah, I said it.
when you lose
Damn.
the heart and soul of what made that story so special, is it worth just squeezing in instead of devoting the time it deserves?
So, that's what you really think, huh? Well, I'm sorry that my movie didn't please you in the
Angry
least.
nod.
Yeah, right?
A lot of it was pretty awesome.
Oh, I hate this stupid fence-sitting bullshit he does in all
Oh
these
my
fucking
god,
movies.
it's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
same thing
play
with
it,
the
let's play
wall!
it.
Oh,
It's
Play the
like
fucking
I
video.
hate that
You-
stupid fence-sitting he does every
You
time.
spent the entire review shitting on the movie! Never
Let's-
mind, I
just-
liked it!
I guess all right. I guess
Please get
it's
through
fine.
this. Please just play it.
Okay.
Oh my
Hate
god!
this stupid
As much
fence-sitting.
as so many of those scenes suck, there's a lot of scenes that are friggin' amazing. The action.
I love the scene where
visuals,
Ben Affleck stared over
as
Gal
Batman,
Gadot's shoulder.
Irons as
So
Alfred.
hate-
When it did certain
Jeremy
parts of the
Irons was
comic
good. He
right,
was
it a
wasted.
Every
God damn
Alfred's
it.
good. There's not been a single bad Alfred yet, I think. I think they're all pretty solid.
kick-ass film.
So wait, did you like it or not?
That's what I'm wondering!
Right?
It's not good.
It looked, but it looked visually nice. That's like the ultimate fanboy response
Yeah, right?
to like a really bad movie. It's like, well, the visuals were good. That's how you know it's the worst movie ever made.
That are hard
Seriously.
to
Jesus
say not to go
Christ.
check it out. So, in a strange way, I'm
I
still
mean, they're not
recommending
pointing out
I
any
hate
of the
this
scenes that they
suppose
liked,
that's all over the
but
map,
we're just gonna say
then
that.
again,
Yeah,
movies
they
all over
didn't
the
point
map.
out
Don't
anything
get
you
them so-
liked!
Yeah, what'd you like about it?
If those are your thoughts, then why did you come
They
all the way
sure
out here then?
didn't.
Yeah, right?
Well, we were thinking that maybe we could write the next one.
Oh, it's the best joke in the whole video.
That's hilarious. Will you be here all day?
Oh,
That
God.
is a very violent man.
I'm kind of cheering for Zach there, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh,
thank God.
Oh, thank God it's over. Wait, the credits are 1/5 of the whole movie.
No, there's
I was
probably
gonna say,
a,
wait, it's the
no. There's got to be a post credit that I don't want to watch.
No.
Nope,
Yeah,
nope. It's a
so-
charity. He talks about. He's talking about a charity with a
advertising.
very unfortunate name.
Oh, that's let's
Wait,
end
what's it
this
called?
now.
We're gonna-
Don't go back to it, please.
No,
Do not go back
it's
to it.
It's a species of parasite. I know what he's referring to, but oh God, that name. It's
Anyway,
I'm gonna look that up.
I don't know if I want to do another one. I think we spent 2.5 hours on this, and honestly, I
burned
forgot
out
how
from that.
draining.
I
I forgot how
assume you have 1,000 super chats to talk about.
Yes, let's read some super chats before you know what
Hold
to do
on.
next, because that was
Yeah.
worse than I thought it was going to be.
I'll be right
poor
back.
Jazzy broke.
Yeah, we broke Jazzy 10 minutes in. It's great.
I'll be right.
Jazzy.
I'll be right back. I just need to.
Survive.
De-stress.
I mean, if
I need to
somebody
be-
was making fun of my favorite movie, I would also be mad.
That's
Like
also true.
Jazzy. is.
Jazzy loves
Madeline.
Batman v Superman. It's her
Madeline.
favorite film.
Madeline. You're amazing. I love you. Shut the fuck
Love you
up.
too, girl. Go piss. Go piss, girl.
It's her favorite movie, of course. Anyway, so Save Spark was the last question. Richard Reinhold. I can't even say that last name gets cut off. Oh yeah, there were a lot of Channel Awesome ship fics back in the day, which is so bizarre to think about. Thank you for
Gross.
putting a visual in my head
don't
now.
Don't ship real people. I
That's
don't
really
like that.
weird. Yeah, really, especially
I
people
hate that.
from Channel Awesome who should, many of whom are married and have relationships. Some of them have kids already, for all I know.
Just ship fictional people.
Happy Shut the F Up says, I think we see Doug Walker's stand. JoJo reference. Oh God, I guess that is his stand, isn't it? Because I'm bored. Wait, what led to the false god graffiti? That's the guy who gets his legs smashed off, who like heaves himself onto the Superman statue, and spray paints it, who then his wheelchair blows up and kills everyone in Congress. In the Congress scene, that's that scene. Yeah, it's a weird. Was it Congress? Was it the Senate hearing, or what was that scene anyway?
It was a hearing or something.
Hearing. That movie's weird. I don't even know. It's funny, like describing the scenes. I'm like, that sounds like a 90s action film, but like it's in a post 9/11 superhero film. It's like it's a weird combination of ideas. Scorpion Wolf.
I have returned. I am no longer stressed. I screamed into a pillow for a bit.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
I just saw the name of the charity.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It's a choice.
Good for that charity. Even in 2015, that was not great.
Yeah, no, I mean it was meant to protect people in Australia, I'm pretty sure, from an insect, but like a parasitic insect, but still that name is
incredible.
Scorpion Wolf, thank you for super chat. For better or worse, critics earned his spot in internet history, and my respect since he's willing to take any critique / mockery he gets, as shown in his double toasted interview. Look, I know for a fact he's responded to my criticism of him too, in good fairness, but like the problem is everything he's done along the way. Like he's done a lot of things that are really screwed up, like with the whole change the channel controversy. WC Wit, it's Doug's. Why don't the Power Rangers just use the Megazord right away? Critique all over again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because there wouldn't be a fun fight. That's the actual reason why.
Movies need to have a pacing and payoff and climbing action.
Seriously,
surprising action.
Because I'm bored. I have to do this correctly. What's that name? Sorry, I had to try that. Nick Wolf, come on, Doug. In the movie, actual Anderson Cooper pretty much says, "Too bad it's Sunday. Those buildings would have been filled tomorrow." Yeah, exactly. WC Whip. Okay, this is actually an important point that actually impacts that conversation. WC Whip says, WB were trying to make a death/return of Superman movie for decades before BVS came out, for what it's worth. So the idea that WB forced this arc on Snyder is far from implausible. That is very true.
Okay.
Back, the Nicolas Cage movie was going to be a death and rebirth of Superman. That was when Kevin Smith wrote it.
That's what it was going to be?
Yep.
That's what it...
That was I know Brainiac was going to be important in Kevin Smith's...
Yeah, as played by Kurt
Yeah, but
Walken.
I didn't know it was...
Oh, that'd be so good.
Well, I mean, it would have had giant spiders in it too, so, you know.
You know what? I saw Wild Wild West again recently.
Mm-hmm.
The giant spider is cool. That's the best part of the movie.
It is.
He's
it's
right.
the only good part of the movie.
I
actually really like. Okay, I actually like Wild Wild West. I think it's a fun
I do
time.
too. It's fun. It's fun.
It's definitely of its time, I think, which is charming.
Also, a lot of people in the chat are asking what the change the channel controversy is, and I'm just gonna say,
wow, you're watching ads. How do you not?
Here's what I'm gonna say to that. On your browsers, you have access to a lovely site called Google. Search "change the channel" controversy on Google, and you will find it.
Yeah,
you don't need to ask strangers what a thing is when you have a search engine.
Not to be in fairness, also, it's a very long set of controversies. There's a lot of components to it, and I don't want to miss something to mislead you as to what it's about.
I guess it was like 7 years ago now. At this point,
that's what I was. Because I saw someone mention that earlier when we were first starting. Was like, it's been almost 7 years since it. So yeah, there's gonna be a crop of people who have no idea what happened because they kind of Channel Awesome just kind of brushed past it. Like they made one crummy statement and then that was it.
And the thing also is,
we don't hate Doug Walker because he's a shitty reviewer. I just think that's more funny, and I think his videos are badly done. The reason people don't like Doug Walker as a person is because of what went down in this company under his watch.
Yeah,
like whether or not he was involved in anything like directly is irrelevant because he was there and he allowed all of it to happen.
And some of it was directly from him too. I mean, that's the thing.
Some of it was,
And for those who are like, oh, the document is long, trust me, there are plenty of videos as well of people who have gone through it, explained it. Like, I remember watching a live stream. Yeah, that's the one I watched.
Yeah, it was a good video.
Where he did it. Yeah.
You can probably find a Down the Rabbit Hole video of that too. A bunch of Channel Awesome.
Don't watch. I don't know. Down the rabbit hole rubs you the wrong way.
Really?
I watched Sarah's Head. I don't know.
Sarah's Head did it also. That's also a good point. The thing is, Change the Channel was so controversial that almost every single person on Channel Awesome left the site, with the exception of Brad Jones and Guru Larry. And Guru Larry left because of the bit. He was
just trying to outlast, survive.
I thought it was funny to stay on.
Yeah, and I kind of respect him for that.
I like Guru Larry a good deal. He actually, Guru Larry left a comment when Lily Orchard was trying to copyright strike my channel, and I really respect that. He gave some good advice, so I'm like, yeah, thanks, man, appreciate it.
Oh,
so I like Guru Larry. Guru Larry's cool in this house.
Nice.
Until he does something terrible, but until then, he's pretty cool in this in my book.
Unless he goes after Peter Molyneux with like a sledgehammer, I think we're all right.
Yeah, seriously. Okay, a few more super chats real quick. Hayden TCM, can you all do the Hulk 2003 review? I'm not even sure we have enough energy to do one more thing. That took a lot out of us. We'll see.
Yeah. Maybe we can do like a shorter one.
Maybe one of his lists or something. One of his old ones.
If y'all plan to do another one, I'm gonna back out. I'm done. I'm done. I'm tapping out.
Yeah, you broke Jazzy.
Well, I had a Cafe Bustelo before I started this, so I'm at least good for another hour.
I'm good too. I'll do another one after this, no matter what. But
fine.
I'll hang for at least a little longer.
Glorious. We'll do a short one.
Fine.
I'll just read the next super chats real quick. Terminal Sanity. I will never for Zack Snyder for robbing us a chance to see a live action Harley Quinn versus Mercy Graves. Yeah, that's a fair point. That would be a good fight. Hayden, again, Nick Cage is the Burtonverse Superman in my mind. That's valid. He was going to be. Arthur Clybourne writes, the Megazord question is also answered in the show, which it's now clear to me that Doug hasn't watched. If the Rangers escalate a fight with unnecessary force, they lose their powers. Yes, that's also true, and I'm sure Linkara was very pissed off about that as well, because he knows Power Rangers lore very well.
I mean, it's a Thermian argument, but it is there.
Yeah. Katie Cast reviews, there's a good chance some of the people in that C2E2 line were viewers from after Change the Channel happened, which is wild to think about. Yeah, that's the crazy thing too. Occasionally you realize that the viewers, they missed all the controversy and thus came to watch Nostalgia Critic after 7 years ago, which means, oh God, I feel ancient.
They're watching new stuff.
They got into new stuff.
Got pulled.
Yeah,
they still got pulled. Also, I'm gonna grab something to drink because I'm over here like choking. I'll be right back.
Go for it. Let's do one of his top 11 ones. I think.
Yeah, somebody suggested the top 11.
Someone just sent a super chat saying top 11 worst sequels.
Oh, okay. Let's do that one.
All right. I assume they're boring as hell. His choices, his choices are never interesting. He's like, oh, I agree with what everyone else agrees with. Cool.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, that's fine.
Oh no, I don't like this. Okay. Oh, and also Lunember 95, more like Channel Awful. Am I right? Yeah.
Okay, so this is like, how long is this?
This is 28 minutes, but we should be.
That's longer than the last one we watched.
Don't worry, I got you covered. We're playing it back faster. Playback speed is now 1 minute and 1.5.
Thank God.
So it is longer, but we'll be through it faster.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'm just going to request that we wait to pause until after he's done with each entry.
Agreed. Let's hear him out.
I like that.
Let's hear him out, and then we say our thoughts. Kyla, are you in?
It's only fair.
That's fair. When Kyla gets back, we'll start, so she can experience the pain with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So. Yeah. God.
So my ass is gonna be in a few minutes after watching another Channel Awful.
Yeah. Right. Oh, so boom. We got new super chats here. John Salter, Madeline, don't ship real people. Should I tell you about a certain NHL or NBA fans? We know. Oh, we know. And
I was gonna say, well, you can ship me with NHL, NBA fans. That's fine.
That's fair.
You can ship me with professional athletes. No one else though.
There we go. All right, let's play with K-Mac. I don't think Rob Walker gets enough criticism. Oh, he deserves more criticism than Doug Walker.
He was the most involved. Yeah.
Because he's the face of Nostalgia Critic, Doug gets the brunt of criticism. But a lot of the Nostalgia Critic's worst takes and habits come from Rob. Oh, yeah, no. Rob deserves more criticism by a mile.
Gentlemen, please, they can all be bad.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was going to say, that people use that as a defense of Doug. People say, oh, the worst stuff that happened was due to, like, Mike Michaud and Rob Walker. And it's like, yeah, but Doug was complicit in a lot of it.
Yeah,
so exactly.
He just went along with all of it, which is terrible.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kyle, you back
like,
on? Oh, Kyle's gone still.
Nope.
Like, Kyla, you here? Kyla, you joining us? No? Okay. She'll be back. But no, yeah, just because Rob and Mike Michaud did worse does not mean that Doug didn't do anything. Like that.
No, and it's so annoying that people use that defense constantly. It's like, oh,
yeah.
It's like, oh, Doug didn't do anything wrong, but he did do a few things wrong and was complicit in a lot of the worst shit.
Yeah, because they want to they want to watch Nostalgia Critic with a clear conscience, so they have to have other reasons for Doug to be okay, so they can still like the thing that they like.
Oh, but oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What adults do is we just accept that sometimes we have problematic faves, and you just kind of have to fucking deal with it, and you can't ignore what the person you like does when they do something bad.
That's fair, I suppose.
It's like it's so weird. It's so weird that people are like, oh, but Doug's cool now because he's cool with Oni Plays fucking criticizing. Cool. I don't give a shit.
Oh man, I'm loving the Venom.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
agree.
a brawler. I've always likened Doug to the ostrich in CA. I'm not sure what that reference is. Am I missing something?
That's California Adventure? No, that's DCA.
Wait,
or California.
Wait, why is people saying Vin Penrose? Oh, Vin Penrose is here. Oh, there we go. That's why. Not in chat, but like on my Vin Penrose. You never heard of Vin Penrose? No. John VTuber?
Someone said if I met Scott the Woz, I'd be 1 degree of separation from Nostalgia Critic. Well, I met Angela from Smosh. Does that put me in any degree of Nostalgia Critic?
That is fair.
I was in a movie with her.
Oh,
so
here we go.
Oh,
that's awesome.
It's a music man. Hi, Ren. I'm sorry, I'm not up to date with the cool kids.
You gotta get on Vin Penrose. Vin Penrose is not in chat, Madeline.
Okay.
She's on my
virtual YouTuber. Okay,
yeah.
I got it.
No, Vin Penrose is not actually in chat. That would be incredible. Okay. Vin Penrose would be a big deal if she was in chat. Okay.
R.I.P. Vin Penrose.
Vin Penrose is still making material, still totally fine.
I'm so
anyway,
old.
So let's keep going. We'll get some super chats in a bit. Let's just Kyle, you're on.
Yeah, I'm on.
Awesome. Okay, let's get through this. So we agreed we're only gonna offer commentary after each chapter. So after each movie is done, we'll add our commentary just to make it go by a little faster. And we're at 1.5 speed.
I hate it.
Hello, I'm a Nostalgia Critic. I remember it, so you don't have to. I'm sorry I don't look my best, but seeing how we did the top 11 best movie sequels of all time, it only figures to do the top 11 worst. And guess what? There's a few more than top 11, so we had to do the absolute worst!
Really not that different. It's just kind of...
In some respects, sequels are very difficult to do. Trying to capture the magic of something people clearly liked and trying to make lightning strike twice while also taking the idea to a new level. But many sequels not only fail at that, but pour salt in the wound of annoyance. There's clearly more bad sequels out there than good sequels, so let's go ahead and determine how these will be judged. We're going to be comparing how much the sequel let down the previous film or films. It also has to have been shown in theaters and come from a series that started with promise. We knew nothing could improve.
Bring back Nuclear Man, goddammit!
Nuclear Man, justice for Nuclear Man. I am going to make a petition to bring Nuclear Man back. I'm kidding.
Guys, we're not done with the segment.
I was going to say we've already broken our rule.
I am going to
justice for Nuclear Man.
We're going to look at the top 11 worst movie continuations ever. Why top 11? Because top 80 would go too long. This is the top 11 worst sequels.
Okay, first one. That's how Jazzy feels after
that movie looked like a pretty good movie.
That's a live footage.
It's good Jazzy impersonation.
Godfather Part 3. I thought it was so low on the list because
what a hot take.
It still is for Coppola. It does have a memorable line or two. Okay, just one.
Just when I thought I was out.
They pulled me back in.
Okay.
And if it was released on its own, it'd just be seen as an ordinary bad flick, not one of the worst. But seeing how this is coming off of the heels of not one, but two of what many consider the greatest films ever made, this flick was painful to sit through. It went from subtle, complex, powerful storytelling to over-the-top acting, over-the-top writing, and even over-the-top kills. When someone died in these movies, it felt real, chilling, often disturbingly quiet. Here, a helicopter tries to take out people like a Fast and a Furious movie. Look at this asshole whining about his lucky coat.
That's pretty cool, though.
It would have lasted long in the mafia world.
But very dumb.
The writing gets needlessly complicated, involving incest, controlling the Vatican Bank, even ties to the friggin' Pope. Come on, I know the mafia's big, but if there was a Godfather Part 4, they'd probably go after the world next, like Dr. Evil. And yeah, let's talk about that elephant in the room, Sofia Coppola. Francis had a tendency of sneaking his daughter into his films, but here he gave her a starring role. And
I really love him. I'm your little cousin. I love my family.
thank God she can direct. In fact, here's a visual representation of her trying to have an acting career. No! Everybody talks like how people think gangsters talk in mobster movies.
I say to all of you, I have been treated this day with no respect. You will not give, I'll take.
And it doesn't help that the lines are written just as bad.
He gets the Esquire magazine award for the best dressed gangster. He's your first cousin.
Then I love him first.
This was also at the point when Pacino decided it was better to not be Pacino, but instead a really yelling impression of Pacino.
I spent my life protecting my family.
How the high and mighty fall. This was a letdown that easily any of us could refuse.
Okay. Couple thoughts as a huge Godfather fan. So the next movie's going to be too. So, The Godfather Part 3 suffers for a few reasons, most of which have to do with quick rewrites. The original plan was to have it be a battle between Michael and oh god, I can't believe it drew a blank on his name. Tom Hagen. But then Robert Duvall wanted more, just as much money as Al Pacino was getting, so they cut him. So they had to rewrite the whole script in a few seconds. Then they're gonna have what's her name? Oh,
Winona Ryder.
Winona Ryder. There we go. Play the daughter, but then she decided to got a role from this movie called Beetlejuice and decided to skip town and left. Not Beetlejuice. It was Edward Scissorhands. She had to do. So she skipped production, and they had to cast Sofia Coppola as a last-minute, quick, hasty recast. All of that to say, the fact that Godfather 3 exists at all is kind of a miracle. The movie was rewritten so many times and forced into production quickly because the studio was like, no, we can't delay anymore. Write the script in 3 weeks and then make the movie.
And they didn't really have nothing to base off of, like, the books. Because they exhausted pretty much part 1 and part 2 are based off of the first book.
Yeah, at that time, the only book.
Yeah. So it was like, and that book, because I was like, oh, I love the movies, I'm going to read it. That book sucks.
Oh, yeah. The book is terrible.
They made it much better with the movies, yeah.
Shockingly, yeah. It's one of those cases where the book is way worse than the film by a mile.
So I'm going to potentially destroy my credibility as a lover of film. I have not seen any of the Godfather movies, but I have
I still think you're a very good lover, Jazzy. I want you to know that.
Thank you. But I have a very good
I'm
reason.
I'm going to force you to watch The Godfather sooner or later. I'm going to drag you on a live, on like a chat and make you watch Godfather 2 and 3.
Wait until you hear my reason.
Okay.
Because I can't fucking stand Francis Ford Coppola and the fact that
literally the plot of Barbie.
Okay,
and the fact that he defends a predator is kind of a known predator is
Victor Salva.
Kind of
that's valid.
Kind of keeps me from wanting to indulge in his filmography. So I hope it's understandable why I haven't given these films the time of day. And honestly,
I get it, but
I probably never will. I probably never will.
I get it, but it's such a good movie. That's the problem. That's what stinks. It's like I get your reasoning. It makes sense. Victor Salva is horrible, but it's such a good movie. So
it's a very short filmography too, because you can just skip everything after Apocalypse Now with Francis Ford Coppola.
What about One from the Heart?
One from the Heart's pretty good.
Peggy Sue Got Married.
Dracula. His Dracula's pretty good. I like his Dracula. Has Keanu Reeves in it.
It does. He's got Neo.
He's in it.
Yeah, Neo's in it.
Yeah, he sure is in it. What he
appears.
does in it, we don't know. But
I love how it's like him and Gary Oldman, and Gary Oldman's like acting circles around him, and like he's like, I have seen horrible things. I know where the bastard sleeps. I'm doing more acting than he is in that film. Anyway.
But I really have nothing to add when it comes to Godfather 3. So
valid. I think it's the basic
I feel like Jack was made specifically to cause me the most pain possible, which is an interesting choice.
Wait, Jack. Wait, hold on. Jack was a Francis Ford Coppola?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
it is.
That's yeah.
Okay, so I have seen a Francis Ford Coppola film long ago because my family showed me Jack and it was horrible. So
I love that that's the only Francis Ford Coppola film you've seen. Also, Jack is one of the reasons why he didn't make many movies after that.
It is kind of a summation of his career if you think about it.
It really is.
I will say I do want to see Megalopolis just because
it's so funny. I've seen it like 3 times. It's so funny. Amazing.
I've seen it.
I'm baffled by its existence, but that's all I gotta see. That's all I gotta say about
insane
Godfather.
movie.
It makes Godfather 3 look really good by comparison.
A critic said this, and I agree. It's a Neil Breen film, just with a huge budget.
Yeah, that's actually a very good comparison.
Lie,
it's amazing.
Some people asked, weren't you just saying something about accepting that bad people making things good stuff? That doesn't contradict what I said. I don't recall saying that.
I said that, but also the caveat is we make our own individual decisions.
Right.
Like
that was
I didn't say
not Jazzy.
I didn't say you have to watch movies by bad people. It's your. I don't watch Woody Allen movies for the same reason Jazzy doesn't watch Francis Ford Coppola movies.
Yeah, Woody Allen's harder to stomach though for me.
But I'm not gonna shame anyone who watches or enjoy Francis Ford Coppola films. I just don't care to. There's a difference.
And Jazz,
it's your personal line in the sand. Like it's your personal line, and everybody has their own line. Like this.
Please don't misquote me for saying that you have. No, I would never say that, and that's a horrible thing to say to somebody.
Also, I'll say this: Roman Polanski films. I've never watched The Pianist because it's just kind of hard for me to sit through. Roman Polanski's films.
Yes, that was another hard one for because I do like a lot of his movies.
Oh, he's a great director, but it's Polanski. That's the line.
Yeah.
It's like he's an incredible director, but also it's Polanski. Anyway, let's keep going. Sorry, I cut you off. We can go.
I was gonna say before we open up that can of worms.
Yeah. All right. Time for a bad horror sequel. That could have been much better. Also, thanks to rewrites.
Blair Witch 2: Book of Shadows. Some debate whether or not the first Blair Witch project is a legitimately good movie. Some say it's subtle and inspired, others say it's candy cam and screaming. Start a whole new genre.
I haven't seen the first one,
so
I've a lot
how many horror films are made.
I also haven't
seen the disagreements on the first one. Everyone agrees Blair Witch 2 is shit.
Same.
With laughable characters, bizarre editing, ridiculous visuals, and an uncountable amount of storylines that go nowhere. Like, none of them. Even the intro. It opens up 4 times. It's like the ending's to Clue. Is it multiple choice? Do I get to choose which one we open up with? It doesn't matter because none of them are explained. There's a miscarriage, dead owl, shredded paper, snowing on people, ghost girls, ghost dogs, crash cars, videos played backwards that reveal orgies, recordings of murders that may or may not have happened the way it was recorded, and not one solitary instance is ever given a reason why or how. This movie throws every pointless plot thread at us, all except for one. The Book of Shadows. Yeah, there's no Book of Shadows in it. The title of the goddamn movie. In fact, come to think about it, I don't even know there's a Blair Witch. It's amazing how not only does this not work as a sequel, connecting in almost no way to the first except by acknowledging that there was a first. They want to go to the same site where it took place. But it in no way holds up as a standalone film either. It's mind-bogglingly insane, and not in an interesting or scary way. Just an insane way. Who knows what anyone was thinking when they put this craziness together? They may have kept the camera still, but outside of that, it's just a Blair mess.
Okay, I have a lot of thoughts on this one. None of you have seen Blair Witch 2, have you?
Nope.
Okay, let me tell you something about the Blair Witch 2. It's one of the saddest cases of a movie that could have been incredible, screwed by the production company. The idea of the movie was it was a reaction to the first film. The director looked at I'm really summarizing from memory here, but the idea of it was the director looked at the social media reaction, the media reaction to the first film, where people confused it for reality and thought, wow, people really conflate the fictional reality with reality. And so his idea was to make a film about people conflating fiction with reality, conflating what you get on video. The idea of it was that the camera tells the truth better than our minds do. And so the whole movie is about these characters who create a fiction for themselves, but what you see in camera and filmed on videotape is the reality. So you're not really seeing what's really happening unless it's on video. And the whole film was structured around this abstract idea of losing a sense of reality to your own fantasies. And it was told in a very constructive way where there were hints of the dream logic of the film throughout. It was more psychological. You know, it was actually a lot very similar to movies like, say, The Others or A Tale of Two Sisters or something of that nature, where the idea of it was more that, or The Babadook even, it was more elevated in a sense. But the production company was like, yeah, this is boring, and I don't think we really like this abstract idea, so let's just chop everything up, refilm some scenes, and just rearrange everything to make it more spooky and cool. And they added ghost scenes and monsters, you know, not goat monsters, but like cheap stuff they could like add to make it spookier, quote unquote. And because they rearranged literally the entire movie, like not even like act 1 and 2, but like scenes were shuffled out of place, nothing made any coherent sense. And so the idea it was trying to create was completely lost. And unlike a lot of other films that have a director's cut that's more faithful, there is no true assembly cut of this film that exists, at least not as far as I understand.
Oh, that blows.
Oh, it
That
does.
blows.
It could have been a really interesting meta commentary on the reaction to the first film. Because in this movie, the Blair Witch was supposed to be, the Blair Witch Project was a film in the movie. Because it's like, because it takes place now.
They're going to visit the site. At the beginning that he kind of rushed through, they're interviewing the townspeople, talking about how there's all these people coming by to see the Blair Witch, and like there's people selling stuff like, oh, the witch touched this this boulder I found out in the woods. You pay me $300 for it. You know, stuff like that.
I mean, for its era, that would have been a really cool. I mean, it's a Scream-esque idea that I think would have been really interesting and really ahead of its time.
I was going to say I was.
Yeah,
I was getting kind of Scream vibes from it. But also I just want to say, off topic. So he established early in the list that it's sequels to movies that are good. So I guess he's not just putting any bad sequel to a movie where you wouldn't expect much from. In which case, if Highlander 2 is not on this thing, and it should, what generic bad sequel list would
that is very true.
Would not have Highlander 2, then I'm going to call foul.
Highlander 2 should be on here, and I'd also say at least one more horror sequel will should be on here. Like, I know Hellraiser has no chance of getting on this list. There's no chance a Hellraiser sequel will get on this, but I'd argue movies like Hellraiser 3 are way worse than a lot of the other sequels out there that he's probably going to mention, but we'll see how that goes.
What's the internet Hellraiser? That one's pretty bad, right?
Hellraiser Hell World. That's the 5th one. That's the 8th one with future Superman Henry Cavill in it. Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, Henry Cavill. Yeah, he's in that. It's one of his early roles. It's pretty surprising. He gets killed. Of course.
Apparently, the chat doesn't want me to have fun because everyone's already saying Highlander 2 is not on the list.
That's awful. That is ridiculous. That's like one of the worst sequels. Highlander 2 is one of the worst sequels ever made, like by a metric mile. Anyway,
guys, when I say I bet movie is on list and I want to see it, that's not an invitation to tell me. I want
Don't
to
look
see
at the chat. Don't look at the chat.
Anyway, back to this. Let's keep going.
No more chat for me.
Okay.
I will say one dude made us a good point about Michael Ironside being in Highlander 2, and I'm like, okay, that's a good.
That's a fair point. It's also what's his name from Scrubs in it, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Si's right. Highlander 2 was Spoonie's thing, but still, it's a good.
Okay, but Spoonie was off the site by this point. Who cares?
That might be the case. Maybe they want to sponge any trace of Spoonie from the site by avoiding summoning him by mentioning Highlander 2.
True. All right, Pete's the real one.
Yeah, he's still alive.
It doesn't matter which one. They're all exactly the same. Now, don't get me wrong.
Is Bumblebee actually? Sorry.
Well, I think this way before. Come on.
Yeah, I think this is.
Yeah.
We've had like 3 at this point, maybe.
That's fair.
Okay.
Stupid piece of action fluff. But as action fluff went, it could be kind of fun. Michael Bay got a ton of death threats after he was announced as the director of the first film, but after it premiered and audiences saw cool robots fighting, a couple of laughs, and even the original voice of Optimus Prime in there.
That's his first video was about Transformers.
Yeah.
Also, I don't think
right
the
back up again with
Transformers
films 2, 3, 4, and let's just throw 5 in there, even though.
5 is?
Many
5
say
was
that
out
they
by this
insult what
point.
the original Transformers were trying to do.
No. He said we're throwing 5 in, even though it's not out.
Oh, okay.
there
minus
is
it.
out there. Others say
Well,
it's
he
loud,
was right
obvious, and
for
dumb.
because I
That's
saw
totally
5
right.
and
Five is bad.
What bothers me the most is that they're boring.
5 is bad.
They are so boring. With the first film, seeing giant robots fight each other on such a grand scale in the desert and the city was never really seen. At least to that size.
Yeah, the
never.
fight scenes
the
in
second film, they just
Transformers
fight in
are
the desert.
boring because
Yeah, we
it's
saw
hard to
that.
know
And in the
what's
third film, they fight
happening.
in the city.
Yeah, it's
We
inconvenient.
saw that.
Can't make
In
it
the fourth
out.
film, they fight in another city.
Yeah.
It's the exact same thing. Some metal piece of shit comes along to fuck things
these
up.
movies
There's some
pretty bad.
bullshit
How
about
many damn
humanity
times you
worth
gonna
it to
blow
make us
up
think it's gotta be
Chicago
deep.
down?
Some dumbass
Yeah.
yeah. time that'll be dated really
But
fast.
Bumblebee
And that-
doesn't
that-
look cool.
that- make explosions.
The Mark
mean that
Wahlberg was
they're
very
crap.
funny.
I
Oh
remember
shit,
when
it's a
explosions were such a cool
transformer.
thing.
we found ourselves
Oh,
a
you found
transformer.
the transformer?
And now it's like a line in a bucket of paint. Thank you, Michael Bay. Explosions are now a bucket
Yeah.
of paint to me.
It's
You
pretty
sucked
bad.
out all the excitement. With nothing new ever added and scenes literally recycled, like he just plays the exact same clips, what should be
Yeah.
cool and thrilling is just white noise. In fact, that's a perfect nickname for this director, white noise. With no impact, no thought, no good humor, and no interest in doing anything different. These films ask the questions Americans sadly have to ask a lot. If it makes money, why change it?
I am a bit of a Michael Bay defender, but like, yeah,
Not
these movies are
Transformers
very
4,
boring.
though. Yeah, they're pretty bad. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna lie. I have nothing to add. I actually think Doug had some decent points here.
Yep.
I can be nice sometimes.
Yeah, that's I got
Yeah,
nothing to
no,
add.
I
That was
agree.
I'm with them
That
on
was-
this one.
But I'm
What's
gonna say
crazy? What's crazy
I'm-
about people is that they have multitudes and they're like onions, and that they have layers.
They have layers.
Did you? Oh my God!
Is
What?
Doug
What?
Walker
You
The
Shrek?
aneurysm.
Is
You
Doug
just
Walker
brought Shrek
Shrek?
into this. You brought Shrek into. God damn it!
Yeah, Doug Walker is like ogres.
Yeah, he has onions.
Yeah, he's got onions.
Okay.
He's got onions.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. This segment's fine. Got nothing to add to it. Do we want to
Yeah.
move on?
Let's move on. We have nothing to add
Yeah.
to this.
Number 8. X-Men Origins Wolverine.
Not even the worst X-Men film, but okay, go on.
That's not even a
At the beginning. I mean,
sequel,
they never
but
made another
okay.
one. Why?
I'll
Because this movie
accept it.
sucked that hard. There's tons
No,
of
that
X-Men, but they never
counts.
gave them another
I'm
X-Men
with
Origins
Doug
movie
on
because, yeah, this killed it on the first try. Now, granted, I know a lot of you will probably say
it's
X-Men 3
pretty
to the end,
bad.
but-
Like, what's worse?
I don't need to say anymore.
X3
There is one.
was
It's a
worse.
bad movie.
Yeah,
but it
X3 is
does-
probably worse.
Also, Dark
Yeah.
Phoenix, but that didn't come out yet, so I can't speak.
Yeah.
to
Yeah,
that.
Wolverine's just kind of dumb. X3 just really pissed me off. from
Yeah.
every
Anyway,
possible
anyway,
standpoint.
I think
Yeah.
Origins.
Let's
until it's
continue.
done. Till it's done.
I don't
Oh,
know
yeah,
what
we
to
gotta
say.
finish.
Deadpool. But even though I could stop there, let's continue. What should have been the easiest movie to make awesome, a standalone Wolverine movie with Gambit, the Blob, an actual cool-looking Sabretooth, and a story promising betrayal, blood, and vengeance, turned into a goddamn X-suckfest. Not only does little to none of the continuity match up with the other X-Men films, but everything is either boring, cliched, doesn't make sense, or going out of its way to
that
piss
kinda
fans off.
brings up
Fan favorite
one
Gambit is
problem.
barely in the movie. The Blob isn't a mutant, he just ate a lot. That was a necessary change, good job. And of course, one of the most popular and unique Marvel characters of all time, Deadpool, has pretty much no connection to his character whatsoever. The actor Ryan Reynolds was such a Deadpool fan that he spent years and years to get a faithful version of the character brought to the big screen. And guess what? It seems what made people like him now still makes people like him now. Yeah, you didn't need to do the exact goddamn opposite of what the character was. I can't believe that didn't work. Deadpool's own film was ruthless at mocking this movie's version of him, and rightfully so. At least with X-Men 3, there was some good action, good visuals, Kelsey Grammer as Bees, interesting commentary on what should be cured and what shouldn't. This just had nothing. Even the action ranges from standard to just cartoony. Walking away from an explosion? Haven't seen that. Oh, give me a goddamn break. It's one of those films that should have been handed on a silver platter of awesome. Instead, we got a doggy bag of puke. Bottom line, there's no mutant healing from this one.
Okay, so
I don't think anyone expected X-Men Origins Wolverine to be a good movie.
What really sucks is the stories I heard about the production of X-Men Origins Wolverine, where they would build these sets, like have this elaborate script, have this really compelling narrative, then go home for the weekend and come back and everything's got changed. Because the executives were like, it's too dark. We've got to make sure it's PG-13 for the kids. And like a lot of the reasons why this movie sucks is because of executive oversight. Like
that's a common story you'll find in film production, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so far almost all of these were bad because the executives stepped in and tried to improve the film to make it more
It's
marketable.
almost like we don't need them.
Yes.
Okay.
One thing that. Oh, go ahead, Jazzy.
I was just gonna say it's weird to include this film though when you included the prerequisite earlier that it has to be following a film that people generally liked. So I'm guessing
X-Men 1.
X-Men 1 and 2.
Right. Okay, but
then
so
that's-
isn't this one following like okay? If we're counting this as a sequel and not a prequel, which it is, wouldn't it be technically following X-Men 3, a movie people generally were kind of?
I
But
don't think
Jazzy, you're not
that's
thinking.
the
You're not thinking
idea.
of the key thing, the key element here. Doug Walker likes X-Men 3.
Yeah.
That's
Okay,
the issue.
fair.
That's
Because
the issue
that was
here.
my thing. Was like, wait a minute, like
He likes it.
Like,
I assume sequels to mean all sequels. Like if you go like he does God, yeah, I don't know. For me, if he talks about the fourth bad movie over the third bad movie, that's fine. I'm not gonna kill him on that.
I think X-Men 3 is so much worse than this.
But I guess it also feels like he mentioned too that it was so devoid and so detached from the other movies. Would that count as a sequel to them? Because then this is doing its own thing. So wouldn't that be its? Yeah,
Also,
yeah. You get
the fact that we also comments have mentioned this too. Doug Walker was like, "What should and shouldn't be cured?" I mean, like, yeah, but like, do you really want Brett Ratner to be discussing the idea of curing someone's identity with a magical miracle drug for convenience' sake? Also, keep in mind that storyline. You know who wrote the Cure storyline originally in the comics? You know who wrote that?
Joss Whedon, right?
Joss Whedon. Yeah, Astonishing
Yeah,
X-Men.
I knew that. But I was about to say, the thing about X-Men Origins Wolverine is I'd say it's more akin to a spin-off, which is especially so with the fact that it kind of started its own trilogy of Wolverine movies that, funny enough, just got better with each one. So until we got Logan, which was amazing. So
I think the Wolverine's a pretty decent movie. I think that Logan's a fantastic one. Yeah, you know
I like the Wolverine. I adore Logan. So
yeah, it's incredible. But like the thing is, like, what's so funny about all of this is like X-Men 3. I think is more frustrating because it does bite off more than it can chew, but does it in a way that's infuriating. Like it takes these like cool ideas, it has this cool casting, and then it feels very superficially included. Like it feels like you say there's cool action scenes, but like, are they? What Magneto moves the Golden Gate Bridge, but then like abandons Mystique the moment she's cured. It's like it's such a weird, like it's such like it leaves a bad taste in the mouth. I feel like Whereas Wolverine, X-Men Origins Wolverine is more stupid.
I think he views it mainly like, I don't know, the way he was sounding. He was like, while he didn't really care for some of the story themes, he appreciated the action more. I think it's kind of like he could turn his brain off easier with X-Men 3 than he could with Wolverine. Because I had the same problem with the Transformers movies, because I saw one on TV and I was like, okay. And then I saw 5 in a theater on a date of all things.
Oh,
and
that's a terrible date. Sounds like.
Well, the thing that got me was that when they were exploring this abandoned building, and then they find Optimus Prime in his truck form in there, but there's no visible way for him to have gotten in there. There's no like big like gaping hole in the ceiling. There's no truck size hole coming through. So I was like, how the hell did he get in there? And it took me out the whole damn movie. I couldn't turn off my brain once I saw that, because I was just like, that's so ridiculous.
It's too stupid. Like the Transformers.
Yeah, it was too stupid for me to really fully appreciate what they were, to try to appreciate the action and the mindlessness. It was too much.
Yeah, and I think one thing for Wolverine Origins I think strikes me is that the movie is a wrestling match between people who really care and a studio that doesn't. Whereas X-Men 3 was made from the top down by someone who didn't get it was there as a replacement and didn't care about the property. And you can tell he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't give any of these characters the reverence they need. They're treated like disposable. Whereas with X-Men Origins Wolverine, you can tell who really cares and who doesn't give a shit at all. And it's like, it's 50-50. Hugh Jackman cares so much about this character. Liev Schreiber clearly cares a lot. Ryan Reynolds clearly cares a lot. I'd say even the director really cared a lot. But then the studios kept screwing him up the whole way through. The writing staff really cared. But then their scripts got rewritten halfway through the film. So it's like, at one point they're going to have the Savage Lands, the place where all the dinosaurs live. That was going to be a plot point in the X-Men film. But then they got rid of it. Oh, yeah. This movie's going to go to the Savage Land.
Dinosaurs in X-Men?
You remember where the scene in the movie they go to the African village where they find the meteorite? At one point, that was going to be the Savage Land.
Huh. Where dinosaurs are? Yeah. Are they mutant dinosaurs?
No, there's dinosaurs. But it would have been like an interesting sequence, but then they scrapped it because it was too expensive.
They should have had mutant powers, the dinosaurs. That would have been pretty cool.
It would have been great, right? But they have mutant dinosaurs. His name's Sauron.
But
he's the guy who wants to cure. He's the guy who doesn't want to cure cancer. He wants to make everyone into dinosaurs. That is mutant. You know the meme?
I agree. I say let him do it.
Yeah, I
He's
agree.
kind of cooking with that.
Anyway, back to this.
Real quick, before that, I want to make one last point. As far as this movie's placement on a list of worst sequels, even if we push aside whether or not it counts as one, I've seen worse, so it feels like a very vanilla pick to me. So.
Yeah, that's worse than this franchise, even.
Yeah,
it's not even the worst X-Men film.
Even considering when this video came out, I don't know. This seems like a very vanilla pick for a worse sequel. I don't know. Like,
Agreed.
You gave up Highlander 2 for this,
especially over the I think the Transformers films are worse. I would say.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
At least this has some aspects I can point to and say, yeah, that's fine. Like,
yeah. And plus, Hugh Jackman playing Wolverine, that's never a bad thing. He's so good in this role, playing in his sleep.
Anywho.
Back to this, yeah.
Number 7. Blues Brothers 2000.
Okay, valid.
Did anybody ask for this? Anyone?
Never saw it.
It's pretty bad.
I saw it once years ago and thought I was like a child when it came out, and I was like, "This is bad." If a kid says a movie's bad, it's really
a friggin' icon. This one feels like a Saturday morning cartoon, even down to having the little kid's sidekick. And you want to know why he's there? Because everyone else looks old, tired, unfocused, slower,
Hats Off Entertainment as a really good video exploring the background of this and like the production of Blues Brothers 2000. And Hats Off Entertainment does some really great like videos about older movies and productions of it and stuff like that. So
Hats On Entertainment's video on Blues Brothers 2000 almost made me want to rewatch Blues Brothers 2000, which is a feat.
Yeah, that's the thing. He makes you want to go back and look and be like,
Every time he makes a movie, I want to see a John Candy film. Every one of his videos makes me want to see John Candy.
Yeah.
I mean, I do like that Blues Brothers 2000s is just House of Blues commercial.
It really is.
It's very funny to me.
But that's the only good connection
this
movie has to the original Blues Brothers. It's pointless, it's
Yeah,
contrived,
so it's
it's
gotta
not
at
humorous.
least
If the
have
first
that.
film was a mission from God, then this is a flaming bag of dog shit.
Ooh, they're green.
like John Goodman being in there was probably the best choice that they made in the production. I feel like he fit very well with.
He's great in everything.
John Goodman is good in everything, though. I can't think of a single thing where John Goodman's in where he didn't improve the material.
Also, I'm going to make a request that if we're just going to ignore the rule and talk over the footage anyway, that there be subtitles, just so.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize it wasn't subtitles. Here we go. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Oh, it's auto-generated. Dang it.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Oh, shoot. Well.
Oh, well. That might add to the comedy at some points.
Okay, but... So, I only saw the first Blues Brothers. I never saw the sequel, so I really don't have anything to add.
You are missing nothing whatsoever.
I've heard it's really bad, so I don't care to go. So I don't really have any point to argue with this one anyway.
You would be better served looking up archival footage of the Blues Brothers performing leading up to the release of the movie.
What?
Oh yeah, they performed.
Yeah, they performed. All
right.
Yeah.
That's more entertaining than watching Blues Brothers 2000 because John Goodman's also there.
Yeah.
And so is what's his name? John Belushi's brother.
Jim.
You can get
Belushi,
Jim Belushi to show up with a solid $10 bill.
Well, supposedly Jim Belushi was going to show up to this movie, but then he had a TV show contract that got in the way.
Yeah.
A show that got canceled after one season, so no one succeeded at this time. No one got away nice. Anyway.
Number 6. Jaws 3D.
Valid.
From the film that created the summer blockbuster to the film often deemed as a summer ballbuster. Jaws 3D is exactly what you would think of.
Not Jaws
only
4?
in a bad sequel, but in
Jaws
a bad
3D is the
Look at
disappointing
this
one.
shit. This is beyond embarrassing.
Okay,
Was
but
the
this
point
is
of having it
worst, not most disappointing.
Jaws is pretty bad also.
True. They're both
Anyway,
terrible.
Let's continue it.
Yeah.
Let's continue it.
3 dimensions how bad the
That
king is?
floating
Granted, I know the
arm
shark
got me,
looks a
I'm
little
sorry.
fake in the first film the more you see him.
Everything
but
I'm
nothing
seeing looks
compares to
amazing,
this
to
one.
be fair. Like, I
One of the
love
most
that.
laughably lame effects.
You know what? I disagree. This has to be a good movie. I don't know what you're talking
They hold on these uncomfortable
I love it.
What is happening?
That's Jaws 3D.
How they
3D.
looked. One of the funniest things is that they shoot
Oh
scenes in
my
an obnoxious
God.
3D
The
way
fucking
where
shark
zoom
just
in on
floating
something for the
there,
effect, but
literally.
because the film
Blow
doesn't
their
come
jaws
alive,
out.
You're just awkwardly looking at close-up
This is
stuff.
so
for no reason.
cool. I love this.
Still better
No,
filmmaking
no,
than Doug
no,
Walker's
not at
average
all.
video.
On top of that, the story's forgettable. The characters are cutouts. There's even a tie-in with
I
taking
was
place
it
at
Jaws
SeaWorld. How'd you
2
like
that the
advertising?
shark had
Go to
like
SeaWorld
a
where you'll
vendetta
die.
against
How
the
could such a
family?
Yeah.
huge
No, that's
movie
Jaws
with
the
such
I find that one too.
drama be
Jaws
Jaws
2
Revenge.
is just
laughably
another
bad.
shark
Just when
in
you
the
thought it was
same
safe to go
place.
back, no longer
Okay.
Are you saying there's
Jaws
another
Revenge.
shark?
Makes more sense than going to the
That's
movie
my
theater.
favorite line in
See
the movie.
Also,
like,
I will
okay,
say this,
Jaws Revenge, I would say is the worst.
Jaws the Revenge is way worse than Jaws 3D. Jaws 2 kind of gets lost in the shuffle, though, I think. Jaws 2 has a really cool scarred shark that gets electrocuted. I kind of like that shark.
Jaws 2 is just so mid. It's like, who cares?
Yeah, it's very mid, but there's some good bits to Jaws 2, I think. Jaws the Revenge
I want to see more 3D post play. I want to see that. Yeah, break that, whatever that was.
Break the window.
Oh, God. Oh, I guess.
Oh, there he is, Mr. Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged.
Yeah, Mr. Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is on here.
Superman 4: The Quest for Peace.
Justice for Nuclear Man.
That's all I gotta say.
In chat,
Press play.
Justice
That's
for
all I got.
Nuclear Man right now.
Okay,
Hashtag Justice for Nuclear Man.
I love his slightly sideways N for a nuclear. That's really cool.
It's terrible.
Before we move on with Superman 4, I just want to say Jaws 4 is worst. So if we're talking about worst sequels, Jaws 4 is worse.
Agreed. Jaws 4 is worse than Jaws 3.
Yeah.
Superman 4 though is Superman 4.
It's not like the Superman movies have had the best track record, but easily the worst comes down to 4, maybe 3. No, 4. 3, 4. We'll say 4. With a, I guess, well-intended message about stopping nuclear warfare, this movie not only had no idea how to make any strong message about the subject apart from stop it, but it had some of the worst
7-year-old kid wrote the script, and they were like, genius!
They literally used the same clip of Superman
Would you believe if I said that?
They say Superman's
the
hair
one
can
reason
hold
why
its
this
tongue,
movie
yet it can be
sucks is
cut
because
with
of
ease.
production
The movie
woes.
cares so little that there's actually a scene where a human
Yeah,
being is just
that makes
making
sense.
his
Canon
face.
movie.
No,
Why
okay.
is this list so boring and vanilla?
Okay, so true fact about Superman 4, half of the
Hold on,
budget for
let it
Superman
finish.
4 went to an unfilmed version of Spider-Man.
Oh, jeez. But
love
let
that.
it finish.
Yeah,
Let it finish.
Yeah, let's go. Let's
No
finish it.
oxygen, she can just breathe. That is a special kind of I don't give a shit. In this one, Superman has to fight Nuclear Man, a combination of Lex Luthor and
Justice
Superman's
for
DNA,
Nuclear Man.
and apparently the DNA of some fabric too.
You say this was a canon film?
Canon,
His DNA
yep.
is quite the fashion designer.
Yeah.
That makes it amazing. Canon, my favorite studio of all time.
It's one of the reasons
They
why
only have
Canon went under,
no
actually.
They only have bangers. They only have bangers. Canon rocks. I love
Canon
them.
does rock.
Actually, the idea of getting rid of
Canon's
the warheads
amazing.
technically leads to more destruction, doesn't it? None of it adds up. From recycling scenes to recycling villains to recycling literally the same footage,
Yeah.
this follow-up is anything but super.
Incredible.
And what
Yeah,
sucks is that the plot of this film was written initially. The initial treatment was written by Christopher Reeves himself. And then,
Oh yeah, because he wanted to fund that movie, Street Smarts,
Mhm,
and
yep.
and he wanted creative and like money and creative control, and he wrote most of it, and it was like, oh brother.
And then they cut
Oh,
half of it
brother.
out because they got rid of half the budget to make a Spider-Man film that never got made.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Canon is my favorite money laundering studio that made also really awesome movies.
Yeah, it's
Like-
all of it was money laundering schemes. Like
Like
all their films
Cobra?
were.
Over the Top, come on. Perfect
That's-
movies.
Every single
that's
Death Wish film.
Everyone after the first one, yeah.
all but the one that people actually like. Yeah, everything but
yeah,
that.
which is also the first one's also extremely bad and racist.
Oh
It's
yeah,
so
no, that film's
offensive.
terrible.
But-
Death Wish is horrible.
Yeah, that's
from
horrible.
top to bottom.
Yeah.
Can I just say that was a glorious combination of words, Madeline? They're my favorite money laundering studio.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But they're also like their movies are so fun. They're so cool. Whenever I see a Canon film, I am never not entertained.
You ever see the
just
Canon?
incredibly?
You ever see
Yeah.
Cannon's King Lear? Directed by Jean-Luc
that
Godard.
sounds amazing.
They got one of the fanciest avant-garde new wave directors to make a King Lear adaptation, and he makes it a movie that literally plays the Canon producer's phone calls to the director to ask him where the movie is in the opening credits.
That's incredible. Have you seen their Hercules movies? Are really fun too.
Oh,
Incredible.
You see the He-Man movie?
Oh, like
no, they did a Hercules movies also.
Oh, they did. That's true. But they also did Masters of the Universe, which
Perfect company.
Yeah, perfect. No,
they
notes.
only have bangers.
Where they
All
built
right,
2 sets, and that's the whole film.
So, okay, but yeah.
I'm just
anyway,
gonna look up the Canon filmography while we're
So
doing
great.
this.
Okay. Anyway, vanilla pick. Next one.
Yeah, but they also made the best sequel of all time, Electric Boogaloo 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, again,
amazing.
They can't.
No notes for
They
Canon.
do no wrong.
Except
They
for
do no wrong.
Run a Business, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think they made a lot of money.
They lost a lot of money. Lost everything.
Or
Yeah.
all their money.
Star
That's
Wars:
fine.
The Phantom Menace.
Not even the worst
It's
Star
a
Wars
prequel.
film.
Many consider the most hated
It's a
sequel of all
prequel.
time.
Not even the
It's a
worst Star Wars
prequel.
film. It is bad.
It's a prequel,
Yeah,
dog.
just let him talk,
Phantom Menace
because
gave
we
much more
already
of a
know
letdown
that
than
this is
really
full of
any
it.
Star
Yeah,
Wars
Attack of the Clones
fan
are
or not
worse anyway.
Could have expected. Going from a simple story with strong themes, likable characters, and a
Yes,
well-defined
Attack of the
mythos,
Clones is the
this
worst
prequel
Star
gave us
Wars
way
film
too
by a
much
mile.
story, boring
It
slash
is.
annoying slash
It is.
racist characters, and poop jokes. Because that's what
Yeah,
was missing from Star
well,
Wars.
that's probably
Abandoning
fair.
the mix of practical
I mean,
effects and superimposed
by
imagery.
this point,
world
yeah,
is
but
mainly
I think that Rise of Skywalker is the worst one.
That's true. Did you see
Oh,
that
you can
Star
go
Wars
ahead,
Theory
like,
recently made a video responding to Doug Walker's Star Wars videos from a decade ago, as though they were just made
Jesus.
recently, because he's so insecure. Okay,
Oh.
anyway, that's what we're doing right now, I guess. I
Like the
can't
main
make fun of him
characters
too
are looking
much,
at
but
what
still.
should be right in front of them. The movie has done everything to rewrite the ideas and symbols that fans held so dear by saying faith and religion can be in a blood test. Virgin births are totally a thing now. No big deal. And people don't need to have personalities because we can put all our humor in one obnoxious character. Star Wars was loved so much that it took fans several viewings for them to accept that this is actually a bad movie. It was like the stages of death, going through denial,
Wait a
bargaining,
second.
fear, anger, but when the acceptance finally set in, there was no denying
Oh.
what crap storm we all witnessed. This went from arguably
This
the most
is
anticipated
post,
film in a lifetime to the most despised
Force
betrayal of a
Awakens, this
fan base
video.
felt with a creator.
Oh boy.
No matter what the future
So
of the Star
really-
Wars movies hold, this film is so bad that everyone
Well,
can
I
almost
commend them
guarantee
for
it
not
can't
putting that
possibly
on the
get
list
worse.
at least.
Oh, wait, hang on. I want to replay this line right here. I think this is important. Everyone listen closely.
Tale of a fan base felt with the creator. No matter what the future of the Star Wars movies hold, this film is so bad that everyone can almost guarantee it can't possibly get worse.
Oh my dear.
Anyway.
Oh my dear.
So first of all, this isn't a sequel, Doug. It's a prequel.
Oh my god. I love how pedantic y'all are. It's very fun.
I'm sorry. You're doing a list. You're doing a list of worst sequels, and you put a prequel here. Like, secondly, it's not even the worst one Star Wars did at that point. It was in 2017. Attack of the Clones was far worse.
Oh
Like,
yeah, Attack of the Clones is. I think Attack of the Clones is the worst Star Wars film because it's the most boring Star Wars film. Say
Like,
what you
and
will
also-
about everything else. At least there's something that keeps you awake. Attack of the
Also,
Clones is
it took
painful.
it took a while for people to say it was a bad film. They were saying it was a bad film back in '99, Doug. What are you talking about?
The backlash was.
okay, no,
he's on to something there. He's on something there.
No, each film took a little bit for people. I think people were just so hyped for a new Star Wars that like we just assumed it must be great for a little bit, and then we realized it was bad.
Well, there was also
Yeah,
like
yeah.
people. They filmed people leaving the theater, and you could see their faces. They were trying to struggle to figure out their feelings on it. We're like, yeah, no, we loved it. It was great. You know, I
They
gotta
had
really go
waited
back
for
to get a
so
good sense of
long.
what it is. You know, like they were. It
Well,
took
like,
a while to process it.
Yeah. People were processing the film, and that's fine. But according to Doug, like whenever Doug talked about the Phantom Menace, like back when I watched him, I recalled this a lot. Whenever he talked about the Phantom Menace, he acts like he was one of the enlightened ones who knew right away it was bad, and everyone took a while to get used to get used to it because Doug has such a fucking ego about him. So
and like say
Yeah,
what Rise of
I
Skywalker.
get that. Yeah.
I think also say what about Rise of Skywalker. It also came after so many disappointments. People kind of like, yeah, okay, I guess I can accept this. Whereas Attack of the Clones and Phantom Menace were like the first and like since the original, and the original trilogy is still probably peak Star Wars. I'd say. I obviously feel very strongly about Last Jedi, and I really love The Acolyte. What they're doing recently is incredible. But yeah, Attack of the Clones and Phantom were hit hard, I think, for a lot of fans. And I get it.
What they're doing with The Acolyte is incredible. Didn't it get canceled?
Oh no, Andor. What they do with Andor? I'm sorry, not Acolyte.
Andor.
Don't quote me in that one. Not Acolyte. Acolyte.
Someone is gonna take that out of
Andor.
context.
What they did with
Yeah,
Andor
oh my
was
God.
incredible.
Oh, no, I'm
Andor.
sure,
5-hour live
I'm
stream.
sure,
on
no, I'm
what
sure
you just
Abigail
said.
Thorne was really happy to hear you say that.
Abigail Thorne is barely in
Acolyte.
The Acolyte. She has like 2 lines, if that, maybe 1.
Whatever.
They
That's
gonna-
their
they gonna clip
movie.
that,
I
and
just-
that's going to be another like 10-hour live stream about you liking
yeah.
that.
Well, I made my thoughts on The
Andor's
Acolyte
amazing.
clear.
I
think
agree.
it's a very
My roommates are watching the new Andor as we speak.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Andor is incredible. The Acolyte is a very mediocre series. I'll say that. It's very mediocre, The Acolyte. Andor, though, is a masterpiece, in my opinion. And Tony Gilroy will never do anything Star Wars ever again because he clearly can't stand Star Wars. I love that for him.
I just want to say, to further prove that Canon's the greatest company of all time, they did Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2.
That is a great movie. Okay, I'll give you
that.
that.
You know what? Done. Perfect.
By the way, I'm already seeing comments in the chat of people like, if you like the sequel trilogy, you're still... Matt, why are people such babies about people liking films that they don't?
Star Wars gets people heated. There's a lot of... I'll say this. In fairness to Star Wars fans...
I'm going to make a non... Okay, well, you go first, and I'll make my non-controversial statement.
Look, I'll be perfectly honest. I think that if you're very hurt by Star Wars, it affected you negatively. I get it. You know, I hear what you're saying. I personally do not have the same emotional investment in a franchise like Star Wars that some people clearly do. I really love Star Wars. No, let me rephrase that. I really, really like Star Wars. I don't love it, though. It's not, for me, it's not a Dune. It's not Marvel Comics. It's not like something like that, which I have more of a strong emotional attachment to. It's not Dragon Ball Z or Sailor Moon, but I do very much like. It's not Lord of the Rings, but I do really like Star Wars. I just feel like people they kind of love a version of Star Wars that doesn't really exist because they're all corny.
Right. Yeah.
They're all corny, all of them.
Yeah.
Even the one you love, that one, it's also corny, and that's
look,
good. It's fine.
Yeah, my favorite in the series is Return of the Jedi. I love camp. Like, I love.
It's a space
opera. I don't like Return of the Jedi.
That was my favorite one growing up, but now it's more Empire is my favorite. But I hear you.
I think just The Last Jedi is just a really good movie. It's very strange to me that people are like, it's the worst thing ever. Because like, I think it's like, I want to hear, I guess people have made the video. I'm never going to watch them. But like, I can't understand an argument that's like The Last Jedi is a bad movie. Like, no, it's like an extremely well-made movie, and everyone should be commended for it. I think it's great. I don't know. Like, it seems amazing.
And you know what? I'm gonna pay a compliment to George Lucas right now. Even the prequels were trying to do something interesting. I think he failed.
Yeah.
But I'd rather have a interesting failure than a boring success. I've said it multiple times. I think the problem with Attack of the Clones is it's boring.
Same here.
That's exactly right. Like I think Attack of the Clones is boring. That's why I can't stand it. Like I know. Yeah,
well, I mean that's what I love. I mean, I guess people didn't like Last Jedi because it was revisionist or it changed some stuff. I don't even know if that's true, but like
that's not even the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not even the case. But like I love when movies try something new. I love new ideas in movies. Like I love when movies like go out there and try to do something really cool. That's why Last Jedi I thought kicked ass. Like, oh my god, look at all this stuff they're doing. This is amazing.
Also, real quick before we move on, I just want to say you spent $25 to say that you didn't like the sequel trilogy.
I'm going to be too close to the end. So I haven't checked who spent anything yet. I'll take a look. And listen. I want everyone
to. Madeline May should get this money.
I'm sorry.
Listen, I will always encourage everyone to spend super chats on your opinions on all the Star Wars. In fact, if everyone in chat right now paid $5 right now to tell me their Star Wars take, I will read all of them before the end of stream. Every single one of them.
But anyway, we're getting way off topic.
Anyway, back to Doug Walker. Back to Doug Walker.
MADELINE space.
Spend $5 to tell me why Dash Rendar is the best Star Wars character.
Batman and Robin.
Batman and Robin's fun. Fuck you.
Let's try to be fair. Batman has been through purposefully degrading past lives.
Not even the worst Batman.
This is clearly trying to be one of those silly.
In 2017, Batman v Superman's right there.
Yeah, that's worse.
Ward or Mad TV Presents. In fact, I see the actors from the previous serious movies that they were making not too far back.
Make it to the theater yet.
Also,
to
now
write
the
the
Flash is
note
way worse anyway. So
yeah.
Also, George Clooney as Batman.
Anyway, let's
How does
continue.
this make any
Let's
goddamn
continue.
back sense?
Oh yeah.
Nobody wants to see a corny satire of our beloved superhero. They want to see the superhero taken seriously. This is about the clearest example of not being taken seriously.
People don't
not
like
one iota. As bad as Batman Forever got, it did at times at least try to be a real Batman film. This is a hardcore mocking of a precious icon all the way.
Why we don't want to see the construction of this.
Everything here is either a diet version of the Adam West show or just ice puns.
In the right
delivered
mentality.
horribly. It's like if Spaceballs
Yeah,
was
I
the
like
fifth
that.
Star Wars movie. Hell,
Look,
it's even like that.
Batman and
Spaceballs
Robin's
is funny.
campy, and I love it.
Disaster movie was
Okay.
the fifth
Yeah,
Star Wars movie.
it's entertaining in the
Second
right
is an
sense.
Wow,
insult
wow.
to the
You
greatest
hold on.
superheroes of
Go
all
back.
time.
Go
And
back
who
to
knows?
that.
Wait,
No, we gotta.
hang on. Let me boost the volume up because we were talking. I was kind of like talking over him. Let me take a look at this.
Or just ice puns, all delivered horribly. It's like if Spaceballs was the fifth Star Wars movie. Hell, it's not even like that, because Spaceballs is funny. It's more like if Disaster movie was the fifth Star Wars movie.
That's an insult to Joel Schumacher. Continue.
Yeah, that's bad. Joel Schumacher. Okay. I won't get into that. I'll save it for the end.
Is an insult to one of the greatest superheroes of all time, and it knows it's doing it and doesn't care. They care so little that they even throw in, you know what? The one thing the film has going for it is, like most Schumacher films, it's surprisingly
So
low
mad.
stakes. Not at all like Batman.
He
but
just doesn't like
Schumacher's ability
credit
to show
cards.
off the set
Yeah.
as production values is always welcome. But other than that, it's an unbearable experience. It's hard to say if this is the worst superhero movie made, but it's easily the worst superhero sequel made. Especially when using the same actors as the same characters from what's apparently supposed to be the same serious world. How on earth would this have worked? What mindset thought this made logical sense? All I can say is, holy bat joke.
I think also.
Okay, the thing is like.
Yeah, go for it. You guys first. Y'all first.
Look.
Just real quick, like he said, from the serious world, the last movie before this was the one with Jim Carrey, Riddler, and what you call it, Tommy
Tommy Lee Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones
Tommy
as
Wiseau,
Two-Face.
I also want to point out that Two-Face was originally played by Billy D. Williams in the Tim Burton Batman film, but no one ever talks about how Billy D. Williams was replaced by Tommy Lee Jones in the sequel. But just
Okay,
point it out
so we've
there.
been going for nearly 3.5 hours. I'm gonna suggest we take on these next ones point by point.
I'm gonna leave in like 5 minutes, so yeah,
Okay,
we can do that.
yeah. Okay, Batman and Robin. I think this can't be fun. Let's just go straight through the rest of them. So that
Agreed. Let's keep going. I like Batman and Robin. It's a bad movie.
Ooh.
Son of the Mask.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fair.
This
Yeah,
really
fair.
shouldn't be.
I don't have
that
much.
bad.
I don't have much. to
Milk
add.
toast. Milk toast list.
Pretty.
You can't get
pretty
Jim Carrey?
basic.
That kid who won the Nintendo Power Contest got gypped? Actually, he kind of did. It's an interesting story. Look it up, but none of that matters. Just find somebody else, do some cartoony effects, and it should be passable at the very least.
No, I don't think
This
anyone
is
expected
anything
this to
but
be a good
passable.
movie.
This is
This
always
is not
bad.
only one of the worst sequels
This is
put
always
together,
gonna be
with some of
bad.
the most horrifically nightmare-inducing imagery, but it often makes a lot of people's worst films of all time lists. It's so ugly, so poorly rendered, so
Honestly,
tragically
watching
casted, so
these
terribly
clips make you
written
uncomfortable.
that just thinking back on it often
Same.
triggers post-traumatic
Kinda
stress
makes
disorder
me-
in
I
most
don't
viewers.
know.
It's loud,
Kinda
it's
into
hideous,
it.
it's not funny, it makes no sense. It
I
has some of
don't.
the worst
I
CG in
think I
history,
blocked out
and
most
its
of this
horrifying
movie,
visuals
but
still
I
can't have
remember
us
the baby
believing that they
because it
actually
reminds
called
me
it
of
the
that
family
damn
feature.
I feel like I'm-
Every moment
Uber
of
Saga
this film
baby
is an
from
endurance
Ally
test,
McBeal.
asking you how much of your
This
senses
one's
can
fun.
be
Just
absorbed
watch
before you
this
hate
one
all
clip.
humanity. It's non-stop annoying, non-stop idiotic, non-stop terrifying.
I feel like I'm
Who is the
discovering
son of
something about myself
But definitely
watching
ain't
this.
The Mask.
Anyway,
Any
real
objection
quick,
to this movie being so bad?
No.
Nah.
I agree with all of it.
No, agreed.
Anyway,
Fine. Yep. So, what's your point?
I do like the Rizzler bee. That's very fun.
Valid.
Rizzler bee.
What are you
all
gonna say,
right,
Jazzy?
let's see number one. Let's see number one.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this
It's
is
number one
number
if you
2,
runners.
ain't it?
Oh, from one is
Home
up.
Alone 3.
Or-
It didn't try hard enough to be on this list, but that's.
I was
okay.
almost in Home Alone 3. Actually,
Really?
I
Green
wasn't.
is
That's
worse.
kind
Killing
of
off the top of characters
I've told
adding
that
to
story
nothing is a good
before.
way to piss off
That's right.
Okay, so you did have X3 on there.
Spider-Man 3 is
Spider-Man
not
3 is
good.
good. I will defend
Terminator-
it. I think
yeah,
it's
Spider-Man
actually
3 is
good.
good.
Genesis, okay. I get
Terminator
that.
Genesis,
Everybody's
yeah.
okay.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Pirates of the Caribbean sequels. Stop being so
No,
needlessly long and
not even
complicated.
close.
You're a
No,
Pirates movie,
no,
not
they're not the
radio.
worst.
Clerks 2, because Clerks always needed a bigger budget.
Never
for
saw it.
stars and
No,
dance
Clerks
numbers.
2 is
Really
not
captured
that
the spirit
bad.
of the original there. Highlander 2.
Yeah,
The first one
this
ended
is-
Should be
fine.
on the
Why
list.
did
Highlander
Highlander 2.
How did it not
Should be
get
on the-
Wanna hate
God
Jello
damn it!
Apocalypse?
That's
Well, you can, through
okay.
one easy step of watching this shit.
Okay.
That's pretty
Mortal
bad.
Kombat Annihilation.
Yeah,
You
that's
know we
valid.
like Mortal
Yeah.
Kombat.
Yeah.
So we took that
Awful.
all out. We used a
Unwatchable.
movie story and crappy characters that made it popular to begin with.
It's funny because he did kind of a milquetoast
let's-
list, but the very obvious ones he did as runner-up. So
Yes,
I'm
they should
kinda
be on the
interested
list.
now.
What's number one?
Troll 2. I mean,
What?
Okay.
How boring.
No, wait a damn
Hang on,
boring
that makes
man.
no
you
sense.
are.
Wait. You know what? No, I'm done. Stop the video. There's no point in going on. He broke his rule.
Yeah,
He
because
broke
Troll
his
1
rule.
sucks. The first Troll
Yeah.
terrible.
Hey,
One
hey,
close.
you
What are
maybe
you talking
you
about?
really like Troll 1.
No one liked Troll 1. Who saw
Maybe
Troll
he
1?
forgot. I think he just forgot what he was doing as he made the
We
list.
forgot
It's
his
just for the
rules.
memes. It's
Yeah,
just
I think
Like we did. We forgot our rules rules.
Yeah, right.
I forget the rules
I'm
all
done.
the time, to be fair.
Y'all, can I be real with you for a second?
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm out.
All right, bye, Jazzy.
This isn't a bit. This isn't a bit. I'm leaving. This is so bad. This fucking.
Oh, you lost Jazzy. Let me just...
I mean, I'm going to be gone in like a couple minutes. Is this the end? Is that just it?
That's
just
number one.
That's it. That's number one. Yeah, that's it. It's just,
and then a charity ad.
And a charity ad. Is it another charity like last
time?
time?
Is this one for a slur also?
I gotta know. I have to know what this. Hopefully,
okay,
it's not for.
This one's not for a slur.
More than
4, what a boring, uninteresting man.
It's the BBR Foundation.
The suffering caused by mental.
The BB Gun Foundation?
I almost
that
misread that one with another letter after the BBs, but I won't say that one.
The BBL Foundation. Give or
that's
donate to get these.
That's my foundation, the BBL Foundation. To get me a BBL.
Yeah.
Anyway, but this is okay. At least that's something. At least it's not like the last. Okay, so what are your thoughts on Doug Walker's opinions of sequels? I think
boring. He's he's like what Dan Olson said. He's an uninteresting man, which kind of makes him super interesting because he's like he both cares and doesn't care at the same time in a way that's so specific that it really is like the kind of viewpoint that only belongs to like the worst auteurs, I think.
Exactly.
Because I find it fascinating what he does put effort into and what he doesn't put effort into. It's very fascinating to me.
I agree. It's kind of funny how like he clearly is going for the popular choices, but in the process ignores a ton of obvious options. Like if I were making a list like that, there are so many other movies I would include. Of course, Highlander 2 would be number one. That's one of the worst sequels ever in terms of the quality drop off. But no Rocky 5? Like really? Rocky 5 gets okay? Like that's such a classic bad sequel.
Is that the one that came out later?
It's the last one of the initial cycle. It's right after the Russian where he fights Ivan Drago. It's where
I didn't even realize there was one after that. Oh my god.
Yeah, Rocky 5 is the one.
Yeah.
It's funny is Rocky 5's plot is kind of remade in Rocky Balboa and Creed, except those films do it well. It's like an idea that yeah, because like in it he gets brain damage. He can't box anymore, and he decides to train a new up and comer to fight in his place. Again, it's the same plot as the next two Rocky films they made, except it's done worse. And I think it has Sylvester Stallone's actual son playing his son. I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. It's interesting. Like it's bad in the way that's very fascinating, and it doesn't. It's the only Rocky film that doesn't end with where Rocky's in the ring with another boxer. It's the only one because it ends with a street fight, when nothing's at stake. Also, Rocky becomes poor again after having like sentient AI butlers in the previous film.
That was pretty great.
I do love Rocky 4. It's pretty fun. It's so stupid, but I love it.
It reminds me of what they did with the next Karate Kid.
Yeah, it's a lot like that actually. Yeah. Hell, Next Karate Kid would have been a good addition for that list, you know?
That's true. That's a pretty mediocre movie.
Yeah. Another example could have been, I'm trying to think of other really bad sequels. Speed 2. That's a pretty bad sequel.
Oh, yeah.
Speed 2 is pretty bad. I would say the Star Wars Holiday Special is the worst Star Wars sequel at the time. Also,
does that count as a sequel, or is it just a spin-off?
Technically a follow-up. Shrek 3 is pretty bad. Hell, any of the
Shrek
Disney
4 is even worse.
I think Shrek 4 is better than Shrek 3.
No,
Shrek 4 is interesting.
Shrek 4 is one of the worst.
I was going to say, there's a lot of people that argue with you on that Shrek 3 part.
But Shrek 4 is interesting in how bizarre it is. But Shrek
4 is boring. No, Shrek 3 I feel like was a missed opportunity. I think Shrek 3 could have been good. It's just completely fucked up in every possible level. But I think there was like a hint of a good idea somewhere in 3. While 4 just felt like the biggest cash grab of all time.
I felt like 4 at least had some creative ideas. 3 felt to me like the bland one. Like that felt to me like the one where they were like struggling to think of an idea for it.
I'm the exact opposite. I feel like 4 was the bland one. That was just like, yeah, I really disagree with you.
I hear you.
Literally, the characters look like they're copy pasted.
I think
all over the
though,
place. Like,
I think it's one of those things where, like, at this point though, we're fighting over like who is the bottom of the barrel. Like, I think after 2, we agree it's pretty.
What
downhill.
is an internet live stream for, if not that?
Exactly.
Well, I gotta go. This was fun.
All right, bye, Madeline.
Bye. Thanks for inviting me, and
No
check out my channel and stuff.
No problem.
see
Bye.
ya.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. And then it was you and me,
then-
Kyla.
I'm like the last 2.
And then there was 1. But what do you think of all this, though?
And I find it so interesting because like I mentioned in the other stream that we did that I discovered Channel Awesome and everybody like at the end of high school going into college. So I didn't like grow up with them or anything like that. And I find that a lot of the choices that are done like in this list are very, like we said, they're safe. And I feel like that's by design because the audience that he's cultivated probably would not care for anything less. Like they
Agreed.
want that kind of recognizable, like easily kind of like, oh yeah, I know because I've heard that. You know, it'd be like if it's not a sequel, but like if you put Manos, The Hands of Fate on the list. It'd be like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, I know that.
There's a Mano
You
sequel,
know,
though, actually, which is wild.
there is. I've seen it.
It's crazy.
I have seen it. It's,
love that.
oh my god. I was like Jazzy when I saw it. I was like, I was so mentally and spiritually and emotionally drained. I was physically tired. I was like, I gotta go to bed.
Right? It's
But
actually, you know, another movie that would have been bad too for the list, would have been good for the list. I think that The Mummy 3 should have been on there.
Oh yeah,
The Dragon Emperor.
Yeah.
That's another...
Or well, no, that was a spinoff, but the sequel to the spinoff, The Scorpion King 2.
Oh God, I always forget. But I always forget there's like another Scorpion King, even though I know there's like 5 or 6 of them or whatever. Like there's so many direct-to-video ones. Like
they just kept going.
Like I remember going to like a Walmart one time, like years ago with my family, and like on the shelf it's like the Mummy collection. I'm like, oh cool, so like the Mummy 1, 2, 3, and then it's like, oh, the Scorpion King's on here, and Scorpion King 2, and Scorpion King 3, and Scorpion King 4. And you know, but do you know what wasn't on the list in that collection? You know what movie was missing? The first one, The Mummy.
Oh.
The actual film you'd want to watch or own a copy of. Everything else was there.
Yeah, and also I glanced at the chat. No, this sequel to Manos was made in like the 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
This was not made in the 60s. It was made by the woman who played the little girl in the original movie.
Oh, growing up, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it had to deal with Torgo, how Torgo became Torgo. Which,
Yeah,
if
like
you ever wondered, yeah. So like.
Well, you know what made Torgo? All the drugs the actor was on. Because you don't know, Torgo was on a lot of drugs while making that movie.
Yeah,
so many...
he had to be.
Poor man. Poor guy. No, also, American Psycho 2, another great example. That's a terrible sequel.
Oh, yeah.
Horror fans get screwed. Horror fans really get screwed, though.
Yeah.
Ugh, what are you going to do? No, so let's read a few super chats. There's a bunch of them. When I said everyone send me your Star Wars hot takes, you all obliged me. I love that.
Oh, shit.
I'm really happy about that. Megazord question. C2. Okay, so very interesting list. More like channel awful. Am I right? Thank you, Lou number 95. That's a perfect line. Oh, we already read that one. Ostrich, change channels, 1 2 things. Oh, here we go. The guy 493. This is actually a really good point that I think we can both talk about for a little bit. Change the channel is one thing, but people often forget about the Jew Wario debacle. They always hemmed and hawed over who knew what and when. Yeah, that's a...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, because they're both. Yeah, because they're both. That's the thing, and I think that when you're in the internet creative space, and you want to expand and like have people under you and blah blah blah, you have to remember then that you're running a business. You are now a manager. You have certain responsibilities like toward you. And so you have to start thinking like that. And when you have something like that dropped on your lap as someone in a position of power, you can't like him and haw about it, and then when it gets outed, like redirect blame all over the place. No, you're in charge no matter what. You that was your responsibility.
That story is rough. Like we're seeing, like again, the thing with online culture, and we're seeing this a lot now. And I don't want to bring up recent drama, but I will for this case in point. The whole Saberspark controversy recently with someone making a sex joke, and trying to be fired before getting hired, and someone trying to fire them for it or get them fired for it. That's one thing. The fact we're having that discussion right now about someone who did something inappropriate before getting a job and that affecting their current job, that's one discussion. Wario was committing assault while in Channel Awesome, and they did nothing about it. Not only that, they concealed evidence of it to an extent. Who they is the uncertain part. No one seems to agree exactly who knew what, how much they knew, how much was clear, but it is clear that the higher-ups knew enough that they should have fired him immediately and didn't. Like that's and the fact that happened and that was separate really from Change the Channel, that was just kind of, well, it was part of it, but like not the core crux of what made everything move forward. That was just a thing that became more obvious as time passed. The fact that was a controversy that people just kind of let drop is staggering. Like, ugh. Again,
Well, and I think it's just because too of what happened with him that it seemed like a landmine.
Because all that came after he died, right?
Yeah, and the thing is too is that for those who don't know, Wario took his own life. So it was very much like it's already a touchy issue, and you add that on top of it, like, it's just a mess. It was just a mess, but it could have been, it could have been stopped sooner if they just acted on it instead of doing what they did. And I think it's just because you got to realize that you are now in a business position and you are a manager and you must act like it. Exactly. Like I literally have to go, like I am a manager in my job and I literally have to do training on this kind of stuff every 6 months. I get annoyed with it, but then I think about certain things that happen and I'm like, well, that's the reason why I got to keep doing this.
Exactly.
Like, obviously there's some people who ain't listening.
And they keep screwing up and they keep doing, and what sucks about it is like, you know, the thing is also you're in a job with a structure, with a hierarchy that's been built by people who know what they're doing. Channel Awesome was made by someone who had it was made by people who had no business sense, really. Like these people were not professionals. They had very little professional experience in corporate structure going into this job. And it's very clear from that when smaller businesses have a better organizational structure than Channel Awesome does in the internet age. And again, like a lot of these groups have like strong business structure. They were contemporaries of Channel Awesome at the time. Like the Watcher group, even though they have their own problems, their structure at least was more well put together than Channel Awesome's, even despite the fact they have so many problems, like with all the layoffs and what have you. Like it's very different, but very important to compare the two. Anyway, let's move past Wario because a lot of super chats, but that's a big thing as well.
Yeah.
I am a brawler, pretending to ignore issues. Not my problem. Yeah, that's fair. Advensky, can the next time you do this can the next time you do it, can it be X Channel Awesome content creators? Okay.
Thing is, they make good stuff.
They make exactly. First off, they make good stuff. Secondly, I do know a few X Channel Awesome creators. I don't think any of them would really want to watch Doug's content, and I can't blame them at all. Like, I know a few, and they're very nice. They've been very friendly, and they've been very generous with me with their time. I don't know if any of them would actually want to sit down and watch Doug's content. I would be like,
they mean watching the stuff with like watching this stuff and commenting on it.
Yeah.
That's what they mean. Oh yeah, no, they're not gonna want to do that.
Yeah, no way. No way.
Yeah.
Now, if you mean watch other material from other Channel Awesome contributors, yeah, I would love to. I would love to do more stuff with Linkara, for example. Hell, I would love to interview Linkara. That'd be so much fun. I would love to talk to Linkara. And I know people who know Linkara, so maybe I'll ask them if they can hook me up with Linkara to talk to him. But like, beyond, I wouldn't want to talk to him about Channel Awesome. I want to talk to him about comics. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want to talk to... These creators have done so many cool things that I wouldn't want to talk to them about their time with Doug. I'd rather talk to them about their experiences. In fact, one of my first professional interviews was with Mars Girl, who's really chill. I like Mars Girl quite a bit.
She's nice.
Yeah, she's very sweet. I wouldn't want to talk to her about Doug Walker, though. I'd want to talk to her about anime subtitling or something else that was interesting. And I wouldn't talk to her about Vic Mignogna either. That ship is way sailed. That's a dead topic as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, no. Yeah, I would love to do more stuff with other content creators who happen to work with Channel Awesome. And Crimson Enter has waged the one-man war against Dominic Noble for the last half a year, so...
Oh yeah.
he I thought it was like a bit. No, it's not a bit. He's serious. He's really serious about it.
I will fight you in the parking lot of Denny.
Like he will find Dominic Noble and fight him. Like, it's wild. Anyway, what's his name? Cardian Joker. This might be a hot take, but Smiling Friends is overrated, and they shouldn't have cameoed Doug on it for an episode. I said it. I'm not taking it back. Jazzy says the same thing. I agree with you. I think it's odd with Smiling Friends because they do a lot of jokes. I enjoy Smiling Friends a lot, but some of their jokes do have a history of being kind of like. Although I do have to admit, I love how Chills is on there. Was in that one gag. That's a pretty good bit. But like, I don't know.
I haven't seen it because kind of like what Jazzy was saying about like certain creators and stuff. I just don't care for Oni plays and like I don't really care for their kind of like I'm like I can do without. Like I'm glad everybody seems to like it and that they're finding success, but for me, nah.
I have issues with Oni plays too. I think there's a few of their jokes I think a little mean spirited personally, but I don't take jokes very personally, so I'm pretty cool with it. But I know some people were offended by some of their jokes, and that kind of sucks. Plus, I feel like it's weird with him and his like continual like arguments with Aaron Hansen. I think it's like such a weird internet drama that like, basically amounts to like two people who used to be in the same platform going in very different directions, and people being upset about it. Like, okay,
yeah,
like it was 15 years ago. They're in different places now. It's whatever, and I don't really care about the specifics. You can tell me about them. I don't care. I know people have made documentaries about it. I don't give a shit.
Oh my god,
I really don't. I just think it's a weird thing for people who are not involved with these individuals to get upset over. Lou Number, because top 8 would go on too long. I'm sorry, how would a top 8 go on longer than top 11 again? Last I checked, 11 was a bigger number than 8 and than 11. It's actually supposed to be you correct yourself. Lou Number. Never mind. He said 80. Whoops, my bad, y'all. Yeah, it's fine. It's easy to just hear we're all talking over him.
Yeah.
And there's no subtitles on, which is a factor. Hayden TCM, did you know Dirty Dancing has a franchise? Have you met a Dirty Dancing fan? Are they younger than 50? Yes, I do know that there is a Dirty Dancing franchise. It kicked off around the time that Step Up was starting to come up, I think. Was a dancing one too, Step Up, right?
Yeah, Step Up. That was a whole like early mid 2000s dance movies cuz you think you can dance was like happening. Yeah.
Well, what they did was they were like, we own the rights to Dirty Dancing. Let's just make a sequel to that to cash in on this trend. And it was like a direct-to-video, straight-to-Netflix kind of thing. I don't know who watched them, though. Someone must have bought the VHS tapes, but I have no idea. But it's like Bring It On, the 90,000 Bring It On movies. I don't know who watched them. or the American Pie sequels. I'm like, who watches this? I have no idea. Because I'm bored. Thank you for Super Chat. What do you got here? I watched the first Godfather and it was 7 eternities long. So I'm not exactly chomping at the bit to watch part 2. Oh, dude, part 2's the best.
So good.
Part 2's amazing.
Yeah.
Part 2's better than part 1, I think. But they're both some of my all-time favorite films. So I'm a little biased.
Yeah, just because it. Oh, go ahead.
No. You go first. I was gonna babble.
It's just because like part 1 sets up Michael's descent into darkness so well that you can see the full transformation happen in part 2. Like it's done so well that it's just the perfect tragedy like setup.
It's heartbreaking. And you know the thing also about part 2 I love is how it has the contrast between Vito Corleone's rise to power, like him getting, you know, his ascension, and Michael Corleone's descent. Like, even though he's richer than ever and has more power in the U.S. government than ever, he's also just pathetically alone, and that tragedy is almost Shakespearean. And there's that great scene, not to spoil Godfather Part 2, but there's a great scene at the end where you're basically, in the flashbacks, you've reached to where the first film started, and it's contrasted with the final shot of Michael Corleone, where he's, of course, alone. And, you know, in the flashback, you see Michael with his family, all these characters who you know are now dead or have been killed off. They're all together. And then they go off screen, and you just leave Michael alone at a table. And then you cut to Michael alone. And it's so heartbreaking, but also so deeply disturbing, because you get this sense of like this chilling kind of emptiness that the first film doesn't have. Okay, I'm babbling. Godfather, I'll do a video on them eventually. I love The Godfather so deeply. It's such a great... It's so amazing. Like those first two films. Good. Anyway, I'll stop myself from babbling, because I will. Hayden TCEM, thank you for super chat. The fake Daredevil movie film, what is this? Jay and S. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back is canon. Yeah, that is canon in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Took me a second to realize that's what we meant by JSBSB. Also, Wes Craven's in it, which is pretty fun. Dr. Zulu Gaming. We're almost halfway there, and this is vanilla AF. Yeah, it is vanilla AF, because Doug is vanilla. He is a vanilla man. Sauciness. Is Suburban Nights on Doug's list? It fucking should be. I love Doug in both an ironic and unironic way. Well, that's good for you. I do love that Suburban Nights, though, is not on his list of worst sequels. It really should have been. Nick Wolf, and this is in reference to us saying John Goodman is like amazing, I think. Goodman is in his name. Impossible to put in a bad performance. Also, the Drake and Josh episode where they dress up as the Blues Brothers is better than Blues Brothers 2000. Yes, agreed on both accounts. I'm really trying to think of a bad John Goodman performance. Can you think of anything? I'm really struggling.
Not off the bat. Like, even in little movies, because I was showing my coworkers The Borrowers, because they had never seen it before, and I played them a clip because he's in that movie, and like, even if you think it's silly, he wasn't phoning it in. He was giving like a good performance for this kids movie that you could easily write off. Like, he does good work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100%. Hell, even the Frosty the Snowman sequel he did pretty good in, I think, which is wild. Anyway, we have a bunch of super chats. We'll probably wrap up after we read these. David Deister, thank you for super chat. I have seen far worse sequels like Superman 4, Batman and Robin, and the Star Wars sequel trilogy. That's fair. I disagree with the sequel trilogy for the most part, but I do agree that at this point in time, I think we're watching like Transformers, I think, was at this point. Oh, Jojira, just saying Jaws the Ride is based on Jaws 2. That makes sense. Jaws 2 is more of a roller coaster than the first film, but the first film is much better. It's more about the thrills than anything else. Nick Wolf, but Jaws 4 brought Michael Caine a lovely home. That is true. Jaws 4 is great for the house it brought Michael Caine.
Yeah.
The only reason he's there, paying off his house debt. Adrian Parchment. I love that movie.
Oh, sorry.
No, go for it.
It reminded me of a clip today I saw of like Kendrick Lamar, where he was talking to a guy who was helping produce, like making songs for him. He was like, "Oh yeah, I went through some of your songs, and like I think I'm gonna take a couple for the next album." And the guy was like, "Not this album." He's like, "No, the next." And he's like, "But I just bought a house, and I bought my mama a house." And Kendrick said, "Can you get a refund?" And I'm like,
I fucking love
and the
it.
man was like, "I need to get paid now." And he's like, "Can you get a refund on the deposit?"
It's so great. I love it. Oh my goodness. All right, Adrian Parchman. John Cryer plays as Lex Luthor's nephew and then plays Lex Luthor in Supergirl. Yeah, that's pretty wild to think about, actually. And considering how Goody is in Supergirl as opposed to Superman 4 is pretty wild too.
He said he had to redeem himself.
Had to have a redemption arc somewhere. Get after Cammy. Thank you for Super Chat. How naive we all were then. Yeah, with Star Wars, yeah. David Deister. Oh, this is the one that pissed everyone off. Okay, David. The Star Wars sequel trilogy is the worst films in the fantasies. So F you all who like those poop cakes. I love it. That's great. That's a great comment. Gaddafi Cammy. The discourse around the sequel trilogy ruined Star Wars for me for a while, and it made me a worse person from 2017 to 2020. Yeah, that's a fair point. It did make a lot of people miserable, I think, that whole controversy. I'm sorry, yeah?
Oh, no, I was just like, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that, because that kills a lot of enjoyment for stuff when you get wading through the discourse.
Especially when people won't stop talking about it. Like, it just got relentless. Like, I know I made a Star Wars video, like, last week, so how fair can I say this? But, like, I felt like the discourse was exhausting, personally. Which is why it pissed me off so much.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was an objective view either. That's the thing. Like they weren't coming from it from like a respectful way or like trying to see like what was going on. Like it was just too black and white in that aspect. Yeah.
Agreed. It was very cynical, I think, and bad faith.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jess is dead. That's a username right there. Thank you for Super Chat. The worst thing about The Last Jedi was the Rise of Skywalker. Agreed. Yeah, that's the worst part of Last Jedi, easily. Sigh, thank you for Super Chat. Jar Jar Binks is a secret Sith Lord. I love that fan theory. And now canon in Legos. It's now, they have it in the Lego game.
Really?
Well, Lego animated thing, they did that. Yeah, they did that with some Lego special. No, not the games, a special they did where they did all these like what if scenarios. They put Lego Sith Lord Jar Jar Binks in there for a gag. It's great.
Honestly, that makes a lot more sense.
Oh, it's perfect. It's amazing. Rose Waver. In my opinion, I have never seen a single Star Wars movie, and at this point, I don't think I want to. You are smarter than most people, if that's your answer.
Yeah, fair.
Guaranteed. Wise decision. Don't do it. Shadowlands. The Last Jedi is hard for me after John Boyega's comments about it, and how he felt the racism on it, and how his character lacked nuance. He defended JJ. Yeah, and that's fair too. That's a complicated issue. I think The Last Jedi does a lot right, but John Boyega got shafted in that. Like, he got screwed. Like, he's a co-lead in the first film, and then he gets pushed to the back of the film in The Last Jedi, and kind of comes forward in The Rise of Skywalker, but he doesn't really factor into the main plot all that much, which sucks. It really does suck. That's one reason Oh, sorry, I cut you off there. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, I do have a theory that I don't think that they knew what they were gonna do with him in the first place, and I honestly think because there were people before the movie came out who were pissed off at the fact that a black man might be like the main character, because it was kind of seeming like, yeah, they were both co-leads, and then like, as we saw, even though he had more of a role in the last movie, I honestly think that JJ would have still caved to that pushback that a lot of those louder fans gave, and he still would not be as prominent in the second movie that JJ would have made. I really think that.
Oh, 100% agree with that. And it sucks. Like, it's one of those things where Disney, and I don't even think it's just JJ. I think Disney as a corporate structure caves easily to pressure, especially with the Lucasfilm side of things. Like, there was never any scenario where they wouldn't have caved to the pressure to push Boyega out of the main spotlight of that film, which is awful to say, but it's Disney. What do you expect? It's Disney. You know, they always do stuff like that. It's depressing. It really sucks because you could have had something really special with Finn. And my hope is that if they bring John Boyega back at all, they really do right by his character and by his acting and by his skill set. Yeah, I agree with that. The Guy 493, Knights of the Old Republic 2 is the best piece of Star Wars media, and I will stand on this hill. Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2 for me are peak Star Wars, in my opinion. And I want to replay them, because it's been ages since I played them. Big Jack Films. I just like Star Wars, and I like reviewing them. Hey, I love that mentality. It's perfect. Bernard. Hope you're not married. Hope you're not the Bernard from the comics there. Droids are the best part of all Star Wars. Agreed. K2SO is amazing. Nick Wolf. the Virginian average moviegoer who only watches theatrical releases versus the Chad connoisseur of fan edits, which is my way of saying I love all Star Wars. Valid.
The Virginian.
Specifically Virginia, not any other state in the United States, just Virginia.
Virginia.
Very particular film state there. Cardian Joker. My hot Star Wars take, OG trilogy best, sequels are overall okay, prequels were bad, but then considering modern politics, they need more love now. That's one thing about the prequels too. They have a lot of really good ideas, just poor execution of those ideas, I think, which is problematic. It's tricky. I do think they have a lot of ideas that aged well, but that's because we're dealing with fascism, and fascism always comes back, no matter how much time passes. Somewhere. Hayden TCEM. The Burtonverse is Earth 89, and the Schumacherverse is Earth 97. The Batman 89 comics were pretty good. I agree with the Batman 89 comics there. They are pretty good. Underrated, too. Daniel Downing. Rogue One is like all of Gareth Edwards' other films. Godzilla, The Creator, great action set pieces, but can't make me connect to the characters. I think Andor has done a lot to make me connect with the characters in Rogue One, way more than Gareth Edwards' directing in Rogue One. I think Andor is a great example where a prequel can elevate another film by giving more context, but that's exceptional, I think. Gavin Carruth. So it's 5, 8, 4, 6, 7, 3, 9, 2, 1. In terms of Star Wars movies. Interesting order. Okay. I don't agree with that order, but I respect it. Also, Lucas' discussion is painful. It's either Lucas did all wrong or Lucas did no wrong. No nuance. Yeah, agreed. Lucas is a director. He's a filmmaker. His decisions were sometimes really good, and other times they were really bad. Both things can be true. Hayden TCEM, Jimmy Kennedy would have been a good Marvel weasel. What? A Marvel weasel? What? Am I missing something? I'm not sure you're referencing there. Nick Wolf, Doug, you can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it. It's a reference to Troll 2. Love that. Love a good Troll 2 joke in the comments. Dr. Zulu Gaming. This is the most MilQuest list I've ever seen. A bunch of vanilla picks, and some of them are not even the worst movies of those franchises. What about Neverending Story 3? What about Lawnmower Man 2? Well, okay, Lawnmower Man 2 is tough because you have to kind of prove Doug's ever seen Lawnmower Man 2. Or Lawnmower Man 1.
Well, I would say, what about the first one? Yeah.
That first one's rough, too. It's also a bad Stephen King
adaptation.
Yeah, I was going
to say, yeah.
Lawnmower Man 1 is not that good either. It's also a terrible Stephen King adaptation. There's no satyr in it, like in the book. Also, Neverending Story 3 is terrible, but it does have Jack Black. That is a huge plus. But the rest of the film is horrendous. Neverending Story 3 is absolute dog shit. No hiding that around that one. Backseat Dinosaurs. The Lego games are the best things from Star Wars. It's up there. It's definitely up there. Quinn Decker. Best Star Wars movies are the Christmas Special and the Ewok Adventure. Oh my god, that is a hot take. I love it though. That's great. I kind of love that. I respect that. I respect that gag. Adrian Parchman. I have no interest in Star Wars at all, except for the Family Guy parodies. Also a hot take. I appreciate it. I respect that.
Watch the Thumb one.
The Thumb one is great.
That? Yeah, the Thumb one.
That's a classic. I haven't seen it in ages. That one I don't think most people would get. It's just like thumb puppets, basically. It's
called Thumb Wars. Like I remember seeing somebody uploaded all of them on YouTube somewhere.
Oh,
so
really?
somewhere on here, yeah. I found because I'll put on YouTube at work to play playlists, so I get random videos I wouldn't get through my regular algorithm, and that just popped up one day because. So it's out there.
I haven't even thought of that series in years. It was I think it's always a kid, really. I wonder how well that's aged. Is it still really funny?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. I saw it, but I gotta watch it again.
Anyway,
yeah.
Let's keep going here because we have only a few left. Then we can end the suffering. Nitro Java. I rewatched all the Star Wars movies in January. I thought The Last Jedi was the best of the sequels, but I still didn't like it, and I think it still missed the mark. And that's valid. You're allowed to have an opinion on it. Just because I like a movie or just like a film does not mean you have to like it. And that's one thing I want to encourage with this channel. You are allowed to have opinions, and you can disagree with me. In fact, I encourage you, if you disagree with me, to argue with me, because I think it's fun. Just don't be personal about it. That's all it takes. Just remember we're talking about movies and books. We're not talking about people's lives or their intelligence levels. That's an important thing. Argue all you want about your opinions. Just don't be a dick about it, is what it comes down to. And you're being very respectful. So I'm not saying you're being a dick about it. I'm saying other people have been in the past. That's all it comes down to. User225. And this is a good one. Shout out to Kinkymation. The Elf comic is goated. Yeah, shout out to Kinkymation. She's awesome. Let's do another stream. In fact, I'll have to drag her on stream one time, because we were going to do something a while back, but then I put the project on the side burner. I'd be down for another Kinkymation collaboration. She's really cool. I like Lily Goth a lot.
Nice.
Have you ever talked to her or know who she is, Kyla? Kinkymation?
No, actually, but when I saw her in the video, I was like, "Oh, it's interesting." So
yeah, she's a character.
Like, hi.
Yeah, she's a real character.
I'd like to meet you one day.
Yeah, she's a real character. She's really nice. I liked her.
Yeah.
We've talked a few times. She's really cool, and there's a lot of very interesting comics. I'll put it that way. Don't look up her comics if you're with your parents.
Oh, of course.
My parents asked me about the She-Hulk video I did a while back, and we're like, what was the mentality behind this video? What motivated you to make this one? I'm like, well, anyway. And I explained who Kinkymation was and what her comics were like, and that was a conversation too. Happy Shut the F Up, which is I should listen to myself on in this situation. Fun fact, the current English voice actress of Sailor Jupiter showed up on Nostalgia Critic. There's a lot of people who are very talented who've shown up with Nostalgia Critic in the past. It's kind of wild, I think. It really is wild, the talented people who show up with Nostalgia Critic at times. Sawesomeness. Speed Racer has my favorite Goodman role. I would not say it's my favorite Goodman role, but it is a great Goodman role. I do love when he talks about like ninjas and like makes fun of them. That's a lot of fun. It's like, no, like nanjas more like some goofy ass dumb line. It's great. It delivered was with John Goodman like charm. I don't know how he does it. User225, thoughts on the 90s bad girl comic subgenre? You mean like Tank Girl, or more like hack and slash, or something else? I'm not really sure what you mean there, but there's a lot of good comics out there. I'll say that. Jay Wong, contra opinion, Star Wars fandom is the KKK of geekdom. Oh God.
That is a strong opinion.
That's a strong opinion. Holy shit.
I would just say that I think nowadays any fandom that sees a black person in something is bound to get there at some point. Like I've seen a lot, because for those who don't know, if you are new here, I am a black woman. Shocking.
Given your avatar, it's shocking that you're black. I had no idea.
Yeah, the truth come out.
Does Kyla is black?
Does Kyla is black?
Does Kyla T is black?
Does Kyla T is black?
Yeah. The rumor come out is, does Bruno Mars is gay?
Oh.
You know what? Next stream we're doing Game Grumps jokes and nothing else. Anyway, yeah, you're saying Kyle, I'm sorry.
I laughed out my point now. The rumor come out is Kyla T is black.
If someone's a talented artist, draw like Kyla in the same sequence as like the Game Grumps. Does Bruno Mars is gay, like the posing and all that with Kyla? It'd be great.
Like, huh?
Does she is black? I needs to know. Oh my goodness.
Oh God. Oh.
But yeah, you were saying, I'm so sorry.
Oh, but I was just saying, like, the whole thing is like with
I've been involved in so many discourses around like characters of color and stuff. Like, really, if people start talking for so long, it's gonna come out eventually. I think there's always gonna be somebody in a fandom somewhere who's being like, well, I don't think blah, 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 you know.
Yeah, eventually you're gonna get somewhere where it's like someone is very racist to an deeply inappropriate. What the f? Someone's loud over there. Wow. Okay, never mind. Yeah, someone's just really loud honking their horn. But no, I agree. It's a matter of time. It's always a matter of time in any fandom. But yeah, Star Wars is not unique in that sense. That's the thing too. It's they are really not unique. There is a lot. Anyway, going on for that one, because if we get to a whole topic in of itself. Random Lad, Titanic 2. The title alone says enough about the movie, just pure sheet. And Doug Walker reviewed it, so he should know about that one. So it's ridiculous it wasn't on the list.
No rapping dog, 0 out of 10.
Rapping dog. Disappointing. Gamer Station 26. I honestly hope the sequel trilogy will someday get its due, just like the prequels did. Kids have been dressing up like as Rey and Kylo Ren after all. Yeah, when I was in Disney World, they were all dressed as Kylo Ren and Rey. It was fantastic. Arthur Clybourne writes, I'm one of the weird people who doesn't quite get the original trilogy. I like the movies fine, but the hype might be a you had to be there thing. That's also fair. And finally, User 225, those Star Wars, the Old Republic's cinematic trailers are so good. Agreed. Okay, we are done with Super Chats, and I am just about done with the night because I'm running out of oxygen in my lungs. But before I do that, I do want to show you a preview of what's coming up this Friday.
Oh, sneak peek.
A sneak peek. Not a full clip of what I'm working on, but I'll show you the thumbnail. Some people in my Discord have already seen this, and by the way, I'm going to be posting a link to the Discord after this stream. But this is what Friday's video is going to be. And I'm happy to announce the special guest for the video. Here is what we got. Oh, yeah, let me adjust it so it's more visible. Yeah, so the video is going to be about DC and Marvel comic books, about the mythology behind them, about Wonder Woman and Thor specifically. But I have a special guest in this video who comes from a channel that is bigger than the Nostalgia Critic, actually. Substantially so in terms of subscriber count. Red from OSP will be joining us in this video.
Yeah!
I reached out to Red. I told her, hey, you're really, really brilliant with mythology, and I'm doing a video on mythology about comics. And she was like, oh, cool. I want to be in that. That sounds awesome. And then I'm like, really? That was it? It was that easy? like, yeah. What do you want to do? I'm like, okay, let's just film. Yeah, very easy to talk to, very friendly. I ran by the rough cut of the video with her. She says it looks all cool. She thinks it's really cool so far. Hoping she's not just being nice and just, she actually thinks it's cool. But, yeah, at the rate we're going, we should be done by Friday. It should be ready on the usual time. So I'm excited for this. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's a longer video. It might get longer as I talk more because I might add more context to certain things from comics and what have you. But yeah, no, it's, Red was extremely, extremely collaborative on this project. So it's definitely a real full, and it's not just like it's not like with the She-Hulk where I asked Kikimation for a bit of a segment. She's throughout most of the video is going to be interview between me and her. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So, Kyla, I know you have your stream on Thursday. I will tell everyone about it when it comes out. I'll make sure I mark it hard for you on that one. But right now, I'm about to pass out from the exhaustion of talking and reading all the super chats. So, everyone for coming, thank you so much. It's always a joy. And to Kyla, thank you for joining me. You were the last one standing. Your prize is you get to shill your channel right now. That is your prize. You survived.
Hey, I did. I survived. I'm the last one standing. Immunity idol. But I am Kyla T. I do video essays. As you can see, my most recent one is a deep dive on Kendrick Lamar and his Super Bowl performance. But I also have one on Zeus TV, which seems to be coming up back again in the news recently for some stuff. So definitely check that one out. And yeah, thank you once again for having me. And it's always a pleasure.
You are always welcome on these streams, Kyla. I have known you for freaking ages at this point, so you're probably one of the people I've known longest on this channel. So you're always good. You're always welcome here. But that being said, I am going to stop the stream right now and just play us out with the same song we were talking over before. So everyone, take care. Also, new mic setup, so hopefully I sounded okay. If not, then blame the mic setup. It's really bad. Otherwise, we're all good. All right. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.